Turn it on, leave it on with Sean and RJ right here on The Fan.
Shot clock is at 10. Outside to Kyrie Irving. Goes inside with the pass. Stop. Green. What defense by Golden State.
Good morning, Metroplex. That's how we start the Hump Day edition of Sean and RJ live in studio here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. I'm Sean Sharif alongside Ralph James. We got Peyton and Rai in the back. We are live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Thank you for turning it on, leaving it on, watching, listening, however you are taking in the program as the Metroplex goes 0 for 2 last night, with the Mavericks taking you deep into the night, maybe even the morning, against the Warriors. Golden State, a desperate Golden State team, ends up winning at home 104-100.
Very desperate. And, by the looks of things, it did appear that some of the Mavs players may have partaken in some of the things you're allowed to do in California at the hotel room with yourself.
Okay.
All right, that you can't do in Texas anymore because the hubs have all shut it down.
Am I smelling a little of the ganja?
Please elaborate.
Some of those guys had weak legs last night, man. Women weaken legs.
No.
And so does the hub. The hub will weaken a leg on you. That's my story. I'm sticking to this. Is that they went back out.
I guess I should wait to use this hand lotion here for a second.
Don't worry about me. By the way, I don't think lotion works. It gets too sticky. When you rub it on, I think you need like a coconut oil or something like that, and more of an oily substance.
I got some lotion for you. Don't worry.
I bet
I
you
got
do.
the good kind.
Yeah. So, I don't know. I just thought maybe some of these guys just looked like they were little weak legs last night. Weak legs. Outside of course, Luke and Kyrie, who are a 1-2 punch to die for.
Andrew Wiggins. He just decides to show up against us. You can make the argument he was the difference in the game with some defense on Luka as well. Luka had his 30-point triple-double, but they held the Mavs to 100 points. And they were down in the fourth quarter before catching up, but you did not take advantage of Steph Curry with an off shooting night, as Steph shot 5 of 18 from the floor. Clay was 5 of 14. They only scored 27 points between the two of them, and you still ended up getting the L.
That's the troubling thing, is that Golden State went on a nice little run when Steph was on the bench in late in the game, and then or in the second half, and then obviously to have those guys not have their normal shooting nights. Steph's missing mid-range. Clay's not having the same kind of game, and you have that, and you still aren't able to win, and you're barely able to scratch the 100-point mark. In today's NBA, you really need to be the 118, 116 or more, and they didn't even get close. They didn't even scratch the surface.
Bobby was not happy about a no-travel call on Klay Thompson. Draymond Green with some huge defensive plays down the stretch, including a big block on Gafford.
Yeah, the Clay travel, there's nothing you could say about it. It was 6 steps. That's what it was. It was 6 steps. There's no other way around it. I don't know what the officials were looking at or not looking at, or maybe they didn't think that the ball was securely in his hands and he was bobbling it.
That's where I think they maybe got confused.
Had to be, because there's no other way around it. Even on the broadcast, that's a travel, guys. And that was without question. Those were steps right there.
More bad news. Derek Lively could miss up to 2 weeks while he recovers from right knee soreness. Yesterday, we had a topic that I know had you engaging and explaining to some Tolos who people don't understand context and teases. They don't understand questions, yes, and teases. Right. When we were asking yesterday, it was Chuck Cooperstein's fault. He was asking if Josh Young was injury prone. Our answer was no. It does matter how it happens, right? There's nothing Josh Young could have done, in our opinion, about the fractured wrist. I'm gonna ask the question about Derek Lively and get people even more fired up. I'm starting to worry a little bit about Derek Lively always getting banged up.
Yeah, look, I think with basketball, getting hit by a pitch is not. It's one thing, Now there are things that you could do as a hitter to protect yourself. They teach that in Little League on how to get hit by a pitch. Some guys just get hit by pitches a lot, and they're always getting hand injuries, and it's just frustrating.
And by the way, Lively got hurt during the Rockets game.
Yeah. So, like, if you're a basketball player and you're, like Patrick Ewing always had knee problems. Always. A lot of Yao Ming always had a foot problem, right? A lot of big guys have problems with their joints at their lower body. That happens. I guess if you're 7 feet tall and you're always getting hurt and you're always getting the same knee or you're always getting a foot, all right, I could probably say you're injury prone there because just the nature of being 7 feet tall.
Yeah.
A guy getting hit by a pitch, I don't think is the same thing.
Mavs have played 75 games. Derek Lively has played in 42 of them, and he's about to miss 2 weeks more.
Yeah, and that 2 weeks, I'll take you right to the playoffs. I mean, he'll return if they make the play-in, he'll probably return for that. Or if they don't, if they get beyond that, he'll return for round one. But, yeah, he's done for there's 2 weeks left of the regular season.
3-game homestand is coming up.
I'll be there tomorrow night.
Against the Hawks.
Is that who they're playing?
Yeah.
Yeah, all right. I'll be there tomorrow night.
How'd you get set up for that?
Sarah won something at work, and they said, "You want tickets to this or this game?" And I can't remember what the other game was, but I
They got Hawks, Warriors, which I imagine you would have tried to. Oh, you turned them down.
No, it wasn't them.
Rockets.
I think it was the Rockets game. It was something next week. Was it next?
Hawks, Warriors, Rockets.
Yeah.
Those are the 3 straight games that are coming up. They're going to play tomorrow. They're going to play Friday. Then they're going to play Sunday.
Yeah, this is the only one we could make. So of the two, is this or the Rockets game? So we're going to this one. Don't know where the seats are. I'll let you all know. When I find out.
Hawks are 10th in the Eastern Conference. More importantly, let's look at the West. Denver is on top now.
Okay.
It's just roulette, right? It's Minnesota, it's OKC, it's Denver. Denver's a half game up on Minnesota and the Thunder. The Clippers are the 4. The Clippers are 2 games up on us. We're the 5, but we have the exact same record as the Pelicans. Then you have the Kings in the 7 spot, Phoenix in the 8. How's the NBA feel about Suns, Lakers, Warriors, 8, 9, 10? Suns, Lakers, Warriors, all that star power, all those big dogs are sitting there fighting around the play-in spot.
I think they're going to – the play-in game might have better ratings in the first round, if that's the case.
Yeah.
Those are star power teams. Big names, big franchises. Heck, yeah. They would love that. They really would.
877-881-1053 is the Franklin Franco Injury Attorney hotline to hit us up during the entire show. Bobby will join us in about 20 minutes, and a little bit chilly out there, a little bit cold yesterday. This is maybe the greatest weather that I can remember in like my almost 15 years here. I'm in love with this. If we could just trap this, if we could hit pause. But this morning I woke up, it was about 65 in the house. But man, all you had to do yesterday was open up the windows and turn everything off.
Yeah, it was. It was windy. It was windy yesterday. We took the dog for a walk and had to throw hoodies on. That's not good for the pool. Throwing
hoodies on?
No. Yeah, weather where you need a hoodie. Yeah, it's not good for the pool because you want to be able to get into that thing. At least I do. Can't wait. We went in for a little cold plunge a couple weeks back. Now we're ready. I'm ready to just sit on sit on the side and enjoy a cocktail and watch some TV.
What's your minimum temperature where you're willing to hop in?
70.
Now, water temp or just outside?
Water temp.
Water temp
70, where I'm willing to like hop in and stay in.
Yeah.
Not like a cold plunge. I'm trying to see what it is. It was like 62 the other day, and it creeped up to 67. I thought we were gonna get lucky, but it was 62 the other day. I bet you it's 67 right now in the pool.
What do you have, a reader on your phone for the pool water?
Yeah.
Oh, they got apps for that now.
Hey, I thought you were like confusing the outside temperature. You're looking at the pool water.
No, 67 in the pool right now.
Oh, that's a little chilly.
It is a little chilly.
It
is a little chilly.
I saw some. Did you see the guys playing tennis out here driving in? They're over here at the courts with the lights on.
I did see that.
Did you see that?
Guys, it's 5 a.m. What are we doing out there?
Hey, guess of the day.
There's got to be a noise statute. I mean, what happens if you're out there like you're like Jimmy Connors?
Monica Seles?
Yeah.
Was that Seles? That was I
think they're all like that now. But yes, she was like the originator of the
Mavs 0 for 1, and unfortunately, the Rangers made it 0 for 2. We'll talk about it on the Home of the Champs. We got a Rangers 4-ticket giveaway to hook you up with as well. Glad you're waking up with us for the Hump Day edition, right here on The Fan.
Coming up in the next.
Field line, angling back toward the corner of Rosarena. He makes a running catch right at the 3:15 sign to end the ball game. Well, Leote made a bid the opposite way down that left field line, and he didn't miss by much. But Rosarena ran it down on the warning track to end the ball game.
Who has gotten a hold? Tim Collins has gotten a hold of these music beds.
He has. He has. There's been a stark change, and we are going more. I mean, there's much more eclectic, I think, bigger variety from just the stuff that we put in. Now you get a little bit of 70s, maybe some 80s thrown in there, some 90s, all kinds of things.
Yeah, are we going the wrong way? We're supposed to be moving forward.
Generally.
With the music demographic. I think Tim Collins got off the cruise ship as our assistant program director. He came back, and this must have been what he was jamming out to while at the buffets.
One of the things I noticed when I was doing the bet payoff from last year's tournament is that a lot of the new songs don't have long, drawn-out solos, so it's hard to find sections of the song to make into bumpers that don't have words in them. You got to go to the old school where they had to get that idiot guitarist out there to do his, all those things, and they don't have that anymore as much.
Well, the Rangers end up losing. The offense completely disappearing. Andrew Heaney was nice and solid early on, but Tampa eventually pulls away in order to win and set up this morning, really, 11:30 pregame, 12:10 first pitch.
I don't know how K&C is going to do it, man. I don't know how they're going to do a 90-minute show, be able to get everything in that they want to talk about. It's really going to be difficult for them.
I'm going to bring back the study that someone sent me years ago where they added up all the minutes that all the shows do.
Yeah.
And it'll probably be a little surprise for the G-Bag Nation.
Adjust accordingly.
Yeah, since they have 5 hours and they're like, there's 16 of us. How are we going to do 5 hours?
Still waiting for Major League Baseball to put the Rangers in the Soul Series. So we would get a couple of days here. But whatever, man. We're here. We're here every morning.
Beasting out. 5-2 Tampa. Thoughts on last night's game?
I mean, look, it certainly wasn't Andrew Heaney's fault. But by any stretch, he wasn't great. But he was not the reason that they lost. Not even close. Their offense was. I mean, you scored 2 runs, you're going to lose that game. It's quite simple. You're going to lose that game, and you can't give a team. And this is the other thing: you can't give a team multiple outs. Andrew Heaney should have gotten out of that 5th inning. He should have gotten out of it.
Yeah, the runs were unearned.
They were all unearned, or most of them anyway. No, they were all unearned because there was 2 outs and nobody on, and then everything after that makes it an unearned run. You got to make that play. Don't give me the roof. I know the roof's tough. That's a play. The right fielder's got to be there too. It's in that triangle. It's a tough spot to be in. You got to. It's a major league play. You've got to be able to make that play because you're there. You lost it. You lost it, and that was the game essentially.
Rangers got screwed a little bit late because they didn't have their challenge as Wyatt Langford beat the throw down the first base line. And they were nicking and knacking and dinking and dunking and trying to sit there and chip away. And you would have had a bases-loaded situation if Wyatt Langford was not incorrectly called out at first base. Had a little bit of a scare there for Tampa. I was like, okay, this ball's a shot down the left field line, but you heard Nadell with the call. Pepe, thoughts on yesterday's loss?
Yeah, the play by Jared Walsh, I thought Adolis should have called him off. It looked like he had enough room on there. Got to watch the replay again. But, I mean, it just sucks that's the one play because they score 4 runs after that. You technically win the game. If they don't score any more of that in that 5th inning, you win the game 2-1 at least. Or, get a chance at the bottom of the 9th. I mean, Rays are a decent team. They're going to be a threat all season, but it just sucks that you lost that way.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, if Adolis was there, he would have called him off, I assume. That's his ball. That's his ball 100 times out of 100. He should have been there to get it. He wasn't. But that's the breaks, man.
Do we know that Jonah Heim is okay? I'm on the phone with Broadus, and bam, I'm like, I think Jonah Heim just broke his wrist. What the heck happened there at home plate? It did not look like much contact. He was writhing down on the ground. I think he's okay.
Yeah, I honestly didn't know at the time if it was wrist or shoulder.
Yeah,
because kind of you go through the tag and your shoulder gets kind of thrust back a little bit. So that might be something where we wake up today and he's not in the lineup for the next day or two. Thankfully, it's not his throwing shoulder. That's the good part. The bad part is, as a catcher, you got to use that arm 150 times a night.
By the way, Wyatt Langford got clocked by Sandler going down the first base line right there, 30.5 feet per second.
Yeah, I wonder how because he got that quick. There has to be a way to get that information on the, at the time. That's lightning fast. That is lightning fast, man. I mean, you were getting down the first base. If you're going 30 feet per second, I mean, you're getting down the line in 3 flat almost. I mean, that's Dion. Dion was 3 flat.
Was last night the revenge 0-2 and Caballero was drilled on the wrist. Like everyone is getting hit in the same spot in the last 2 games. Heaney was cruising though. It was 0-2. Now 0-2 would have been a very nice surprise spot to go ahead and hit someone. Maybe you throw people off with the intent.
Yeah.
Caballero ends up scoring, of course, coming around the bases. Did you think that at all when it happened and Heaney went inside?
I did not think that at all when it happened. 0-2, you're generally, I guess you could say it's a good pitch to do it.
Yeah.
Because no one's expecting you to do it. But no, I did not think that was intentional. I didn't think the ones the other night were intentional, but this is part of the payback. Even if it was, this is the payback.
Bruce Bochy was on KMC yesterday, and they asked him about his thoughts with Madden on their side, hitting 3 Rangers in a row on Monday.
Well, I mean, one guy was hit with a breaking ball in the foot. He was trying to throw a two-seamer, and, Josh did swing at the pitch. So, yeah, I know everybody's going to look at it, well, is this done on purpose? Do you like it? No, nobody likes it. Bases loaded. There's still somewhat in the game when Dolly got hit. But, hey, fortunately, we're going to hit guys too. It's not always on purpose. Do you like to see it? No. Well, no, nobody does. But it's a case where you try to read everything, but what the situation is, and I don't think Josh thought he was thrown at him. I think Dolly was. Dolly was upset. Nobody likes to get hit, but Smitty got hit in the foot with bases loaded. Not Smitty, but Carter. So. You take that.
So that was Bochy yesterday. Of course, we're your home of the Rangers, and Bochy will be on every single week.
That's the thing we forget. That's the thing people forget is that, that technically wasn't a hit by pitch on Young the other night.
Yeah.
That was a strike. It was a foul ball. It technically is a foul ball. So he gets a double whammy because then you get what Smith came in, right? You get Smith in, and he's got to get up the bat instead of Josh taking first base.
KNC has more going on with the Rangers tomorrow night at 7. They're going to relive their memories of Game 7 of the American League Championship. So, oh my God. One of the Mario brothers just walked in.
I was trying to think who you look like.
What the hell? Peyton, have you not seen this yet?
I have not. Oh my goodness.
Oh
wow.
Bobby.
It's Bushy.
Roberto Belt making the entrance. You're going to have to get on Twitch and YouTube at 6 o'clock this morning. By the way, the Rangers calling up Justin Foscue. As we were talking about yesterday with Sandler, 25 years old.
I can't.
First round pick.
You can't be serious.
In 2020, can play first, second, and third base. Ryan, please let us know what happens to the YouTube and the Twitch numbers. Do not put Bobby on the fan cam yet. We will unveil it for 6 o'clock. What are your early impressions, Choppy, of that?
I like it. I can't see the smirk on his face
he's Luigi.
is a little bit much. Yeah, there's a Luigi element.
And I want a side by side, Ryan, of Luigi as well when we put Bobby on Twitch.
There's another guy I'm thinking of too. I can't think of his name. I have to Google what his name is. He's an actor. He's a very kind of obscure, bit actor.
Yeah.
I think he was in a Seinfeld. He's got that look to him.
What
I like it.
The hell is Bobby Belt doing? Plus, Choppy has found the next Cowboys quarterback, and we also have our second round injured red flag player, thanks to Choppy as well. That's all coming up. Don't miss the Hump Day edition.
Hey.
Bobby just made it more interesting or miserable right here on The Fan.
Be a part of the show. Turn it on, leave it on with Sean and RJ right here on The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. Happy Hump Day edition.
Okay.
Shout out to the 6 a.m. club, and I advise you, or maybe not, if you want to keep your breakfast down, to get on the YouTube, get on the Twitch, get on the fan cam to look at the new facial hair of Bobby Roberto Belt. Please grab screenshots, text us meme descriptions, caption this, all of the above for Bobby and whatever you decided to do. Go.
Yeah, this ultimately came down to the last couple times we've recorded Love the Star, Peyton Russell has pissed me off. And I just decided, what does he love more than anything in his life? Well, it's his trash ass mustache. And so I wanted to take that personality quirk away from him. I wanted to come in here and show him this is what an actually filled out mustache looks like, rather than whatever the hell you have, the little caterpillar on your lip, the weak attempt at a Derek Bell mustache that he has on his face. That's what I wanted to do.
All right, there's a side by side. I called him Luigi. That's what I think. Well done, well done, Rai on the fan cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Your wife let you do that?
Yeah, so I told her, I was like, hey, I think this would be funny. I'm going to go in there with just the mustache tomorrow.
So you went out in public with this yesterday?
No, I did it this morning.
Oh, wow.
You woke up this morning and did it.
She hasn't even seen it yet.
Oh, that'll be good.
Yeah, so I said I'm going to do the mustache, and
That'll work out
I think
well.
it'd be funny to shave my head bald, too. And she was
Take
like,
your hat off.
No, I have hair. I do have hair. She told me, she was like,
take it off.
Mustache, fine. Do not do the hair. And I was like, okay, fine. So,
Man, he looks like the guy who Elaine got the Jake Jarmel glasses from.
Kristen told me,
Kind of looks like that guy.
Kristen said you'll probably just like, she didn't know what it was going to look like. She's like, you're probably just going to look like all those firefighters who have mustaches.
Ah, okay. Yeah.
So she thinks I look like generic chair worker, maybe, not the actual fit firefighter that runs into the buildings. But
do you guys have any other comparisons to throw up there? And whose mustache looks better? If we can get a zoom in close up of Peyton's. Peyton's still going kind of like that Zorro.
turn on the light in there, Ryan, so we can get a good look at Peyton's awful mustache.
Does Mackenzie love your mustache? Does she love it?
Yeah, she does. Because I've talked about growing out like the beard, and she's like, no, just keep the mustache. Because I've talked about shaving the mustache. She says, no, leave that on. It's what I like about you.
Tickles in all the right places.
All right,
like
we don't need to go there. We don't need to.
It is
all right,
sick.
look at that. Look at the zoom in a Peyton.
It's so bad, Peyton.
Look, I just shaved it, man. I just trimmed it the other day.
You just trimmed, and you still have,
You have to go. You need to get it thicker.
Well, yeah,
Bobby's
let me just put on thickness beads or whatever.
2 C's.
Thickness beads.
Yeah.
Bobby's 2C
It
up
is.
on the upper lip.
Let's see. I went to. It's not. Obviously, it's not a Wilford Brimley.
214 says Ron Jeremy.
I mean, okay.
Who's that?
I can see that. Let's see. People are. I'm just looking at famous mustaches.
Paul Blart
here.
from the 469.
Paul Blart.
903 says Farva from Super Troopers.
Okay.
So we've got some comparisons there. Yeah, you don't want to. Back in the day,
Chiafalo just like this. So Chiafalo's up in the gym. Yeah, baby.
He's out there gymming it up. Yeah, this is. Back in the day, you would, if somebody said, like, you remind me of Ron Jeremy, that wouldn't be so bad. Today, in this day and age where he's been canceled.
He's always pretty bad. He's always been pretty disgusting.
Yeah, but this day and age where he's been canceled for, like, crimes.
Tolo Chris said this has to be who you're talking about, RJ. W. Earl Brown. I'm not sure.
That looks like I can't see that. It looks like a Belushi from here.
It almost looks like the dude from the baseball movie that you always wanted me to see.
God.
Eastbound and Bound.
Eastbound and Bound.
910 says Tom Selleck. I'll take it.
Nope.
Eastbound and Down.
Absolutely not.
Tom Selleck
Eastbound
doesn't even
and Down.
compare to this.
Block 901 for that.
Yeah, it is not Tom Selleck.
All right, so we'll have fun with that the entire morning. Is there any chance you'll keep it past today?
No.
Do you have any errands to run after the show?
You have
to go out in public
home
anywhere?
and shave it. That's an errand. That's on my to-do
Has
list.
Amanda ever
today.
wanted you to get one?
No, I don't even think we've ever talked about it.
You can almost see when you shave down and you have stubble. It's almost like your mustache grows in a little faster at times, so you can almost see like what it would look
My
like.
jackass father the other day is like, "What do you have gray in your beard?" I'm like, I'm 42 years old,
What happens, dude?
You are old as ass. Yeah.
Yeah, but you're the one who cries like a little biatch all the time.
I've got almost as much gray as you.
This little cookie I ate. I got tummy aching. Get your contact.
That's dead on. That's a dead on impression.
Yeah. All right. RJ Choppy has found the Dallas Cowboys' next quarterback and our red flag injured second round pick.
Yes.
First 2 picks in RJ Choppy's mock draft.
Man, so we found that. We found the on-brand player. Now, which one do you want first? You want the
quarterback.
The quarterback.
Yeah.
Okay.
Wipe that.
I got to know who's going to just underwhelm us and disappoint us after Dak Prescott leaves.
All right, there you go. USA Today, Sean, has the best fits. 3 best fits for this one quarterback. The number 3 fit is the Seattle. I'm not even going to give you a name yet. The number 3 quarterback is the Seattle team is the Seattle Seahawks. That is their number 3 best fit for this player. Seattle.
Okay.
Number 2 best fit for this player is to get drafted by the LA Rams, who have the 19th selection.
Okay. Matt Stafford replacement.
Jordan Schultz called the Rams a sleeper to land this player. And the number 1 best fit. The Dallas Cowboys. For Michael Penix Jr. Love it. I would love it. He's been a target. He has been a target. Here is the write-up.
Grab the Penix.
Grab the Penix.
Already got the T-shirt.
I think it's pronounced Penix.
Grab him by the Penix. There you go.
And you're on the
Cowboys owner Jerry Jones, no stranger to making shocking decisions on draft day. But would he make which I think he actually is a stranger to that.
What were the shocking, what was the last?
Great question.
These old Jerry narratives.
I know.
Good God, it's so lazy.
It's so lazy.
So lazy or uninformed, one of the two.
Would he make a move of this magnitude to land Penix if he's still on the board at 24?
Tyler Smith, what a shock.
What a shock.
I said shockwaves to everybody. When they go and get Taco Charlton, that made waves.
With Dak set to hit free agency, this warrants serious consideration. According to Ian Rappaport, there's no indication they will sign Dak to an extension, and he can't be tagged. Should he perform similar to last season when he led the league in pass touchdowns, the bidding war could exceed Dallas's budget for next year. Dak deserves the high salary. The Cowboys will be better off moving on if he attempts to reset the market. They'll eventually have to begin extension talks with Lamb and Parsons. Having the quarterback like Penix on a rookie scale deal would make negotiations with them less complicated, and it could potentially extend the team's window of contention.
This is what I was asking yesterday. Like, will the Cowboys expose their hand? I know it's not all in hand. I know that. Yeah. We're just throwing in the ante. Will the Cowboys expose their hand through the draft? Because why wouldn't we just get our answer? If they don't draft any quarterback, then you have to re-sign them.
You give Dak more leverage.
Yes. Or you have to go out and get the Kirk Cousins that is hopefully available next offseason, or maybe not because you're still like in that middling area. And if you draft one, it's like, okay, this is the end.
Yeah, it is. I mean,
probably our next bumper music if Tim Collins had anything to do with it.
Because the
end of the
bumper
road
music's been really good.
The guy that you get,
you would say that with that mustache.
Let's say
retro. It's hip.
It is. It is hip. Let's say whoever you get in free agency is. Let's just say it's like Kirk again or Jared Goff's available next year.
Goff's available next year. Potentially Tua.
Those aren't. I mean, like even if, and I like Goff a lot. I mean, that's not necessarily an upgrade over Dak. I mean, you're not any closer to a championship.
No.
If you're gonna sign Goff, you might as well just re-sign Dak and keep going with it. You know, those are both quality quarterbacks that you can win games with. I don't know that you can win championship after championship with them, but you can win games with them, and you can get to a certain level with them.
And you like Penix.
I like Penix. I like Penix a lot.
I do too. Like best deep ball thrower I saw.
Yeah, and he could be a total flop. I mean, he could be. There's no way we have no.
Or he could be a senior citizen.
He could be a total flop, or he could go deep. You never know.
Yeah, his Penix flopped. His Penix flopped big time.
I actually hope. I don't care if he's a Hall of Famer. I don't want them to draft him to deal with you idiots.
It would be
your innuendo.
Insufferable.
So great.
It would be insufferable. Look, here's the thing. And I like Penix a lot. He's the third quarterback I have graded. It goes Caleb Williams, Drake May, Penix. And Penix is the only one I have. I've got those two in the first, Penix in the second round, and then the other quarterbacks are in the third. And so I like him, and I think that he's got a lot of ability. His medicals are a big question because of his knees.
2 ACL surgeries, right?
Yeah, and he's you might be out on this guy after you see what a tryhard they're trying to make him look like. So Jordan Schultz, of Howard Schultz family lineage, Starbucks fame, who also does reporting for Bleacher Report. He tweeted this yesterday, was sent this picture yesterday after speaking on The Herd about how dialed in Michael Penix Jr. is. Was told Penix's apartment mirrors are all covered in play designs. Here's a picture the staff took when he moved out of his LA apartment. And his mirrors are like, he's drawn mascara.
That looks like Gavin Dawson's hotel room in Oxnard.
Here's the problem.
Except Dawson's was blood.
What was that? What was that again?
It was like gang members. It was like gang members.
Are those the ones that are at the gas station that you guys have told me about?
Yeah. I dare you to walk in with that mustache to that gas station.
It says they'll think I'm like, FBI. They're not going to touch me. Flank right, flick right, fever. These are the stuff. This is the stuff that's that's the stuff that's written on the mirror. These are just formations. These aren't even plays.
Wow.
Quincy Avery quote tweeted this, the quarterback trainer, and he goes, "LOL, this is so silly. I love Penix, but whoever his people are who sent this out have to be stopped. I'm 100% sure he knew his formations from last year. There's no reason for him to be learning a new playbook in March."
That's some Russ stuff.
That is definitely Russ stuff.
So are you still in on Michael Penix?
Oh, because
with the leaked mirror drawings.
Yeah, this is tough to see. I got to see I need to see Penix away from his team.
Okay.
I need to see him away from his draft
And you don't
team.
mean the Huskies. You mean his handlers.
I mean his handlers. I got to see him away from his handlers. If this is his idea, this is some stupid stuff. And plus, I don't think this is his writing.
Based on?
He's a lefty. That is not left-handed penmanship.
Based on.
This is not left-handed penmanship.
It doesn't smear the formations.
It doesn't smear. Plus, there's no angle. With the left-handed writer, they have the angle on the writing, right? A lot of times it's slanted. This is not that. This is not a lefty writing this. This is a right-handed. Now, if I find out he writes with his right hand, totally different animal.
Now
that's him.
I would love to wire Choppy up as like the lead detective at a crime scene where he shows up with this series, and you would be the detective with that mustache.
Based on.
Oh, this is a lefty. This is a lefty handwriting.
It's not lefty handwriting here. He's a left-handed thrower. It's not left-handed handwriting.
Okay.
Now, as other people are pointing out here on the image, it also a lot of people are pointing that apartment is not moved out of. This is a total setup photo. Look, there's toiletries there still. You look in the background.
Have you sent this to Ryan,
stuff.
by the way?
No, I just now thought of it. So. But this is, in general, he's got dude wipes and vitamin C supplements there on the side. So it does not appear as though he's moved out.
But what does the move out matter?
Because they said the
Stage
staffers
photo.
went in there to clear things up after he had moved out of his apartment. The Washington staffers when they're okay, Penix moved out. Other people are saying he's not getting his security deposit back if he's drawing on the mirrors and stuff like that and ruining things. But no, this does not. This appears to be very Russ. That's the analogy right there. The one Sean just gave us. This is Russell Wilson behavior if it's
bad
true.
look. It's a bad look.
So that's the first round pick. What about the second round pick?
Second round pick is simple, Sean. What do the Cowboys always do with a second round pick?
Somebody hurt.
This was the draft team needs based on position, and Todd Archer for ESPN wrote the top 3 needs are O-line, running back, and linebacker.
I can already tell you who the second round pick is going to be on this list.
And the prospect to fill the need outside of round 1.
What position do you think it is?
Running back.
It is running back, and it is Jonathan Brooks at the University of Texas. Right up. Cowboy. That's from Matt Miller, who did this. Archer said the running back is the second biggest need. So here is what the write-up is. Cowboys' lack of a starting caliber running back on the roster means whoever they draft has to be ready to carry the load. Brooks can do that despite coming off a November ACL injury, which puts him back. I mean, he wouldn't be ready for the start of camp, right?
Yeah, he's supposed to be. He's supposed to be ready for training camp, is what Steven has said.
That's
the Cowboys are already sitting here commenting on his injury timeline. Steven said at the combine that their doctor is the one who did the surgery on Brooks. Brooks has already gotten a formal at the combine. They went and had dinner with him in Austin before his pro day, and he's one of their 30 visits. And so, I mean, they're definitely on top of investigating him, but they had said said that our best information says he'll be ready for training.
He's a good player. I like him. Off the injury though in the second round. So here's the other last sentence. Power and vision. We love that. And you're gonna love this one. He's the best pass protecting back in the draft.
Oh yeah. Just as valuable as running the rock.
Just as valuable. So Jonathan Brooks.
There it is.
Second round injury player.
He's the Thurman Thomas, of
Thurman
this
Thomas
draft.
pass protect.
Yes.
He's the Thurman Thomas of the Bijan was the Barry Sanders. This guy is the other Oklahoma State running back.
Maybe eventually the eventual Texas will have somebody who actually becomes a Super Bowl champion, unlike those two.
I love Thurman Thomas.
I know, I did too.
Gosh, I love
He's not really Thurman Thomas, but he is he's to me the top running back easy, and I think most teams have him as the number one back in the draft.
Why is the internet coming for the Rangers playoff hero? We'll talk about it on the Home of the Champs next. But we've been talking about a lot of therapy here on this radio station in Cross Talks. 5:30.
State of the weight loss, that's soda by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you have been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-817-333-3233. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
And the pitch swung on, and a high fly ball hit to left field. This is deep. Back is Brantley at the wall. He's looking up, and that ball is history. It just barely makes it into the Crawford boxes. A 2-home run game for Adolis Garcia. That was a moonshot. 15 RBIs in this series for Adolis. It's 11-3 Texas.
Why are we playing that? Since it definitely didn't happen last night, that would have meant the Rangers did something offensively. We'll explain it in just a second. Shout out to the 6 a.m. club. We want you to win the Rangers tickets during the 720 Expressway giveaway. 4 tickets to go see the World Series champs play in Arlington. Hump Day edition with Sean, RJ, and Luigi on 105.3 The Fan. Have you seen, is there a comparison that the Tolos have made for your mustache that jumps out the most? I saw Pete Incaviglia on there.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen Inky, we've seen Ron Jeremy. A lot of people are saying the dude from Super Troopers. Somebody else, 865, said Bobby looks like someone who brags about his pizza crust. Peyton looks like someone who grew his first facial hair for his White Rap album cover photo. Yeah, we're getting a bunch of different ones. Yeah, people say
Billy Bob
Starsky and Hutch.
Billy Bob Thornton and Tombstone from J. Ochoa.
That was when Billy was beefy. Billy was beef. That was before he had gone all Angelina Jolie and
blood.
Yeah, blood in his necklace.
Right. It was pre-Bad Santa days.
Bob, any thoughts on last night's 5-2 loss to the Rays?
Look, I mean, we talk about this sometimes. It's so difficult to just isolate the like frustration of a loss in a 162 game season.
Yeah.
Because of how things go. But I mean, it's a good example of like, if the bats aren't going, they're going to have trouble. Like, I mean, that's going to be one of the things that comes up for them throughout the summer until they get their pitching trio back. When you get Malley, Scherzer, DaRon back, like, you hope that you can win some of these games that are like going to be 2-1 or, 3-2 or something like that. It's going to be harder right now to have that happen. And so I think that was just on display last night, that when the bats are not going, then it can be a problem. I'll tell you what's interesting is this is an incredibly slow start to the season, at least with the bat, not at the plate, for Evan Carter, who still doesn't have a hit this season. Yet he's scored like 6 runs this year because he's been on base 8 times or something, because he does get on base. His on base percent
OBP.
His on base percentage is .318 even without a hit, but still the slow start for Evan Carter. Wyatt Langford getting another hit last night was good to see. But I mean, overall, this was just an example of when the bats aren't going for you, it's going to be tough for the Rangers to win games early on.
Josh Young with surgery on the wrist. They're talking 6 weeks now.
6 weeks, and then he'll pick up a bat at some point in the 4th week, maybe, and start. Who knows, right? Maybe take some BP. Depending on how it feels. Maybe he comes back in 5. Maybe he goes back in 7 weeks, but. That's it's going to get you to June or close to it, end of May, before he is able to come back, and that stinks. That stinks. Now you're talking about you're 30 games in.
Nathan Eovaldi on the mound today for the series finale, 11:30 pregame during the KMC Masterpiece. First pitch at 12:10, and then the armpit will be coming to Arlington for Friday, Saturday, Sunday as the Astros. What did you say about their run differential, Bobby?
They're 1-5. Their run differential is -1.
I think they blew a lead last night too.
Yeah, they
had a late lead.
They lost a bunch of like 1-run games to the Yankees, and then they had their no hitter where they won by however much that was, 6 runs or whatever. And so that's what's contributed to it. It's not very often that you see a team that's 1-5 and then all they have is just -1 on the run differential.
Yeah, they lost last night to Toronto 2-1. The man who owned the postseason and the Rangers last year, Yordan Alvarez, he's hitting 125 to start off.
Yeah, he did not have a good. He did not have a good opening season series. He'll be. There's a lot of guys that are not hitting tremendous. Like Judge is hitting like 125. Yordan's not hitting. Is hitting barely. He's not even his weight. Those guys together combined aren't even hitting their weight. That happens. It's 6 games in.
So when you win the championship in your sport, there's going to be more of a spotlight on you. That's what I attribute this Adolis Garcia internet talk to. As people are looking at the radical body transformation, Bro Bible went and gathered some people saying we need to have a discussion about Adolis.
Yeah, here's the write-up. One of the most feared hitters in baseball. Finishing, he burst onto the scene, finishing 4th in the Rookie of the Year in 2021. But an incredible physical transformation from that rookie year when he was 28 to now has some fans raising questions. There's a photo of him this photo that was shown was in the postseason. It was in the ALCS in Houston, right? He had a backwards hat on. He was on MLB TV.
And he looks jacked here.
He was jacked. Now, he doesn't look the way he did in the photo that was posted yesterday, where he looks like a superhero.
Yeah.
That is not a neck. That is a massive, massive. Now, this is angle of attack, I think, for me. The way the angle of this camera is making him look.
Because how many more pounds of muscle do you think Adolis has with this picture on the right versus the left? And Ryan is working to get it on the
He looks about
15
to 25 pounds heavier. Which, I mean, look, Latimer did that in the offseason in the program.
And this is compared to last year in the ALCS?
Yeah.
Okay. This is definitely going to have to be angled because I remember there was a photo last year that circulated of him looking massive in like September of last year. I need to find that one.
Some of the other tweets, Adolis' evolution from, oh, wow, yeah, that guy's jacked, to when did John Jones gain Kirby powers and eat Yoel Romero needs to be studied.
So Yoel Romero is a Cuban MMA fighter. He like broke his neck. He has neck fused together. So when he runs, he can't move his neck.
Oh, no.
It is, I'll show you a video. It is the wildest thing you've ever seen. Crazy.
Someone also tweeted, damn, he even got the swole Barry Bonds dome. I'm not saying he did or didn't, but they definitely need to be testing the dude on the daily.
Look at the guy running. He can't move his neck when he runs.
Oh, my gosh.
He's just a monster human. And he was saying, like, and
Wow.
he's from Cuba, and he keeps saying, like, yeah, this is the Cuban diet, man. When you win, you get 3 meals a day. When you lose, you only get 2 meals a day. And that's how they do their training down there. Like, their training down there is so fanatical that I could easily make the case.
This is the picture they're trying to use on the internet, on Twitch and YouTube, to call Adolis out. He's flexing, it looks like, in that one.
I could easily make the case that this is just Cuban weight training. Like, that's all he does in the offseason is go to Cuba. That's all they do all day. The one downside to that is who has generally been popped for PED use in Major League Baseball over the last few years. It generally has been guys from Dominican Republic or Cuba or something like that who are able to get stuff down there that you can't get here. The labels are all half the time they don't even put the ingredients in it, and these guys wind up getting popped. And that's the downside to MLB's steroid policy, is that it really is kind of been unfair to the Latin players because they're getting stuff in their country that, I mean, sometimes these guys aren't even getting these things from doctors. They just get them on the street.
That's last year. He's pretty.
He was always been big.
He's always been. He's always been big.
The way that photo looks is a different animal. It's really his head that everyone's looking at.
But I mean, he's not even flexing there, and his bicep looks the same.
It's not the art. It's really his head that everyone's looking at.
Now look,
I think it's angle of attack.
Now look,
though.
Web Team, Ryan, Josh Clark, Carter, do not put out the headline on Twitter, is Adolis Garcia on steroids? ? Sean, RJ, and Bobby discuss, because these morons on Twitter who can't or don't read, they'll sit there and get triggered like they did yesterday when we had the Josh Young question and topic come out over whether he is snake bitten or whether he is an injury prone player. Yeah. So these idiots who shouldn't have a vote or social media, they shouldn't even be allowed to have Twitter.
Shots fired, Josh Clark.
No. The people who don't read.
Yes.
Don't headline porn us with is Adolis Garcia juicing? We get a call from John Blake in Arlington.
Yeah, this
is an article that was written.
The article that was written. We're just talking about it, man. Unfortunately, this is what's good. This is the nature of it. This is what's going to happen. And yes, he 1,000% will be tested. I hope they don't test him.
Last spring,
I don't want to know.
Well, he's got to hit three home runs in a game, and then he'll get tested.
Yeah.
If it was the National Football League. Last spring, he was asked, what's the favorite exercise? And he said, the bench press. How much? I don't know how much. I had someone in Oklahoma City in the media asking me how much you bench pressed.
I don't know.
I'm like, I don't know. I don't care. I
don't know. He's a cardio guy at this point.
I love you, Eric, but don't care.
No, I don't do cardio. I'll do a little bit. I'll do a little bit of the curve treadmill. But it's just 15 minutes, 20 minutes, but I don't do that.
877-881-1053 is the TruckWreck.com text line. It is Frankel and Frankel as your injury attorneys. 877-881-1053 as the Rangers looking to bounce back after the loss yesterday against Tampa. Again, 11:30 pregame, first pitch today at 12:10.
And any moment now, any day now, we get the debut of Justin Foscue.
That's right.
I'm so pumped for that.
You excited for it?
Yeah, I'm genuinely excited for that. That everything. Jared had pointed out yesterday that last year he had 85 walks and 70 strikeouts at AAA, and he's one of the few hitters at any level of baseball that has been able to that had that kind of a differential on their walks versus strikeouts. Foscue has been a guy who in 3 years in the minors, his OPS is like 870. I mean, he's been really consistent at the minor league level, and he was a college player, so a lot of people felt like he'd be up sooner, I think, than, going 3 full years without getting up to the major league. So I'm excited to see him. I think it's funny, the way he gets talked about is just like, you kind of wonder about the fielding, but the hit tool's really impressive. It sounds similar to the way people used to talk about Willie Calhoun when he was coming through. Not that means that's who he's going to be. And Willie Calhoun had a really nice season in 19 or whatever that was, where he had like an 860 OPS and hit 20 home runs for you. But Foscue is a guy who
can actually play the field.
Not great. No, apparently not
Get
really.
him rides at Six Flags.
But I mean, he is a guy who, like last year at AAA, his OPS was 862. He was really good last year at AAA, and so he's going to come up here and he's going to hit.
Frankel injury attorneys text line on the Adolis Garcia situation. I worked in player development for 8 years for the Yankees.
Well,
every guy comes into camp big and ends the season smaller. It's how they prep for the season. They can't bulk up during the year. So they do in the off season. They kind of they're like a bear hibernating for the winter. They get all fat, and then they go through the season because they can't work out the same.
Coming up next, Bobby's most enjoyable moment of the week with the fart that took over sports media. We'll play the audio and see if Bobby's mustache takes it all in through the nostrils next.
Let's get you over to Gaylord Golf.
Hey, and it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More new Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's ride, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Giving you 4 tickets to go check out the World Series champs all week long. It happens during the 720 Expressway. This is Sean, RJ, and Bobby. Thanks for joining us for the Hump Day edition here on DFW Sports Station. Thanks for being a Tolo. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. And I would like to start off here with the news yesterday in one of the commercial breaks. Soon to be the top-rated podcast in all of DFW. Well, second behind Love of the Star. Bobby Belt has left.
Shots fired at Spits and Suds.
Oh, yeah. The second highest-rated podcast. Bobby Belt has left therapy.
Yeah. They fixed me.
They fixed you?
They fixed me. They're like, there's
no,
nothing
the fact
more
that you
we can
went
do.
home and shaved that mustache, you did not get fixed. You need to go back immediately. What happened, Roberto? What happened, Bob?
Nothing. I just I had given it a shot like I had said I would, and we were 10 sessions in, and I really liked the therapist. I think she's really, really smart and really good. I was like, okay, this is I've exhausted the trial here for me, and so yeah.
What do you think is the biggest thing that you got out of it?
A place to vent. I was able to vent a little bit, but that was ultimately that was kind of how I saw it. Was got a spot to vent. Now, what I don't know is, am I supposed to like tell them I'm done?
I mean, I think generally it's a good idea to
it's not
let
like
somebody know that you're.
It's not like I had a
ending things.
consistent. It's not like I had a consistent like every week at this time type of thing.
I thought you were
just
going like every week.
But it would always be scheduled just like at the very end and like, all right, we'll do it this time. And it's just.
How many have you missed since the last one? Or
last time it was like 3 weeks ago.
Oh, maybe she's got the point.
Yeah, they don't they know. I mean, I've
Has she
gone
checked
through
in?
therapy.
Once I got a message from the office that was like, would you like to put a date on there? And I didn't.
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I think they're accustomed. They don't have generally. People don't go every week for the rest of their lives. They go in spurts, right? Yeah, it's so
courtesy thing.
It'd be a courtesy. Yeah, it'd be a courtesy.
So I should.
Yeah, send her a text.
Well, then I will. That's fine.
Yeah, send her a text.
Don't say you're cured.
I'm all better. This
and then Bobby sees the bubbling type for like 5 straight minutes, and she's naming all the reasons that he's not cured.
She's gonna send a reply.
He didn't have an iPhone.
She's gonna send a reply that begins with, "I just think it's funny." And then I'm going, "Oh, damn it!" All right, yeah.
But
just say I'm gonna take a pause on this for a while. I'm gonna use some of the tactics that you showed me.
I'm not saying that I won't. I'm not saying that I won't ever go see her again. I might. She, like I said, she's very smart, and speaking with her was very cathartic. But I think I had used up what was useful for
my
me.
insurance right now. Just so you tell her,
I wasn't using insurance. I was paying out of pocket the whole time.
Oh,
even more of a reason.
Why didn't you find a place or someone where the insurance covered it?
Well, to be honest, I thought it was going to be one time. Part of it was just like, one time. But the other thing was that once I had like sat with her, I was like, I don't really want to go try this with anybody else. And I mean, it wasn't like ridiculous. The cost wasn't ridiculous for like out of pocket.
As the fan brand ambassador for BetterHelp.
You want to know why I really quit? I'll tell you why. It's whatever the anonymous quote you read on the air about the therapy's made Bobby more unlikable. It was like, well, I certainly don't want to be more unlikable, so I'm going to stop.
You would let that get in your head and stop your growth because one person said that these segments were not maybe as entertaining or funny as Choppy's therapy sessions. But
I didn't go to therapy for actual help. I went for the show. I went for show content.
That's right.
Yeah. Plus,
didn't Amanda feel like I was going for? She was like, "This seems like y'all are he's going for content."
She actually kind of thought that us talking about it was unfair to you, of rare occasion, which she kind of took up for you.
Is she softening towards me?
I don't know. She's definitely. Probably because she's not softening towards me these days. My God. Last week it was, oh, I need more help. The second baby's coming. And then yesterday, you know what I got the talking to when I first walked in the house? Are you going to sit down and talk to me? Are you gonna walk in and we can have a discussion? You're just running around doing 9 different things, and you got 14 different people coming to the house. I'm like, so which is it? Am I lazy and not doing anything, or am I not attentive and sitting down and not talking? I said, I see you 12 hours, 13 hours straight, starting at 10 a.m. Like, we talk every day. Oh, no, you just sit down and talk to your wife. Anyway, enough about that. That'll be for my therapy session. In my BetterHelp.com/Sean and RJ opinion.
Yes. Which makes you an expert.
I don't think you took it seriously enough.
I took it very seriously.
I don't think when you go to therapy and you look at your notes. You had notes?
No.
Yeah.
Oh, you got
Was I supposed to take notes?
Absolutely.
Oh, yeah. Nobody told me
they're
that.
going to give you
notes.
Nobody told me. You got to look down at those 2 or 3 key things for you to work on and actually have them cognizant.
I remember what they were.
Okay, have them in your brain and then be like, okay, I'm going to try this for this day or this week. I don't know if you thought about it 2 days later.
No, I did. I tried it. Ultimately, I was like, okay. It
I
fixed
also
me.
can't take you seriously. I can't take you seriously with that effing mustache.
That's growth. That's growth.
Yeah, that's the wrong type
I'd
of
say
growth.
that's growth. That's growth. I grew into the maturity of a mustache.
If I talk to your wife and ask, are you okay with Bobby quitting therapy?
Yep.
Or what do you think Bobby got out of it? What would she say? Because I would imagine Kristen's not happy that you bailed.
I think you asked her in Vegas if you thought if she.
I didn't need to ask anything in Vegas.
I know.
Watching you two in Vegas, I didn't need to ask anything.
You asked her.
I had more therapy sessions with Kristen than you had with this girl.
You asked her. You said, "Do you think therapy's working for him?" And she went, "No." She's like, "He's no different. He's the same."
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, it was I tried some of the applications and stuff. Some of it was, didn't work.
It's not all going to work for everybody. It's different for everybody.
Honestly, she helped me talk through a couple of. She helped me talk through a couple of issues. Is what she did. There were a couple of things, like for instance, I did have a shift on wanting to have another baby. There was that
pretty
shift.
big shift.
You both shifted.
Yeah, I know, at the wrong time. So that didn't sync up because now Kristen's talking about she was joking. I think.
Don't get too graphic.
No, but she's just like, all right, well. I'll stop. She's like, if I decide I'll just stop taking my birth control.
Yeah. Yeah. So okay, I guess you got that out of it.
Yeah, that was a shift.
That's a big shift.
Yeah, and one that ultimately Kristen's now upset about.
Yeah. So Bobby Belt rolling out of.
I think I need the Mike Bassett couples therapy, maybe.
Yeah. Why don't you just do it during the show like Bassett does?
I mean,
and then Bassett comes in here with an attitude. I mean, like, what are you? Oh, you guys are exposing my life because I'm talking about my therapy session. That causes me to miss the show and crosstalk and part of, what you're paid to do. But Mike is offended that we're like, where are you at 9:40? What are you doing? Sorry, guys. Sorry, I have to explain it to you.
I'm going to have to miss the whole 9 a.m. hour each day to do this.
You can be a member of G-Bag.
I was going to say, I heard we're allowed to just leave for the last hour.
Every other show just decides to skip and roll out whenever they want to. Why not us?
We're the only ones that aren't Gen Z around here.
So there you go. Amanda Sandler, you can finally be happy that
I told you it was Sandler.
You can finally be happy that the segment has stopped. No more Bobby therapy.
Told you it was Sandler. You're like, nope, wasn't Sandler. I knew it.
We have constructive discussions about the show and the station.
And so I knew exactly who it was going to be.
Yeah.
And I was like,
because I
just want to know for sure. I know it was Sandler. No, it's not Sandler.
He thought yours was very entertaining, Bobby. Oh, Choppy.
Thank you.
Very entertaining.
Thank you. I mean, I had more to work with. I was going to therapy over someone who broke 3 TVs, 2 windshields, and 5 phones.
That's right.
So I had a lot more to work with.
All right. Yesterday, the sports moment that took over all the socials came from Bobby's sworn enemy. This was Dan Orlovsky with his weekly appearance on the Pat McAfee Show.
It's impossible to be at the top at both of those, essentially. Like, it's
Dan, another farting Dan Orlovsky situation just took place.
Danny Dumps.
You just farted into the...
Danny Dumps.
What do you mean? It's It's unbelievable.
No, yeah, but your butt was just talking.
We heard it.
Your butt just farted into the phone again like you in Monday Night Football.
Oh, no.
That's what just happened.
What do you mean?
Dan.
You remember Monday Night Football when you had your microphone and you went to sneeze and you banked down
Yeah,
and
what are
it
you
caught
saying
your
I
fart?
said? Like, what do you?
No,
what do you,
no,
what
it's
do you-
not
Your
what
asshole just farted.
Pooped your pants, Dad.
Just farted.
We heard your fart, brother.
We heard you
get
fart.
We heard your fart, brother.
We heard your butt just fart. In the middle of the cake.
I did not fart.
Okay.
Okay.
So that's Orlovsky. Play the very beginning of it again. Peyton Russell.
It's impossible to be at the top at both of those. Essentially, like
Okay. That's I don't know. I don't know if that's possible.
It sounds like it's a
drop
windshield wiper.
His claim was it was a windshield wiper. It does sound like a windshield wiper. It sounds like one dragging across like a dry windshield is what I think. Now, what I did notice
You
there,
just go to AutoZone and get some new ones.
there are occasionally he really
Are we
like
sponsored by AutoZone all of a sudden?
O'Reilly's
Okay.
there's occasionally where you will pick up from McAfee that screw you, Patrick Mahomes, like accent. He said it there. He goes into your microphone.
Yeah,
microphone.
Into the microphone.
Orlovsky is swearing up and down he didn't do it. He's convinced that they're messing with him, playing a sound effect, so they replay it for Dan to see if he admits to the guilt.
Listen to this clip. This is you just moments ago.
it's impossible to be at the top at both of those. Essentially, like it's.
I mean, undeniable.
Definitely just freaking idiots.
Dare, we swear.
You guys 1,000% just made that up.
No, we swear.
He's saying they edited it in.
Yeah. And then Dan, it took him a while to pick up on what else it could have been, and that's when he said windshield wiper.
Windshield wiper. I mean, I get it. I mean, if it was the windshield wiper, that makes perfect sense. It sounds just like it.
Well, but then I expected Bobby to check the forecast in Connecticut or New York, wherever Orlovsky lives, to see, because that's a light drizzle. That's not a wet rain right there. Your windshield wiper does that when it's a dry window.
Now, I just assume rain and sadness follows wherever Dan Orlovsky is at the moment.
Now, I assume Dan is in the greater Bristol, Connecticut area.
Yep.
Yesterday.
Probably Greenwich.
Yep. Yesterday, the Mets did get rained out at home. Very close. Very close. So it could have been a rain.
You're giving them a pass.
And, you know, the rain.
I don't think a human can do that.
It's a loud one, man.
Not without changing his cadence.
You've got
I think you're saying changing his underwear.
You got to change your cadence.
Essentially.
And there's got to be a lift. You can't do that. You can't make that kind of sound without some kind of a lift.
Yeah.
You got to lift the cheek off. I didn't see any movement. I didn't see any movement, and I didn't see any stopping in his speech. I don't know that you can just roll through like that.
All right, so there it is. That was the moment yesterday that all the Tolos wanted Bobby to enjoy and immerse himself in. What I want to enjoy and immerse myself in next
Mustache
is the apologies that Bobby and RJ will give me and all the ladies in DFW
Hello, ladies.
when we talk about what the little white girl did, according to Paul Pierce. Next on 105.3 The Fan, along with our Rangers 4-ticket giveaway for you turning it on, leaving it on. But let me hook you up with the Tolo team of attorneys. I had an awesome sit down a couple of weeks ago with Mark, Scott, and Gene over at Frankel and Frankel. Why pick them for that legal representation? They understand the enemy, the insurance companies. Before becoming personal injury lawyers, the Frankels used to defend insurance companies. That experience gives them insight into the legal tactics of that enemy. Trust their experience. Family-owned, local, and highly awarded. Clients first. Call Frankel first. You're probably going to get... I was sitting in a meeting. I said, wait, you guys are going to pick up the phone? You guys are sitting there answering the phones, and they're like, yeah, we need to talk to the client. We need to talk to the Tolo right off the jump. They put Tolos first and get the resolution that you deserve. No risk. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They get paid only when you win. So if you ever need them, make sure you go ahead and save the contact info at 214 or 817, all threes, 214 or 817-333-3333 or frankelfirm.com. Frankel with 2 E's, firm.com, principal office, Dallas, Texas.
Leave It On with Sean and RJ right here on The Fan.
9 against San Antonio Sunday. Against Dallas, averaging 16. Hits a three! Knocked it in from Sausalito!
Kevin Harlan with the call on TNT.
That's too much for you?
Yeah, but look, here's the problem. Okay, Kevin's been doing NCAA tournament games, like actual games with meaning and importance, and then those calls are great.
Did he work Iowa LSU? I didn't
He
hear
just
that.
no.
You're about to get yours.
Who was
Oh, I
that? Was
can't
that
wait
Ryan
for this.
Rucco? Who was on that call? Was that Rucco that was on the Iowa LSU game?
I don't
I don't know. No one knows.
Yeah, so like then he goes to this and he thinks he's got to bring the same energy. I just don't need that in the second quarter, man.
So there's
and nobody knows where Sausalito is. I know it's in Marin County. I know that because I'm a map nerd. But nobody else knows where Sausalito is. Where all the redwoods are.
TNT with the call as the Golden State Warriors hold the Mavericks to 100 points and get the win last night on a night where Steph Curry really, really struggled shooting it, and the Mavs could not take full advantage. And Derek Lively is now out for 2 weeks with another injury for him. Mavs have the 7-game winning streak snapped against the Warriors.
Yeah, this was, I mean, it's a disappointing thing whenever you play, you keep Golden State to 104, you're on the road, you see Luka.
They didn't have Kuminga.
Kyrie playing as efficiently as they did, Steph and Clay struggling, but ultimately it's not enough. Now, I understand they weren't going to just run the table, to finish out the season. They were going to end the season going 17-0 or whatever it was, but these are the ones that when it's that close of a ball game, it's really frustrating, especially when it looks like during a 2-point ball game, there's a travel from Klay Thompson. Now, the NBA, because this game was within 3 points in the final 2 minutes of the game, we will have a last 2 minutes of the game report that the NBA will put out later today, and I'll be interested to see if they own up to it or if they come up with some sort of excuse like, well, he was gathering and he didn't quite have the ball when he took those steps, and see if they give him covering fire or not.
Meanwhile, we're talking about the return of some big men, Joel Embiid for Philadelphia, and then you sent Cat.
Apparently, according to Shams went on McAfee yesterday, was saying that there is a belief that Karl Anthony Towns is going to be back from that knee injury before the end of the regular season. So when it was supposed to be Karl Anthony Towns, he's done for the year, won't be back till 24-25. Now we're hearing that he'll be back before the end of 23-24. And now does that change things in terms of who you want to see in the first round? I mean, Minnesota has not collapsed with Cat gone. They've still played well. They've still stayed near the top of the West the entire time. But I mean, that's concerning to me that you've got Karl Anthony Towns on his way back. That makes them less ideal to match up against.
Absolutely. With him, they're a legitimate threat for the 1 seed.
I think I'd rather have
if they had him
City.
if they had him all year, they were a legit threat. You'd rather what?
I think I'd rather have Oklahoma City than Minnesota with Cat.
That's interesting.
Did Ruben tell you to say that?
No, I want to beat Ruben. That's the whole idea. I just think that Dallas has shown they can match up well with Oklahoma City.
Ratings coming in for the college basketball tournaments. I don't know why you're cracking your fingers over there like you're about to flex.
Because I can't wait for your dead spin here.
Choppy?
Dead spin. Ratings have been great for all of them, both of them. The men's tournament has done tremendous numbers, and the women's tournament, one game of the women's tournament did record numbers, and that was the Iowa LSU game, which had
Queen.
The what?
Yas Queen.
Ass Queen?
No, Yas Queen. I'm celebrating that the women's tournament is doing well.
Just let him shut up.
12.3 million tuned in to the Iowa LSU game, which is the most watched women's game of all time. It eclipsed last year's final, which had 9.9 million.
They said only 5 NCAA football games drew bigger audiences than that last year.
On ESPN.
So that's improvement.
Yeah, on the ESPN networks. The men's tournament's on TBS, TNT, True TV, and CBS.
Okay, what's the problem? Shoot your holes in it.
No, what do you want me to take down? What
It's
part of
time
this?
for the ladies' man.
12.3 million. The numbers
So
coming in.
as-
ESPN doing backflips. All those headlines yesterday.
Very consistently for the last several months, I've said every time any ratings come out, forget just the women's tournament, it's record-setting numbers by like 5 because of the new way that they count groups watching the game and bars and different things like that. Does
that go for our numbers too?
What? Well, I mean, I wish we could duplicate those numbers in bars. Yeah, that'd be great. No, wish
we could just get one number reported correctly.
Absolutely.
So I look, that was to be expected. I don't think anybody anticipated this wasn't going to be
highly rated.
Nobody would have said that. But again, we're celebrating last year UConn and San Diego State, which was like lowest championship game in years, got 2 million more views than this. Like, let it stand on its own as its own accomplishment in its own lane. What I don't like is when people start going like, aha, evidence that it's just as big as this. Okay, well, we're not going to just manipulate and create numbers that aren't true. It's not just as big.
My issue is like the narrative last year was like it was more viewed than the men's. The men's had 33% more viewership last year in the final than the women's did. The women's tournament's great, and enjoy it on its own. You don't have to compare it to the men to justify how impressive the numbers are. You don't have to do that. It's just a really weird flex that
aren't people projecting ratings?
Yeah,
now?
And that's the other thing. Like, there was an article yesterday about like, the ESPN hits the jackpot with the ratings that are about to happen for the Final Four. It's like we don't even know what they are.
Yeah,
like you're right. The entire tournament, the entire women's tournament, there hasn't been a single article about the ratings because they've been bad. They were all right. A single article that on the Thursday, Friday, the opening weekend, the highest rated women's game was ranked 28th out of all the games that weekend. So the first 27 men's games were ranked higher than the highest rated women's game. You didn't hear a word about that. Why? Because it doesn't make headlines. This made headlines. Like, it's just.
I want to be clear.
You don't need to do that.
I'm advocating. I can't look at your face.
It's so bad.
I can't look at the mustache. I can't. Get on the fan cam and Twitch, y'all.
Like the NC State Duke game that we had here drew more than this. You didn't hear a word about it.
Yeah.
It drew 3 million.
Let it stand as its own accomplishment.
That's what I'm saying. I'm advocating for Caitlin Clark, not women's basketball.
Hey, Caitlin Clark, this was because the UConn game right after Caitlin Clark had 6 million viewers. It's a good number. Still a very, very good number. But she's the draw.
Yeah.
It's not women's basketball. It's not the women's tournament.
Yeah.
She's the draw. I think they need to change the women's tournament. It's bigger now than just 2 sites at the Elite Eight.
And all the revenue the city's going to bring in, Bobby.
Oh, yeah. Sean made sure to tag me in that, Choppy. The headline, the Women's Final Four is so star-studded that the city of Cleveland is expected to bring in 25 million big ones for hosting. Well, let's just do a quick Google. And Axios last year said that the Final Four for Houston brought in 200 million to the city of Houston for the men's Final Four. And in previous years, Houston got in 2016 $250 million impact. New Orleans saw 170 million in 2022.
Yeah,
so again, let it stand as its own accomplishment.
Absolutely.
Don't sit there and try to say like, look, just as big as y'all.
Yeah.
Told y'all, because it's not. You have to manipulate numbers to say that.
It is a great accomplishment.
It
to
is.
have the number they have. They should be patting themselves on their back, other people's backs, 2 hands, whatever. But you don't need to try to tear the men's game down or compare it to the men because it will never compare to it.
Paul Pierce in a little bit of hot water, and I was surprised over RJ Choppy's take. Paul Pierce joining Bayless and Keyshawn on FS1.
It's beyond that, Key. I'm gonna just keep it 100 with you. We saw a white girl in Iowa do it to a bunch of black girls. Well, of course. That made it like, that gained my respect. That gained my respect.
I hear you. You're
like,
right.
That's like, she didn't do this to some other little white girls that was over here in Colorado, wherever. She did it to some girls from LSU who we thought was some dogs.
Defending champs.
And put them on their knee and spanked them.
Okay. That was an interesting talking point there. You don't usually hear people go down that road, but Paul Pierce did. I don't know what to make of this. Like, I maybe
you seem to take
pooped his pants or something.
You seem to criticize Paul for it.
I mean, look, it's a very racist thing to say.
What was racist?
Well,
because the white girl couldn't hold her own?
Well, why would you bring race into it to begin with?
Let me ask you a question. What was different? I'm not calling you out.
Yeah.
Because I'm about to give my opinion. What was different with what Paul Pierce said versus you saying yesterday it was offensive that they kept a white girl on her?
I was joking about Larry Bird. He wasn't joking. He was trying to make a serious point. That's a
Larry
Bird
Bird wasn't joking though either.
No, but that was a Larry Bird
Yeah,
quote.
Larry
That was a
Bird.
Larry Bird quote.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a Larry Bird quote.
But, okay, I think this is an overreaction by people. I really do. I'm going to take up for Paul here. This is one of those things that you joke about. We were talking about our friend text chains, okay?
Yeah.
This is like if it was a white running back or a white cornerback went into the league and was like shutting down all the receivers, we'd be like, whoa, that's a bad white boy. These are things that you talk about amongst your friends, and it's like, oh, this white girl is sitting out here doing it to everyone out here. Like, that's a bad white boy with Luka Doncic. We laugh and chuckle. Some don't.
I get it in basketball, in women's basketball. Women's basketball is far more diverse with their superstars than men's basketball is. You've got Diana Taurasi, Sue Bird, you've got Caitlin Clark, you've got Rebecca Lobo. You've got a ton of, like, white girls that have been dominant in the sport. And then you've got an equal amount of girls that have been black that have been dominating women's basketball. And it's not like the men where it's, for the most part, a lion's share are black men playing and dominating.
I don't know if
women's
it's
basketball has been much more diverse.
I didn't think of it as racist to me. You know how much importance I put on that because everyone just decides they can throw it around whenever they want. But maybe it was more ignorance in terms of Paul's familiarity with stars throughout women's college basketball. I don't know. You can feel the way you want about it. Bob, were you like,
No.
And I love Bayless. That's the thing.
He's nodding his head. Yeah.
That's what irritates me the most is not Paul Pierce, is freaking Skip Bayless, who thinks he's the master in terms of hip-hop culture. You know, he loves wearing his stupid necklace.
It's all Lil Wayne's fault. Lil Wayne made him feel like he has cred.
Exactly. And he's like, oh, yeah, absolutely agree. I agree with you. So there's Skip. Man, when's the last time we've referenced that show? I don't
even know who's on
That's
that
why
anymore.
Paul Pierce was it was smart to bring Paul Pierce in because Paul Pierce does say some stuff that
crazy.
kind of like it's not even crazy. There's times where Paul Pierce I think has some good takes actually. But either way, he's interesting, even when it's wrong or right or whatever else. Paul Pierce is interesting, which is why I think it's good to bring on board. Ultimately, however it was said, however it was delivered, I really think Paul Pierce meant it as a compliment to her. And so, like, that's why I
meant it as a compliment. It didn't. I mean, it's not the best way to make one. There's probably other ways to make one. I mean, there's like, I don't know. I mean, you could try to reverse it and use other examples. Like if you said like about Tiger Woods.
What if it was a black hockey player?
Yeah, let's say about black hockey player. Oh man, you can beat. He's not beating up on other black hockey players in this place. Now he's going to Canada.
Yeah,
and he's playing against the white hockey players. Like, all right, well that's inappropriate to say.
Yeah.
So I think you said about Tiger Woods. Well, Tiger Woods could beat these guys on the golf course, but now he gets to playing against the white players. It's like, what are we really doing here? Like if that's race, it's 100% racist.
Well, it's kind of like 100% racist. It's to me, it's kind of like. Did you ever see the Serena, the Williams movie? Richard
I've
Williams?
not seen it.
It's very good. It's kind of like
I'm protesting Will Smith.
These girls, that's fair. These girls from the ghetto are going to these country clubs and beating all these uppity ups. You know what I mean?
Right.
To me, it's kind of like a culture thing, but you can feel the way you want. Final word.
I think that is it a bit of a double standard? Probably. But there are enough double standards applied throughout history that I'll give them this one.
Our buddy from the Super Bowl on why Jerry Jones will never ever win. That during the Expressway. We'll chop it up as well. And our Rangers 4-ticket giveaway next on The Fan.
Let's get you healthy, boys.
Bobby Belt. Did you have some say in putting in all this new music?
No, this isn't new. I think we've had this one in here. Yeah, and I mean, it's definitely not a new song. It's like 20 years old.
I know that.
Fall Out Boy. It's a great song, though. Am I more than you bargained for yet?
Pete Wentz?
Pete Wentz was in the band. Yeah, that was back when he was getting with Ashley Simpson.
Spittle, what happened to her?
She lip synced on SNL, and everybody's like, "We're done with you, B."
Doesn't everybody do that?
Yeah.
Just assume everybody lip syncs when they're on TV.
So we are about to hook you up with a 4-pack of Rangers tickets on your home of the World Series champs. We'll do it today, tomorrow, and Friday. We will have some Diamond Cavs for you on the home of the Rangers at 8 o'clock as well. And it is a Meat Church Matt Pitman Hump Day, brought to you by the greatness of Mr. Electric. And we will ask Matt if he realized that Choppy insulted his brand new seasoning. Cannot wait for that.
I mean, I use it a lot.
Yeah, right.
Sure you do.
I do.
Yeah.
Well, we're out of the other stuff that we have, so we were forced to use that stuff.
Forced to use that.
My son got me a gag gift for Christmas.
Okay.
A ball?
No. So it's
using 5 months later?
Seasoning. No, we've used it. It's not bad. It's a seasoning. It's called Sugar Daddy.
Oh.
Because he makes fun of me for having a fiance who's 10 years younger than me.
Oh. But you'd have to have money to be a sugar daddy.
Well, I had money.
Oh.
I lost a lot of it, half of it. More like 60% of it, to be honest with you. Still trying to recover the 60% I lost. I haven't saved a dime since, but whatever.
Yeah.
You know.
Sugar Daddy, that's a good candy. You ever had those?
But
no.
But at least you're going to save on your roof.
That's the idea. Thanks, K-Post Roofing and K-Post Roofing and Waterproofing.
All right. My favorite guest from the Super Bowl. I love this guy. I would kill to get him as a weekly Odyssey NFL insider.
Thank you.
Mark Schlereth, the Super Bowl champ from Washington and Denver, going off on Jerry Jones with the Stinking Truth podcast.
This is my issue with the Cowboys. Is I think it's a lot more about organizational structure than I do about the quarterback that you've got playing. I think that ultimately you never empower people, and therefore your organization, when it becomes nut cutting time, your organization falls apart. And what's the old saying in the NFL? I don't want people who point the finger. I want people who pull the thumb. I want responsibility takers. And ultimately, you create an organization. This is why I think the Cowboys, I think under Jerry, they're just not going to win. Because you create an organization of finger pointers. You create an organization of guys who don't take responsibility. It's the old saying in the NFL is availability is the number one ability. Bullshit. Responsibility is the number one ability. That's what sets you apart from winning.
Okay. It's the second time this offseason he has talked about the Cowboys. First time I remember he was defending their free agent strategy.
Yes.
Right? Saying that teams that delve into the first
Well, third time he talked with us.
Yes. Yeah. But teams that delve into the free agent pool, don't generally come out on top. No big deal. But now he's going for Jerry, saying Jerry's created this culture of no responsibility. And I mean, look, I think the Jerry narratives are skewed. They're done. Like, they have this narrative that he's this gunslinging wild man. He'll sign anybody. He'll write any check.
Interferes.
He'll interfere. He'll draft whoever he wants. And that's not really the case. But there is a culture of no responsibility in a sense that, like, he never takes responsibility.
Right.
He's never fired himself as the general manager.
Yep.
He's fired coaches. He's gotten rid of quarterbacks. He's scapegoated offensive coordinators. But if you always notice, the roster's always good.
Yes.
Linebackers.
Linebackers are fine last year.
We got a great roster. Why do you have a great roster? Because I built it. So he never puts the blame on himself.
I'll say the whole fired himself as GM. I think that's he has the title. He does not operate the way a normal GM does. He has sort of stepped back and just more builds a consensus and then either approves it or vetoes it,
which is how a normal GM acts.
But a lot of times GMs are making they're much more in control of making, and not to say that there's been this hostile takeover. I think it's like a willing step back of I want you guys to cultivate consensus, tell me what it is, and generally I'm going to go with it. Every now and then I might veto though, and I might say I still think this is what's best for us. And so I think he has, stepped back a little bit more than he has in years past. And so I think that just because he holds the title of GM, I don't think, and he is legitimately general manager, the buck stops with him, but I think ultimately.
But to me, the main question is a feeling of lack of accountability, does that permeate through? Let's take Schler's point there. Do you think this is a very accountable organization and football team, Bobby Belt?
I don't think it's a very accountable locker room at times. I think they. I think do have a lot of. Excuse me.
I do have a hard time a lot of times being like, oh, that all stems from Jerry. You know what I mean? We've all worked for people in the past. Okay, that you may not have loved, but you still can be your own person, right?
Yeah.
If someone above you doesn't have the greatest work ethic, it doesn't mean that all of us are going to sit there and slack off. Of course, I'm not talking about 105.3 The Fan. I'm just talking about your bosses, people above you
other
in
than
general.
Peyton, him slacking off.
Other than Peyton. So, with Jerry, do they all take their cues from Jerry, not blaming himself and saying, I'm not going to blame myself after this game? I have a hard time connecting that, and I think a lot of times that's a stretch. I don't know. I could be wrong.
No, I've made no bones about it. I don't think Mike McCarthy takes enough accountability for what happens here. I think that he's too quick to try and externalize whatever the issues are.
And I don't think Jason did either.
No, and that's fair. But I think that occurs, and I think at times there are players who don't take enough responsibility. I think that there are plenty who do. I think that, Stefon Gilmore after the season took a lot of accountability for the way things ended. Brandon Cooks did. Dak has routinely said, hey, if you're going to call, there was that quote after the season. If you're going to call Mike into question, call me into question. You gotta put it on me too. So
CD later on.
Yeah. So guys do. I just don't know that. I think one of the things they definitely want to acquire, one of the traits they're going to look to acquire this offseason is they do want better player leadership overall. And so I think that is going to be important to them in their team building.
These old heads, you don't want to sit there and get people who are 30, 31, 32, but you bring in Bobby Wagner's, you bring in Stefon Gilmore's, you bring in
Brandon Cooks,
seasoned professionals to sit there and be like, no, this is not the way that we do it. I believe there's tremendous value in that.
And to be fair, Steven, this offseason, we've given him credit for the couple times that he said, fans have every right to be mad, and we can sit there and believe what we're doing, but ultimately, it has to be better in the playoffs. They have every right to be upset about it because we haven't done in the postseason what we've said we were supposed to do in the postseason. So I don't have any I think that level of responsibility is good. Again, the problem I have with responsibility is a little bit of the notion that seems to come from the head coach of won 12 games in a row. We've built a championship program. You were not brought in here to win 12 games 3 years in a row. You were brought in here to be different from Jason. You've been the exact same as Jason Garrett in January.
Yes, but he's been far more consistent than Jason in the regular season.
But that's not what he was hired to do. And they've won they've been minimum 500 or above
every year.
Every year other than when a quarterback
when Romo got hurt. I get it. That goes back to Parcells. In the years
05.
Yeah. But he has been more consistent. Dak has taken a step under Mike and under Kellen too.
Let me ask this question. How many off-season openings are there usually now on average?
Head coaching?
Yeah.
What, 6 or 7?
All right. So let's say there's 7 next year and they lose in the first or second round in the playoffs.
Mm-hmm.
Is Mike McCarthy definitely employed by someone else?
Yeah.
No.
Yes.
Nope.
1,000%.
Nope.
You think he's gobbled up?
He may take a year off.
This is his last job.
It's not because here's the other thing.
What are we going to put on this now?
When do the Cowboys get eliminated? If they get eliminated,
I just said first or second round.
No, I know, but I'm saying so the hiring processes have already started, so he might be late to the, you know what I mean.
All right, let's say they lose.
He absolutely
30-27 to Green Bay round 1.
He absolutely gets a job. He almost had 2 the last time with the Jets. He would have had that one too. You don't win, especially if he wins 12 games again. You're not going to win 48 games in a 4-year stretch and not get hired.
He's what, the second oldest coach in the NFL right now? Like, teams are not hiring a mid-60s like head coach who's developed a reputation of completely falling short in January.
He also has a Super Bowl ring. They just hired Sean Payton.
Entire show in your underwear, like bet or something, like that. He doesn't.
That's not a punishment for him.
You want to do a show? I'll do a show.
Especially on soda.
Do it right now. Then go ahead. Yeah, drop trowel
right now.
Right now,
Ryan, don't do it. Don't pan down.
Yeah, pan down.
Right
pan
here.
down, Ryan.
Oh no, God. Ryan,
Shirt off too.
Ryan,
Shirt off too, Chop.
Ryan, don't do it. See,
We should have to make him do a whole show without a hat on. Is what we should have him do.
Ryan does not have the shot up on the fan cam Twitch and YouTube. What type are they? What type of underwear are we working with over
These
here?
are Puma.
Yeah, they're Puma. They're the boxer briefs.
Yeah, who wears regular boxers?
No, I know. I'm just saying they're the boxer briefs. They're
there it is.
They look like bicycle shorts almost.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Look at the diamond cast.
Al Bundy.
Oh yeah. Look at the diamond cast.
Al
Looking
Bundy,
good.
more like Al Dumpy. Look at that thing.
There's no dumpy there. That thing is flatter than your mom.
All right, so
Oh, your ass isn't sunk in 6 feet.
Yeah.
Jeez, Bobby.
What did you?
I said his ass isn't sunk in 6 feet. So I mean,
You topped his dead mom joke. Sorry, kids.
maybe I do need to go back to therapy.
Yeah, I think so too. I don't think it did jack squat. But there we are. We're set for a Mike McCarthy next job bet.
There's zero chance he gets another job.
Zero?
This is it.
Wow.
I mean, Ron Rivera got a job with Washington. I have those. Sean Payton about the same age as Mike.
Although Pete Carroll might not be able to get one, even though he's older.
I mean, this is his Ron Rivera gig, though. This is Mike's Ron Rivera gig.
Yeah, and look what he's done with it, though.
Yeah, he's done well.
He's fallen completely short with the roster that everybody said.
And he was more successful than Ron was in his previous stop.
Ron went to no.
Oh, no.
Ron
went to the playoffs 3 times.
Ron went to a Super Bowl.
Mike won a Super Bowl.
But I'm
Does
saying
everybody just forget this?
you're talking about how he's been more successful here than his previous stop.
No.
I thought you said he's been more successful in Dallas than
Mike's
Rivera
previous
was.
stop was more successful than Ron's previous stop.
The whole thing is that this is it for McCarthy because you're talking about a coach who's in his early to mid 60s by the time he's going to be. He's the second oldest coach in the NFL.
Okay, so what?
He's not going to get hired. It's not the direction of the NFL. The average age of an NFL coach is 45.
I think.
Do you know who hires people?
I will
Old
make you.
white men. They love 60-year-olds.
Whatever bet you want. We will make.
I think Choppy would end up being right on this.
Okay,
I'm gonna side with Choppy.
I'm telling you from talking to people, this is the end for him.
You talked to all 30 owners.
Quinn was
talked to all
just
30
hired.
owners.
I don't know. Why don't you go back to Big 12 Combine and see who I talked to, Sean?
And there might be people throughout the league who
No, keep those shorts off, Chop.
there might be people throughout the league who go, what was McCarthy supposed to? How was he supposed to get over the hump with Dak? It might be a split. Like what was he supposed to do? The quarterback didn't play well in the postseason.
And then there are also other people who say, how was Dak supposed to get over the hump with that head coach?
I mean, look.
Especially
Rivera got
conversations
job.
that were probably
Sean
had
Payton
around the
got
bye
a
week
job.
by people.
Lovie Smith got 3 jobs. Plenty of guys out there that have gotten multiple opportunities to coach. Like if someone's gonna hire,
Sure,
Bill.
can McCarthy? Yeah, I don't know. Maybe McCarthy will get one of those. I guess I shouldn't say 100%. Maybe he gets one of those David Culley mercy jobs for a year to cover over as a bridge. But ultimately, no. I think honestly, Mike's going to be tired after this. I think it's going to be mutual. I don't think anybody's going to want to hire him. I think he's going to want to be done.
He might want to retire. I don't know. He might.
This job has 100%. I don't think he had any expectation of how much this job was going to wear him out. Dallas. I don't think he had any real expectation of what Dallas meant versus what Green Bay
Which is
meant.
really hard to imagine that you were blindsided by it. Like, seriously. Did they not have televisions in Green Bay? Like, do you not know what we're covering here and what we're dealing with? Are you still in the underwear?
Yeah, I'm in the underwear.
Okay.
Get a little chilly, too.
He's still
Looks
in the
like
underwear.
Yeah, it does.
Now he goes, puts the shirts back on.
You know what? I think it's only fitting that we sit here and turn it over to Choppy's segment, chopping it up after the Rangers 4-ticket giveaway.
All right, Tolos, that's right. Caller number 10 right now at 877-881-1053 will win a 4-pack of tickets to see your Texas Rangers, your World Series Texas Rangers, take on the Oakland Athletics April 10th. You'll want to get there early, Tolos, because the first 10,000 fans in the gate will also receive a World Series replica trophy presented by T-Mobile. And it's also dollar hot dog night at the ballpark. Get tickets and information now at rangers.com/tickets. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
Boy, what a hookup. Dollar hot dog night.
Yeah.
You get a chance at a World Series replica trophy. We're always hooking people up.
All right, here we go, fellas. Let's have a little fun today.
Man, there's so many things to get to here in Chopping It Up. I don't even know where to start, so I will just start with one of our favorite subjects, Gen Z. No, I'm kidding. It's not going to be Gen Z. I'm not going to do that to you. I won't do that to you, Sean.
Gen Z and world-ending diseases.
World-ending disease. I won't do that to you.
Drop his email.
All right. I love this story here. Fast food restaurants. One of our favorite things.
Yes.
Fast food restaurants. They're great. Doesn't matter which one you go to. A lot of them that go. I can find enjoyment in any of them. But I haven't eaten in one lately.
Went to an Arby's for the first time in forever the other day.
How was it?
It was good.
Yeah?
What'd you get?
I heard they have a burger now.
I mean, I don't want you to advertise for free, but what'd you get?
I got like the dollar menu small roast beef, and I'm going to give you a sandwich that I love and like that I know society rejects, and they just backhand it.
The Arby's melt?
The Arby's melt is good.
Filet of fish.
Oh,
fish sandwich.
As somebody from Maryland, you're endorsing an Arby's filet of fish?
I'm not expecting rockfish in the sandwich, okay? I like the McDonald's. I love filet of fish. I love filet of fish sandwiches. They're good. Tartar sauce. I don't know if I necessarily love the cheese on it. Hey, you want to eat fish sticks?
No.
Why?
I made fish sticks last night for the girls. I almost gagged, like getting them out of the oven. Yeah.
Yeah.
Honestly, I'll tell you what.
Curly fries? I was missing a curly fry.
See, I was about to say the take that gets me killed most frequently, my fast food take, is that I just don't think curly fries are very good from anywhere.
You know what?
They're my least favorite fry. I'd rather have steak fries.
Ooh, steak fries are very good. I like steak fries. They're underrated because you can never have too much potato.
Yeah.
But you know what's really good with the filet of fish? Put the patty in between. Big Mac.
Good gosh.
Ew.
As you would say.
Yeah, it's fantastic.
So you like filet of fish?
Yeah, I can get down with that.
You just admitted.
I get down with a filet of fish.
Yeah.
No doubt about that one. But I've not eaten inside a fast food restaurant in quite some time.
Oh yeah.
I was killing time one time with my son, and he wanted to go get, as he used to call it, Chick-fil-A. And I was just working at the table, so I was in there, but I didn't eat in there. Well, now restaurants, these fast food restaurants, are imposing time limits, a 30-minute time limit on a lot of these restaurants. So you see, as you enter, the management must enforce these rules, a 30-minute window to which you consume your food. So Wendy's, time limit, 30 minutes. Only food and beverages purchased in Wendy's may be consumed in Wendy's.
Yeah.
The no loitering. McDonald's, time limit, 30 minutes when consuming food.
The one downstairs from us has that posted on the wall.
It does?
30 minutes.
How are they going to monitor you?
I don't know.
Yeah, right?
What are they going to go around and you have to keep...
Sir, you walked in here. Can I see your receipt, please?
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
I mean, given what occurs outside of that McDonald's, I understand they wouldn't necessarily want people loitering around there all day. They would have
you're scared of the McDonald's on 75 and Fitzhugh, but you're fine with the Oxnard gangs?
I'm not scared of it. I'm just telling you, I understand why they probably just wouldn't want people posting up in there all day.
Do you find when you go in a fast food restaurant that people are posted up for a long time, like over someone that could be there for an hour?
So I used to, when we were like teenagers.
And what about play spaces? How does that factor into this? Are you allowed to play in there for over 30 minutes?
I would think.
Doesn't Chick-fil-A also have a kids play area in some?
They do. A lot of them do. I know as a parent, you go. When my kids were little, I mean that was like a free babysitter.
Yeah.
Take the kids to Chick-fil-A or McDonald's or whatever. I sit there, I get peace and quiet for a second, and they go into that, that cesspool of
a little death trap,
disgustingness, that flu trap in there, and you get peace and quiet, and inevitably you lose a shoe, you wind up leaving, and you go, well, what happened to one shoe? The kid's always missing a shoe.
I mean, one of the things you're also trying to avoid with this no loitering thing is also because I used to be part of this is the teenagers that linger and are just there like.
Yeah, you were looking for any social interaction.
Yeah. But you go and you hang out there for however long, and you're screwing around, and you're being loud, or you're being little teenage punks.
Because didn't your kid, like, they all would run over to the fast food restaurant? Like, I'm trying to remember. Like, they would go over there and then across the street.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This a couple weeks ago. This was this was recently.
Yeah.
Like after school, they would just, before they went to church, they would all just walk over to a fast food spot, and I'm like, what are we doing here? And then of course, they always hit me up for money to go.
And Luca's probably getting his filet of fish on Friday.
He might be.
No. He's getting Protestant now.
He's Protestant now. He is shunned.
And how do you know he's not hitting you up for money for the fast food? He's hitting you up for money for the collection plate.
That's right. Absolutely. It's for the tithe.
Yeah.
For the tithe. He is.
Dad, can you give me 10% of your income?
He's really taking this Sister
I know what
Jean.
Basic's going to want to talk about today in Crosstalk.
He's really taking the Sister Jean hate really seriously. He's like even left her church. That's how much he hates her. So there's that. Let's go to Haiti. YouTube. See, we are looking for vacation spots. We are not going to choose Haiti, I don't think.
When are you getting married?
He's not going to tell us because we're not invited.
Why is this dragging out? What is going on?
We're going to get married. We got to book a honeymoon first. So as soon as we book the honeymoon, then we're going to get married like 2 days before the honeymoon. We're just going to elope. So we have no date. We just need to find.
Well, you can use the extra week of vacation that you just informed me about 2 days ago.
I'm going to. Yeah. Believe me.
I've been giving the company an extra 5 days of vacay every single year.
I mean, I might not even work the second half of the year because by the time of the rate I'm going in, I want to take my first vacation till the end of May or June.
Yeah.
So I'll see you. See you in Oxnard, sir.
Yeah.
A YouTuber who goes around visiting the most dangerous places in the world was captured in Haiti and is being held for ransom.
Hey, that's his thing to go?
Yeah.
Like the neighborhood or just like countries?
Yeah. Addison Malouf, known as your... Well, I won't even use his name as Your Fellow Arab. That is his name on YouTube.
That's his name.
Yeah, that's his name.
Meta World Peace.
He travels from his home in Atlanta to interview Jimmy Barbecue Sherazir, the leader of the notorious G9 and family gang that has seized control of the government, according to Haiti24.net. But 24 hours after he arrived in the country, Addison Pierre Malouf and a Haitian colleague were taken by the members of a gang being held for $600,000 ransom.
Wow.
I mean,
he'll get back faster than Griner.
Maybe.
Kim Mulkey will probably support a lot more support for this guy.
Like, I got to tell you, I am not going to go visit a guy whose name is Barbecue because I have no idea how he got that name.
Barbecue chicken.
I assure you it's not from brisket.
Yeah.
All right. This is from burning people, I'm sure, right? There's no way. And this guy, this is his thing. His
pulled pelvis.
Pulled pelvis. Pulled pelvis.
Yeah.
His whole thing.
Matt Pitman coming up at 8:20.
Yeah. So he's
We'll ask him
interviewed
his favorite human parts, the smoke.
So this guy he's got over 1 million subscribers on his YouTube channel. He has gone in the past to interview cartel members. He has hunted pirates in the Red Sea.
Yeah.
He has visited the mole people in the Las Vegas tunnels.
There you go, Peyton.
This was right.
Deal with your moles.
So remember that washout area that we had?
Peyton.
Remember that washout area we had at our hotel in Vegas where the flood was coming from?
Yeah, I remember it.
Yeah, we all do. Mike does.
Underneath that.
Or we canoed to Radio Row.
Underneath that is where the mole
Las
people
Vegas.
live.
What?
Underneath that's where the mole people live. Underneath our hotel that we were in. That's where they live. Like that's where they're
under the water?
Under where the water comes, they got flushed out that week. But like under that area, that's where they live. And
like the Jewish people in New York that they found?
I don't know. Good reference though. Very good reference. So
did you see that? The raid underneath? Okay. That was a news story.
That was a news story.
Jared.
But this guy went and he does.
Don't hit me up, Wolchuk. It was a news story.
Don't hit up Amanda either.
Go hit up Amanda. So,
what a segment this has been.
This is great. This is a train wreck. I'm getting in trouble for this one. So this guy's been kidnapped.
I thought my mustache would be the weirdest thing today.
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go. So he's been kidnapped and $600,000 ransom.
Well, let me say something cold-blooded.
Yeah.
I know it's going to be shocking that I say this. I don't want the guy to die or anything. But I had the same reaction to this as when you get bit by an alligator. You F around, find out.
So that's the definition.
It's a cool
of it.
job.
Yeah.
I would watch this now that I know about it.
He's cultivated over 1 million subscribers on YouTube. That's no small feat.
That's cool. That's awesome. But sorry, man. You want to sit there and put your hand in the water and the shark bites? Okay.
There's this.
I don't feel too sorry for you.
So there's this island, North Sentinel Island. Have you heard about that, Bobby? North Sentinel Island. It's off the coast. I think of India. Anyway, it's a tribe that has been uncontacted.
Oh yeah.
And every time somebody gets near it, they wind up dead. And this missionary went there to try to bring religion to them. And what do you think happened? His body got dismembered. Never heard from him again. I get it. You're trying to do what you think is the right thing. They don't want to be bothered. So leave them alone. Why would you go looking for gang members?
Yep.
I don't know.
Because he gets content. TikTok videos.
Yep. Got to do it for the gram.
Yep.
What about this as a bet payoff? Guys, go find one of these uncontacted tribes.
Yeah, that's right.
An angry parent in California paid for an airplane to fly over their son's baseball game. What does the sign say? A kid plays high school baseball. The airplane is carrying those banners that says Carmel baseball is daddy ball.
Daddy ball. What does that
Daddy
mean?
ball is like your dad's the coach, so he plays the kid at shortstop, or he plays the kid all the time, his own son. And then he plays favorites. Now, I don't know if the coach actually has a child of the team, or they're just saying it's daddy ball because he's playing favorites.
That feels a little unfair to the kids.
Yes,
you know what I
time.
mean?
Big time, especially the kid whose dad this is.
That was my point.
Yeah, I thought you meant like the kids of the team, like all the kids of the team.
It's unfair to the son of the coach. Yeah.
Don't create a Tubby Smith, Saul Smith situation, and you won't have to get that sort of criticism.
What percentage of Little League? I know, Bobby, you go and coach a random.
No,
group of Little Leaguers
wrong. I go to
with
high
no
school.
children on there.
High school, sir.
Yeah. Bobby goes to the Little League sign-up day, and they're like, "Which one's yours?" He's like, "None." With that mustache.
I would definitely have to shave the mustache.
He stands up there.
I gotta save my mustache before
with his hands on his
Friday
hips
Night
like this. Can you imagine him sitting there like this? Going, none of mine. They're like calling the police in the background.
Now I've heard that some
to catch a designated hitter.
I've heard some coaches will they may give favoritism to somebody who's like parent donate a lot of money to the booster club, but for the most part, I don't know that high school coaches are playing daddy ball. I don't know any high school coaches.
You think it stops after Little League?
I would think so. It stops after
What would you call what happens at Liberty Christian?
I'm not gonna.
I don't even know the reference
for Jason Witten coaches.
Jason Witten just went undefeated and won the state championship.
I know.
You're accusing him?
No, I'm not.
I just accuse him of anything necessarily. It's within the rules.
Oh.
It's within the rules.
Commercial break topic.
Everybody wants their kid to go to high school 5 years. It's okay. It happens.
I knew that would drive it off sides. I knew that would get it.
Vol on Vol crime.
No, hey, by any means necessary.
Jason acknowledges you in public by name.
I didn't say anything
wrong.
wrong.
You sit here and you take shots at the great 82, Jason.
I didn't say anything wrong. By any means, you got to find a way to win. Okay,
man.
You got to find a way to win. You got by any means necessary,
man.
So this is big. This is big. Big bad news here by this dad. You can't do this, or the mom. Can't do this. I don't care,
man.
I don't care how much you think that this is daddy ball.
Fantex is lighting it up. They're saying 208 high school is definitely the same. 682 high school is daddy ball. The assistant coaches have the kids. 214 they absolutely do this. So they're all saying it is.
I could see him doing it like the quarterback. Like my kid's gonna play quarterback.
Yeah. Because look, high school coaches. They do have families, and a lot of times if they have a son, they grow up and
they do daddy ball in Colorado.
Wow, is that a Dion thing?
I'm just saying.
Yeah. Well,
I think Shador deserved it.
I'm talking.
He's gonna be in the NFL, but
be the Cowboys.
The Shiloh, I don't know. It's a good question. You have Facebook, you have Netflix. I don't have Netflix, but you guys have Facebook and Netflix.
Yes.
They just traded. They just made a trade, Facebook and Netflix. Okay? Facebook traded Netflix all of our private messages, our DMs. They sent Netflix all of our DMs.
What?
on Messenger. What they got from Netflix was $100 million for ads, and Netflix gave them all of our watch history.
Oh, okay.
So I guess Netflix.
Why are our DMs valuable?
I guess Netflix will use keywords to figure out if you've been talking about a show or subjects that you're interested in.
Algorithms?
For the algorithm.
How much did Netflix bid over the FBI for our DMs?
So, yeah, and this came out. This actually came out in a court filing from going as far back as June of 2011. Has been going on. And they got access to Facebook's users' private message inboxes, and they would provide to Facebook a written report every 2 weeks that shows the daily counts of recommendation sends and recipient clicks by interface, yada, yada, yada. And then Netflix can then, in turn, take that information, see who you're following, see who your groups are in, all that, and then kind of cater when you sign into your account where they're going to kind of push TV shows to.
Oh.
And then likewise, Netflix they pay Facebook for the ads, and then they give you your watch history. So then Facebook can in turn target ads to you based on what you watch on Netflix.
I wish someone would just out all of Zuckerberg's text messages. I wish he just got outed, since all of our private information and DMs are getting traded all the time.
Yeah. Now Facebook claims that the private message inboxes that they allowed Netflix only to send messages but not view messages. But that's a claim. It's all in the court filing. It's crazy. I mean, there is no privacy. Any expectation.
Have we all stopped caring about privacy, though? I don't care.
I mean,
I just assume. I know. I know that.
I hope the people at Netflix like my nudes.
I'm resigned to the fact. I'm resigned to the fact that privacy's gone. But yeah, I'm not happy about it or comfortable with it.
Yeah.
It just in general, I think there should still be a right to privacy. But
so, which DMs? What would be in each person's DMs if we go around the room?
Oh, I mean, Sarah and I still talk on Instagram Messenger.
Yeah,
so that's
computer text.
No, we talk mostly on Instagram. Yeah, almost only on Instagram Messenger.
Why?
Because I had an Android to start with, and this is where all of our messages are. It's just easier.
What would be in yours?
Where a lot of our messages are.
What would be
right? They are.
People probably I'd probably more get in trouble for memes and inappropriate jokes that I make.
Pepe?
The Twitter one would have all my friends single for sure.
Have all your friends single?
Just with the content we send in there.
What if they saved Snapchats?
Oh.
Well, no, can't talk about that on here.
It's like cyber dust.
Mine would be all of the business deals that furniture I'm trying to sell. It would be every single total that I'm like, hey, what do you do this for? What do you guys do? What's your specialty? How do I get this? How do I get that?
I'm surprised I haven't seen OBO on your Instagram over and over again.
Best
offer.
Is that what OBO stands for? Oh, I need to do that right now.
Yeah, you need to start using it on all those
I gotta get rid of this
Instagram
furniture.
stories.
I gotta get rid of this furniture today. There it is, chopping it up. Expressway Hump Day edition with a Rangers ticket giveaway. Speaking of the world champs, let's bring you some Diamond Cavs. Where are the Rangers in the power rankings? And the Oakland Athletics conspiracy that I'm really starting to believe. Next on The Fan.
Let's get you over.
It on, leave it on with Sean and RJ right here on The Fan.
Rodriguez deals to the cleanup hitter, and that's swung on and hit a mile. Down the left field line, it's hooking. It is off the foul pole stream. That is a 3-run homer for Isaac Paredes. He has busted it open. It's 5-0 Braves.
Nadell with the call on your home of the Rangers. They fought a 3-2 on the season. The Rays even up their record at 3-3. No offense to help out Andrew Heaney. They got robbed a little bit with a rally that was trying to take place with Wyatt Langford getting called out at first. I was hoping Jonah Heim didn't get his left arm ripped off yesterday, but the Rangers end up losing 5-2. The final game of this series will take place today on this radio station with an 11:30 pregame and 12:10 first pitch with Nathan Eovaldi on the mound. Josh Young, surgery, out for 6 weeks. Out for 6 weeks, and they call up Justin Foscue.
Yep, which, as Jared explained to us, that would be that he's being brought up more as just to platoon with at first base with Jared Walsh, who, of course, had the error last night that kind of broke things open. And that then you'd see probably a little bit more Ezekiel DaRon at third base is what their mode would be moving forward. But Foscue is an exciting player to bring up. Again, we talk about, Langford and Carter, and we talked about how, man, we kind of forgot about Josh Young. It's easy to forget about like what a good prospect Justin Foscue is too, particularly at the plate, and being a guy who was their first round pick in 2020 or 2021, whichever one it was. But I'm excited to see him get up here and get a chance to finally get some big league at bats, because I think he's going to step in and be, fully capable at the plate right away.
And that was that was an out of character game. If you go back to last year, yesterday in general, I'm excited to see the kid up here. But they never allowed more than 300 runs all last year, and it's 5 games in.
Who?
The Rangers.
Did not what?
Allow more than 3 unearned runs in a game all of last year.
Yeah.
And here they are 5 games in. They already did it. It just goes to show you, like, when you win a title, I mean, special things happen throughout the course of the season. And they had so many special things, from overcoming injuries to basically being a stable team and not making errors that would cost them games. I mean, they were just one game. They don't even make the postseason, really, if one game could have been different.
Yeah, I mean, yesterday was a great example of the whole game of inches thing. Because, I mean, you have the ball just bounce barely off of Jared Walsh's glove. That opens things up. You then get the home run that hits off the foul pole to break things open.
The ball went off Heaney's glove for their first run.
Yeah, Tavares, that last at bat, I mean, he's an inch away from the barrel of the bat from knocking that thing out and tying the ball game. And so, it's narrow margins across the board yesterday that ultimately caused you to lose that game.
Power rankings early on in the baseball season.
All right.
Week and a half in.
Week and a half in if you count the Dodgers 2 games out there for about a weekend for everybody else. The Texas Rangers coming in at number 5. The write-up here is the 2023 Rangers were proof positive you can win a World Series with a bad bullpen. They had more blown saves than saves. The Rangers this season have pretty bad bullpen numbers through the first few games, they said, but right on schedule. The offense is terrifying.
Early standings around the sport. The Yankees are 5-1. Haha, Houston. The Red Sox are 4-2. Take that, Jordan Montgomery. The Tigers are 4-0. The Guardians are 4-2. The Pirates are 5-0. The Brewers are 4-0. By the way, the Mets and the Marlins have yet to win a game. The Mets are 0-4. Miami is 0-6. The Dodgers are 6-2.
Go home, Dodgers.
Boy, the Pirates, man. Pirate fans have been down for years and years and years. I would love to see them make a nice little run.
By the way, they're 5-0, all on the road.
All on the road, yeah. I think they swept the Marlins. They were the team that they swept the Marlins. It's a great start for them. It's fantastic. That division is I mean, there's the Cubs are not bad. The Brewers are not bad. Who knows about the Cardinals? The Reds got fun. The Reds have a fun team with Elliot De La Cruz. It'll be an interesting division.
The Tigers are undefeated.
Yeah.
Having scored 16 runs on the season.
They got 4-4-0.
They're 4-0. They're 4-0, 16 runs scored. They've allowed 8.
Wow. 4 runs a game. That's.
Yeah, I mean, they got 2 shutouts already.
Yeah.
They shut out the White Sox. They shut out the Mets.
They've scored the 4th least amount of runs in the American League.
Wow.
The 4th least amount, and they're 4-0.
Wow. I'm surprised. Look, they've only, and a lot of teams have played 6 games now, and they've only played 4.
Yeah.
That's some weather issues. I mean, they open up. That's what happens when you open up Chicago. You're gonna get some weather issues there. But it's been a good start for some of those teams in the Midwest that don't usually win, like Pittsburgh and.
What's the ranking
Detroit.
of the power?
The tiers. So the power rankings with that, they range for 5th in the tiers, the World Series tiers.
This is in the same thing. Like, who was above them?
Who was above that? Okay, it was you had the Braves
1.
Braves are 1.
Yep.
Dodgers 2, Yankees 3, and Orioles 4.
Okay.
6 are the Diamondbacks, then the Jays, Rays, Phillies, and the Twins.
Oh, thank goodness. I saw there was some power ranking yesterday, I think it was CBS, that had Texas 5 and then the Astros at 1 and 5 being 6th.
Oh.
Yes, they have the Astros at 14th here. Ahead one. Wow. Astros at 1 and 5 are 14th. At 15th is the 5-0 Pirates. And at 16th is the 4-0 Brewers.
Okay.
I mean, they're
Not believing
at all. Tiers, World Series tiers. By the way, last season to start the year, the World Series tier the Rangers were on was preseason tier number 3. Now, tier 3 is we're saying they have a chance. The Diamondbacks, who were obviously playing the Rangers, they were in tier 4, which was wait till next year. So obviously these tiers have no bearing on the regular season. But the tier they put them in here, tier 1 is their time is now. Teams in this group are the front runners to win the World Series. It is the Dodgers and the Braves, and that's it, which I think is a ludicrous tier to have.
Luda.
How can you have a tier and say somebody is on this World Series tier? They're the defending champs. They've brought basically everybody back, with the exception of Jordan Montgomery and Mitch Garver, right? A couple bullpen guys they swapped out, but
you think it's insulting not to have them on the tier with the state of their pitching?
Not that. It's just that because tier 2 is their time could be now. Well, their time obviously is now. They just won the thing with basically the same pitching, but.
Yeah. But the description there on Tier 2 says teams in this group don't project to land the top seed in their league, but could easily end up in the top tier by season's end. They are all clearly in the win now category.
Yeah, because here's the problem. The 2 teams that are in Tier 1, which are in the running to win the top tier of their league, are both in the NL, which, correct me if I'm wrong, you can't have 2 1 seeds. So there's not a single American League team that is in the top tier, which would be in the running to win the number 1 seed in their league.
I'll tell you what I don't like.
You're really a technicality guy.
Yeah, absolutely.
Holy crap, you are technical.
What I don't like is the percentages they throw on these, and they say Houston Astros champions 14.3% chance, and then you go down to the Rangers and they are 2% chance. That I don't like, is the insinuation that Houston's got that much better of a shot.
But look,
Texas.
let's not be homers here. Let's be real. I have a memory, the only memory on this show a lot of times. Except when it comes to you being right. But Bobby always tries to remember that. None of us went nuts when people were thinking the Rangers would finish 3rd in the West to start the season. Let's all keep that in mind. And now we're offended that they're not a top tier championship contender after. Hang on, stop. You're interrupting a lot today. A week and a half in,
I'm mirroring you.
Week and a half in. Well, my name comes first on the show. Your name's not on the show, so
not on it at all.
Not on it at all.
Not on it at all.
Take that for what it's worth. He's got a new mustache.
You're lucky you're in the photo.
So we all were talking about them. They could finish 3rd in the division.
It's fine. Yeah, they could finish 3rd in the division.
Let's not be homers.
I think the Diamondbacks finished. No, they finished 2nd in the West last year. You can absolutely finish 3rd in the division and still be a title contender. They finished 2nd in the division last year. And they were just barely ahead of Seattle. I mean, I could easily see them finish in 3rd of the division. I could see them winning the division.
Now you may speak.
Thank you, Dad. No, to me, the idea of them finishing 3rd in the West, I think, is disrespectful just because I don't see how you're supposed to pitch around them. Like, think about the fact that they've lost Josh Young, and we're still just like, okay.
Disrespectful?
Yeah. As
so
3rd,
you didn't think Seattle could finish above them?
Nope.
You're a liar.
What did
pull the receipts?
Look. We can pull the receipts from when you were out last week, dealing with movers and stuff.
Oh, you said it last week when they were 2-0.
Peyton, did I not say it last week before they even played a game?
Yeah,
when we were doing our official predictions, I said 95 wins and first place in the AL West.
Okay. All right.
I said 89 for the record.
And he said third place.
Yeah.
So he's the one who's the hater.
Hey, it's not. There's no hater. It's not crazy.
Homer Bobby alert.
So there it is. Some Diamond Cavs with Ranger early power rankings. You got anything else in there?
That's it.
Let's get to the A's.
Okay.
This is juicy.
All right. So you want the letter or you want the player?
I want the player.
Okay.
I want the bracelet.
All right. Yeah, that's this. So Esteury Ruiz led the American League in stolen bases last year.
It's amazing how good you are with names and how terrible you are with words. It's mind blowing.
I'm the
destroy and butcher the English language, but Mike Bassett could use you for name help in the TV booth.
I just had to go to the pronunciation guide. Esteury Ruiz.
No comprende.
I'm way better than the guy who's going to be on First Take today, Mad Dog, who calls him Caleb Williams.
Oh, Michael Lombardi. God, Michael butchers names too. He's still calling him Mackay Parsons.
Mackay, Mackay. Yeah. Some people just don't care. So he led the American League in stolen bases last year. 67, rookie record. Major League Baseball rookie record.
Yeah.
For stolen bases.
Might be their best player.
I mean,
right now.
Yeah. Sport's been going on for 175 years, it seems like.
Thanks, Jason Garrett.
And he led the rookie record. This year, hitting 429 with a 1232 OPS for the Oakland A's, who are leading the league in errors, set records for errors already for the first couple of games of the season. Can't get out of their own way, getting boycotted, 3,000 fans, and they send him down to AAA. Why do they send him down to AAA? Well, it may have something to do with what he was wearing, and it was pointed out on the A's broadcast.
A lot of colors going, Ruiz does. Loves that pink sleeve he wears on his right arm. He's got green and gold baseball spikes tonight. He's got the oven mitts on both hands.
And don't forget the last dive bar bracelet.
That bracelet they reference on the TV call.
The reference on the TV call. All right. He wore the wristband to the game with little Lance Armstrong Live Strong bracelets. It says Last Dive Bar. And that's an organization of A's fans that have helped do charity work, come up with shirt designs for the team. They used to do work with the team, but they have since been kind of embroiled in this lawsuit over something. And a lot of the players in the past have worn this Last Dive Bar bracelet. Well, and he had it on. Apparently, they're saying that, the A's players kind of been told, hey, don't wear this, don't wear their bracelet. We're kind of in a fight with them. And there was a do not talk show, interact from the players with this Last Dive Bar brand. And he wore it. Well, he was sent down. And the speculation is that he was sent down because he had this bracelet on during the game. And if that's the case, that is a massive no-no if you're the A's.
It doesn't stop there either, because Brent Rooker apparently has been benched, and he was also seen wearing this. And Brent Rooker was their only all-star last year.
Right.
And a guy who had, he is a good hitter.
He might just be out of options. I don't know why they didn't send him down,
There was another promising young outfielder. Christian Pash wore a wristband last year. He was shipped off to Philly. James Kapralian was a starting pitcher last year. He wore a wristband. He was released. So I don't know if these guys were bums. I have no freaking idea. I don't know whether the whole team was wearing them and just going to have natural transactions where some guys are going to leave or get dealt. But this other kid, Ruiz, weird. So what is this? What is this cause?
Okay, so if you go to just their Twitter account,
Last Dive
Bar,
online merchandise store, describing themselves as the premier online store for unique and stylish apparel.
Their Twitter bio is, we celebrate the Oakland Coliseum and its rich history. We celebrate the fan We donate money. You spend drinks. Cheers to the last dive bar.
And they're
the fan
disapproving of the move.
They disapprove
and
of the move.
anti-ownership slogans.
Yep. Rocker bench. Ruiz sent down. They both have photos here that circle the wristbands. One has to wonder why.
Man, can you imagine if they were making personnel moves based upon the players wearing these wristbands?
Wouldn't stun me. Not with that organization.
The Mavs may throw you out too.
Yeah.
Cuban and Luka have you tossed out, banned from the arena for life.
Yeah, that's if you tell them to get on a treadmill while you're wearing one.
It is a Meet Church Wednesday brought to you by Mr. Electric. Did Matt Pitman realize that RJ Choppy insulted him accidentally in the group chat? Let's make you hungry for a hump day.
Hump day
with Matt Pitman. Meet Church is next.
Let's get you over to Boomer Jacks, your official
Right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here brought to you by Window Nation Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you have been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
It is a Meat Church Wednesday with Matt Pitman on the D&M Leasing Hotline. It's brought to you by Mr. Electric. Are you okay?
I mean, this song just kind of...
This or March Madness music gets you more?
March Madness music gets me hyped more. I'm excited for that. This gets me in my emotions.
Matt Pitman is going to cook at Augusta, which we'll get to in a second. But last week, I was asking the fellows while I was out moving, how was Pitman? How was Matt? And they're like, we didn't have him on. And I was like, why? That's kind of weird. Matt Pitman is live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. And I think I know why. Bobby Belt to the group text.
Yeah, so this is Friday night, March 15th. I had to jump in the group text. I just, wife had made some spaghetti, homemade sauce. And after taking a couple bites, I was like, what would be good in this sauce? I'm going to go get some of that Blanco that Matt brought us. So I went over, I grabbed the Blanco, poured it on top of the sauce, mixed it in. Fantastic. Gave a nice garlic flavor to it. So I said I put Blanco in spaghetti sauce tonight, and it was delicious. And then I did the little Italian hand meme. Whatever that is. And RJ Choppy replied in the group message and said, gross. I'm going to pretend I didn't hear that. And Matt Pitman replied with, love it. I assumed what I said and not to what Choppy said.
Matt, did you realize that RJ Choppy didn't realize you were on that chat?
Yeah, I'm going to be honest with you. I was deep in bourbon, so I don't really know what text was going on.
Okay, so you weren't offended. Because it was an Italian take. I think it was a spaghetti thing.
Yeah, it's not against the.
I get it.
Because I didn't know. I had not used the seasoning yet. I thought it was like a barbecue season. I was like, you're gonna put that on spaghetti sauce? Like that's, as an Italian, I was offended by that.
Matt, what is the biggest personal insult someone has given you over your cooking? Where you're like, oh,
they're racking. They're racking up lately. I mean, I've noticed as we grow, if you don't have haters, you're not trying hard enough. But I don't know. I mean, I had a guy this isn't really about my cooking, but the trip I was on last week, I had an Instagram story with one of my watches, and a guy reposted it, and it was a Rolex. So he said, if you steal enough rub recipes, this is what you'll get.
Wow. Okay, hang on a second. Now, this is for our YouTube and Twitch. This is the first time that you're coming from the famous Meat Church kitchen. So everyone watching right now, take us around this setup, this dream setup of what you film in and what you work in every single week.
Well, this is for my man RJ, who gave me, he made mention last time about my backgrounds are different. And I said, well, we might as well come out to my office, my sanctuary.
Yes.
So yeah, we are here in my outdoor kitchen. It doesn't look much like the Pitman backyard anymore, to be honest with you. There's no grass to be found anywhere. But basically, I got a lot of toys back here. This is a bar where everyone sits with a custom Santa Maria in it. Back over here is a built-in pizza oven. There's a built-in flat top. And then over my shoulder, it's kind of hard to see. The sun's firing in right now. No, it's Traeger Flat Rock, Traeger Ironwood, Traeger Timberline, mill scale 94-gallon offset, Traeger Ranger. Just a few sitting right here. The kind of ones I bring in to do video and stuff like that. But
what
we
were
got a lot
the
of grills
eyes
here.
staring at us over your shoulder? There were eyes on a creature.
Oh yeah.
What is that?
That's one of my kids' swimming things. The pool's right here in front of me. So yeah.
So you have 6 or 7 grills in there?
I mean, if my wife's not listening, I have over 30, but there are 6 or 7 sitting here.
30?
Oh my god!
Are they in storage?
Oh yeah. They're in various locations.
Got an extra Blackstone laying around?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
No, I want to know about what you grill steaks on, because I've been thinking about getting one of those things versus firing up a whole big green egg. What is that thing? What is the benefit of it?
I wish I could build that out. Yeah, yakitori. It's in a little room back behind this stone wall, or I'd whip it out here. But yeah, it's Mill Scale is just the company that I work with out of Lockhart, Texas. They're just a couple brothers, like very amazing craftsmen. Just I call it like hardcore live fire. So they make a yakitori grill, which is like a Japanese style of grilling. You don't have to use it for that, but it's a really fun grill. It comes in 3 sizes. It'll last. I mean, your kids would cook on it. It's going to last forever. And it produces a ton of food. So yeah, it's a lot of fun.
It's a what's it called? What is it?
Yakitori.
Yakitori.
Okay.
So you think of like little Japanese like skewers with meat on it, where you'll see them kind of laid out across charcoal and they spin them. That's the style. But I use it to grill whatever.
Okay.
You just mentioned I had a steak video a couple weeks ago where that I used it for.
All right, Matt Pitman, Meat Church. We're going to preview cooking at Augusta here in a second. But let's talk about today's recipe: chicken fried bacon. That is inspired by the state fair. So take us through that.
Well, years ago, I went to, well, you just said it first off. At the state fair, they sell, chicken fried bacon, which who wouldn't buy that? But I'm friends with Dean Faring, the chef owner at Faring's and the Ritz. And Dean has chicken fried lobster, which I had at one point many years ago. And I was like, who would do this? And that inspired me to go home and try to chicken fry everything in my refrigerator. So once I saw it at the state fair, we sell a chicken fried breading, which is, simply seasoned flour. And I just went at it, making it my own. And my team has been asking me to make it in the videos. So it's super simple, but like incredibly delicious. And we put homemade ranch on it. Our videos always launch Wednesday at 10 a.m. So very easy. Just took thick bacon, put it in our seasoned flour, then an egg wash, back in the seasoned flour, fried it at 325 in peanut oil for, 5-6 minutes till it was golden and looked perfect. Put it on a wire rack to drain, drizzled it with jalapeno ranch, and it could be a meal. So dang good.
What is the other best random thing that you've ever chicken fried?
Ooh, man. I mean, we literally opened our freezer and fried everything we had. I don't know about what is the most random, but it was a pretty fun artery clogging evening. So
what is a burning trip?
Burning trip.
You texted me. I took a burning trip.
When you light a campfire and drop acid.
Oh, it's a bourbon trip.
Bourbon.
What'd you say, Choppy?
It says when you light a campfire and drop acid. Is that what a burning trip is?
I was like, okay, I saw the videos and the pictures, but it was the iPhone. The iPhone tripped up right there. A bourbon trip. Take us through that, because Bobby, Choppy, experts.
Yeah, I'm a member of the Dallas Bourbon Club, which is really a charity organization and a ton of fun. And so Pete Delkus actually got me into this years ago. He came out to my house, asked me to do a class for the Dallas Bourbon Club and some guys at Channel 8, and we had a ton of fun. And then he encouraged me to apply to get in the club and did, and hence my expensive addiction. Thanks, Pete. So I needed a new habit and a new hobby, I guess I would say. And it's a ton of fun because bourbon to me is just like barbecue. And I find a lot of people that are into outdoor cooking are into bourbon. So the demographic's the same, but it gave me a new hobby to dig into. And to me, it's the exact same thing. Drinking bourbon is like eating barbecue. It's about the memories you make around it. So went with my wife and another couple, which can't believe I got my wife to go, and went for about 3 days up in Kentucky, and been fortunate to make a bunch of good friends there. So I'm fraternity brothers with Drew that owns Willet, which is a really popular, distillery. It makes what's known as Purple Tops. Had amazing visit to Buffalo Trace, Pursuit Spirits, and Maker's Mark, and had like personal experiences at all of those, and came home with way too much bourbon, which wasn't supposed to happen, but a lot of fun.
Matt, I had to show my daughter one of your videos this week because we'd stopped by Culver's on the way home, and I got her a butter burger, and she was like, a butter burger, ew, what is it? I was like, no, you don't understand. I got to show you. So I went to YouTube and I looked up butter burger, and the first video that popped up was yours and you preaching the gospel of the butter burger. So for those who are unfamiliar with that, or they hear that term, because that's the only way to eat a burger now for me, explain to everybody 100%. the gospel of the butter burger.
I would highly, highly, highly recommend people try that, especially right now. The weather's really good. Basically, you just take butter. It's got to be really cold, a stick of butter. I'd recommend putting it in the freezer for a little bit, and then I just grate it. And you take, I use 80-20 meat, so 80-20 ground beef, so 80% meat, 20% fat. And then basically what you do is you just work a bunch of that butter into the patty. So when you go, to grill it or fry it or whatever you're going to do, it just ends up being obviously a lot, butter's a fat. So it's got a lot more fat in it, but it's the most juicy, delicious burger ever. And you actually said it. When people have it, they're like, oh my gosh, like I'm never going to have a burger another way. And I guess it's really popular out of Wisconsin, and you nailed it. Culver's is known for it. I'd never had one until I started making them. And I mean, they're unbelievable. I do recommend doing them on a pan or some sort of flat surface, because the butter will come out of them if you just do them over like charcoal grill, where it can all drip in the fire and you'll get a lot of fire coming back up. But also, as the butter comes out of the burger, if it's in a pan or on a flat top on a griddle, then the burger will, cook in that butter, which is obviously delicious.
I've never heard of this.
Oh, you need to watch this video. Wow. It's good. That is the only way to eat a burger now.
I'm very disappointed that Bobby just skips completely over the bourbon talk here. Yeah. Did you get to open up a bung hole while you were there?
I 100% did. Yeah. Yep.
Is it better than Jerry's glory hole?
Funny enough, one of the Jones family members was at Maker's Mark picking something the day before.
They get a barrel every year. It
is free agent season.
Yeah.
Not shocking that they're there.
Yeah, they're not signing anybody, so I guess you might as well pick some bourbon.
But I think they do. They buy a barrel, then they auction off the bottles, I think, or they sell the bottles and stuff. Because you get your own brand or whatever.
Yeah, Jerry is, theirs has a different color wax.
Mm-hmm.
And somebody gave me one last year, so I've got one with a blue wax, which is, not normal. Normally it's red, so pretty neat story.
All right, how did Augusta happen? Is this your first time doing this, and what are you doing?
Yeah, I'm very excited. So this came about through my good friend Doug Klein. I met Doug cooking for Troy Aikman. He was Troy's college roommate at UCLA, and so the first time I cooked for Troy, several of his UCLA teammates were there, and I've become friends with these guys. They're great guys. And Doug's company has been going to Augusta for years to entertain clients. And he asked me if I'd like to come cook it this year. And I was like, yeah, obviously, I would like to come and cook it. So we met yesterday and talked things over. So I'm headed up next Tuesday, and I'll be cooking a barbecue dinner for all their guests on Thursday. He's been gracious enough to take me on the course also. So I'm pretty excited about that. So, yeah. Definitely. This is, for me, cooking at the Masters is in my top 5 culinary bucket list of things I've wanted to do. So I'm super stoked. I'm so excited that my daughter turns 13 while I'm gone, and I'm missing her birthday to do this. So, but hey, it's all right. I'll buy her a nice gift, and she'll get over it. Her party's on the weekend, so I'll be back in time for her party.
Are you staying for any of the tournament?
The beginning of it. So I'll actually come home on the weekend. So I'll go to the par 3, get to go to the fun stuff, and makes it, be super enjoyable that way. But I've got to be home on the weekend, because if I miss her party, then that'll be it for me.
What are you making?
Doug requested brisket, beef ribs, and Texas Twinkies. He's had all those, so we're gonna hit him with the Texas classics.
So what are you gonna cook on out there? You just request the equipment that you want and need?
Well, he's such a gracious host that apparently the owner of the home went out and found that I was coming and bought a brand new trigger. So, got my own gear up there. He also has a big green egg and
buy a brand. Just need one for the weekend. I'm just gonna buy one.
You rent your house out for Augusta, you're good.
Yeah,
that's true. That's a good point.
That is sick.
I'm super excited.
Matt Pitman, brought to you by Mr. Electric here on the D&M Leasing Hotline. Don't take offense too much to Choppy and your Blanco seasoning. Bobby loves it.
Put it in mashed potatoes this week. It was, never mind. I don't like Blanco now that you're holding up Crimson Tide. Look at you.
Bama Final Four.
Bama Final Four. Look at that.
Yeah.
Hey,
basketball school, baby.
I've never met a Kentucky football and Alabama basketball fan. They don't exist. I think this weekend we might see the first one.
Who?
Some people are going to now be like Bama basketball fans. They've never been Bama basketball fans before.
Matt, congratulations. Send us pics, and we'll be watching. Thank you, brother.
All right, see you, fellas.
Matt Pitman, Meet Church every other Wednesday, brought to you by Mr. Electric. Can the Cowboys take any lessons from the Baltimore Ravens? Next, in Below the Belt right here on Sean and RJ. But first, we can all use some lessons. Sometimes we're a little bit too stubborn to admit it, but we can, and that's where better help comes in. A lot of us spend our lives wishing we had more time. The question is, time for what? How would you use it? Best way to squeeze that special thing into your schedule is to know what's important to you. Make it a priority. Therapy can help you prioritize. It can help you find what matters to you so you can do more of it. Go to BetterHelp.com and give it a try. It's entirely online, designed to be convenient, flexible, and suited to your schedule. Learn to make time for what makes you happy. You deserve it with BetterHelp, H-E-L-P. BetterHelp.com/Sean and RJ to get 10% off your first month. That's BetterHelp.com/SHAN and RJ. Go ahead, give it a try. You fill out a brief questionnaire to get matched with a licensed therapist and switch therapists anytime for no additional charge. BetterHelp.com/Sean and RJ.
Coming up today on the KNC Masterpiece, it's a KNC Quickie. We got Mavs Warriors to break down. So tune in 10 to 11:30 a.m. as we lead you into Rangers Rays right here on 105.
Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's ride, relax, and enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
The great Bobby Belt.
You ruined the morning show.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me
No,
take off my belt.
we're not. Oh, what can we learn from the equally underwhelming Baltimore Ravens? Let's find out. Eric DaCosta, the general manager for...
Equally underwhelming?
Yes.
I think the Cowboys are the Cowboys more underwhelming than the Ravens?
Ravens?
This offseason?
No.
Period.
I'm talking about in terms of falling short.
I mean, we don't have a 2-time MVP.
And they fall just as short, typically.
Yeah. They've been to, one conference championship game?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they've been to one, but look, the problem is, this is the problem that's going to happen with Josh Allen and Joe Burrow and Lamar Jackson, is they got to go through him. They got to go through him.
Yeah.
And the Cowboys, this is one knock I think that needs to be on Aaron Rodgers and Drew Brees' career, is that they never had to go through Tom Brady. Peyton Manning had to go through Tom Brady. They didn't have to. Like, they had a path. Tony Romo had a path. Phillip Rivers, I give Phillip Rivers a much bigger pass for not getting to a Super Bowl than you should give to Romo or Rodgers and Breeze or even Matt Ryan for not getting to more than one.
Yeah, I mean, look, Peyton Manning, like you just said there, Peyton Manning had to get through somebody that was so infinitely better than him consistently every year of his career.
Except for, like every year in the regular season where Tom wasn't.
It's really tough for I can't hold that against Peyton.
It's really hard to get through a guy who had the same amount of all-pros as Rich Gannon until Peyton retired and decided to say, you know what, I'll take my 7 all-pros. You've only had 2. Cute. And then now you can win another one. And so you could get past Rich Gannon.
It's really tough.
That's tough.
Even Pat Mahomes learned, boy, I see what you're dealing with, Peyton. Dealing with somebody that much better than you consistently for 20 years. That's tough.
Just get to the segment.
So, Eric DaCosta, this is the segment.
All
right,
Eric DaCosta, 30 years talking about Peyton Manning and Tom Brady.
The Ravens general manager. The Ravens, look, I'm going to take one. You should be happy. I'm trolling Chop, not you, for one segment. Eric DaCosta, the Ravens general manager, who is thought of, it feels like, on an equal play with Howie Roseman. Like, he's considered there's our geniuses. Like, whenever you hear names that are those are the geniuses in football, it's always Howie Roseman, it's Ballard, it's Eric DaCosta. These are the guys that you're about. So
the
Eric
only
DaCosta,
GM I have in my phone.
Eric DaCosta?
Yeah.
Was he there when you were out there years ago?
Ozzy's protege forever.
So, oh wow, I didn't realize he was out there that long. But he is.
He'd come on the show. He'd answer back.
Oh, not anymore.
Well, no. I have a text.
I have John Harbaugh's phone number. We can team up and get the whole Ravens brain trust on.
Yeah,
now.
Let's get a group chat.
Let's do it.
Tell them, ask if they think Blanco sucks.
I'll have to get an iPhone to do it. Eric DaCosta was doing a recent Q&A with like a select group of fans at an event, and he was asked about the way that Baltimore spends every offseason. And it was interesting because I don't know if you guys saw it over the weekend. We got tagged in it a lot by a lot of different Cowboys fans who were like, oh, listen, this is the way you approach it. This is what you should be doing. I don't know that what he's talking about is too terribly different than what Dallas has typically talked about or done other than this particular offseason. But listen to this and tell me if you think it varies wildly from the Cowboys' approach.
Okay, so you've got the salary cap and you've got cash spent, okay? And we were always, historically, the Eagles were the same way, cash over cap. So we're spending more money than the cap every single year through signing bonuses and different things. We want to be, every year, approximately the 7th, 10th best in the league in terms of cash spent. We don't want to be number 1, and we certainly don't want to be number 32. We want to be in the top third of all teams every single year in terms of cash spent, which we think gives us a chance to be somewhat responsible, but also aggressive in terms of signing players and retaining our own players. That works for us. Now, we're not a big team of free agency. We're not going to go out and typically sign high price guys. We did sign Derrick Henry this year, but we're not going to be a team historically that's going to go out and spend $30 million on a player unless he's one of our players. We will try to retain our players, and one of my pledges was that we're going to, as a GM, we're going to try to retain our young talent as much as possible. I think we've done about 32 deals in the last 6 years with our own players. So I'm not really interested in getting players from other teams as much. But if we have good young talent that we've drafted and developed, for me, it makes a lot of sense to keep those guys in our program.
So to me, whenever we get tagged in this and go like, please show this to Jerry and Steven, make sure that the Cowboys see this. Doesn't that sound like the Cowboys approach generally?
Generally.
Yeah.
This year's obviously been a wild. He says we don't want to be 32. The Cowboys have been 32 this offseason. Yeah. They are far and away the lowest spending team, even in terms of retaining their own this offseason.
I guess my follow-up question would be, how much better are the Ravens at development?
Yeah.
I mean, well, they don't develop wide receivers. We know that.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. But
and Bobby would say they don't develop quarterbacks either, but I think
they are so good at developing running backs, and then they just signed one. They are the kings of running backs over there.
All right, so let me ask this then. And am I wrong in thinking that the perception of the Ravens is much more solid? Like, the Ravens are a better organization than the Dallas Cowboys. They're more winning, solid, stable, consistent. Is that perception incorrect?
Well, let me ask you. Okay, let's put it this way.
First off, do you have that perception? I do.
I think that's the general perception. I do think it's wrong. I think they're about the same organization, honestly. And I think Dallas, because of their shortcomings, people like to talk about what a big failure Dallas is. Dallas hasn't finished at the very top, but in terms of consistency, Dallas is one of the most consistent teams in the NFL.
The Ravens are down 7 with 30 seconds to go. And Joe Flacco throws a 70-yard Hail Mary. Was it Jacoby Jones that caught that?
Yeah.
If the Bronco safety doesn't fall down and he doesn't catch that, and they don't win a second Super Bowl, and they're sitting here since 2000 without a Super Bowl, I think the narrative on the Ravens is far different than it is today.
Yeah.
Right? Like they barely got in the playoffs that year.
The thing that I'm jealous of with the Ravens that I wish the Cowboys had more of is just like, I think of them, they're always going to be like tough, physical, and they're not going to beat themselves. It feels like there's a little more accountability there. They're just like the bad boys on the block. Like, they might be equal in terms of regular season wins and stuff. It just feels like if they met out in the street, the Ravens would beat the Cowboys up.
I think so, but also
just as an organization, just as the players, their play, all that stuff. I mean, that's my perception.
I think so, and I think that's generally the default perception a lot of people have. The issue is that I think Baltimore ultimately has been the same, like they've been plagued by the same issues that people say they're disappointing in January. They don't play the same football when they get to January.
And a quarterback who can't get it done in the playoffs.
Well, yeah, look, I mean, the Ravens and the Cowboys do have one thing major in common is that they have to, I think they both have to play from ahead to win.
Yeah.
You know, like the Cowboys and the Ravens, let's be fair. Like the Cowboys when they play from ahead, their defense is bullies. I mean, they're bullies offensively. When they're behind, I mean, they are behind. Patrick Mahomes, doesn't Patrick Mahomes have a winning record when he's losing by 10 points in the NFL? I think he has a winning record in those games. Who else has that? Right? Nobody. Now, most guys don't have that. But, you know, the Cowboys are down by 10. Like, they're not going to win that game, and neither are the Ravens.
Yeah, typically, and that's the thing. I think in a lot of ways they are very similar. And when he talks about drafting and developing their own, and like, hey, we really place this emphasis on developing guys that then we retain and we take pride in that. I just went back and looked, okay, over the last several years, who are some of the guys they've taken later in the draft, like outside the first round, that have been big hits? Zadarius Smith, Darren Waller, Matt Judon. You get some of those names right there. Mark Andrews, Orlando Brown. Devin Duvernay is a guy who's been a Pro Bowler as a return guy. Justin Madubuike, who just signed a massive deal for them, was signed in the third round. So they're similar to Dallas in that sense when you look at what Dallas has done on day 2 and day 3, where they've picked big time players and the DaRon Blands and different guys like that. Even going back years ago to Jay Ratliff types, who then go on to be 5-6 time Pro Bowlers.
He's a 7th rounder.
So they're very, very similar in that respect. And I think that it's just interesting that I don't think we should get so clouded by what is clearly a frustrating offseason, and one that I think the Cowboys have put themselves in. Even if it is a case of, hey, 2025, the cap's really tight, I think they've put themselves in this position where they have to, they're ultimately responsible for putting themselves there. Even if that's the response they have to have, you still have to answer for, okay, but how did it get here? You got yourself here. And that's what the Cowboys have to answer for. Now, one of the cheap talents they might be able to pursue is a guy who will be playing some basketball here in a couple days.
Someone joked about this the other day. Was it you?
DJ Burns. Bassick did.
Bassick. It was Bassick.
Bassick. So DJ Burns. Apparently no fooling. On April 1st, Peter Schrager had said, hey, if DJ Burns holds a workout after the Final Four, there would be several NFL teams that would be interested in going to this workout. Seeing the big 6', he's listed at 6'9". Apparently he's closer to 6'7" is what they're saying. But 6'7" with that footwork, that body type, a lot of people would be interested. In fact, Schrager said, spoke to and texted multiple scouts and GMs about DJ Burns as an NFL offensive tackle prospect, would get big turnout and potentially money if he participated in a pro day after the workout the week after the Final Four. So
he got a lot bigger than his days when he was at Tennessee. A lot bigger.
People wanted to know. They were like, okay, is this an April Fool's joke? Awful announcing reached out to Schrager. Schrager said, absolutely no joke. This is 100%. Teams are interested in seeing him work out. It's interesting, though. I don't look at him as being NFL strong. I just look at him as being, he's big.
Big guy.
Footwork and size, sure. But I guess that's enough to get the interest of the NFL at this point. Look, Kansas City just signed a rugby player a couple days ago. We've seen Jared Hayne, the now disgraced Jared Hayne, who came into the NFL as a rugby player.
The Eagles
and stuff.
Have
Jordan Mailata, who
the tush push guy.
Yeah. So, I mean, it's happened before, but DJ Burns very well could be the next.
You guys had him?
As a freshman. Yeah.
Bitter about that?
No, I don't know what. I don't know why he went to Winthrop. He transferred to Winthrop and then he went to NC State. I don't know what happened.
Below the belt every day at this time on your home, not just of the World Series champs, but the Dallas Cowboys as well. Final hour, a Texas Ranger has committed a lifelong food crime, and the real sports experts on who's winning the madness, who's getting drafted, Mavs and Stars championship hopes. Final hour, Hump Day edition.
Hump Day.
After this.
Let's get you over to A1 Air. We are going to get you some of that IRS. Yeah, not that IRS. The instant rebate special from A1 Air. You get a new heated and AC system, and they give you up to $2,000 cash back and free whole home surge protection with flexible financing options. That's right. It is the IRS from A1 Air, the instant rebate special. Get a new heated and AC system, and they give you up to $2,000 cash back and free whole home surge protection with flexible financing options. They never charge you overtime, not on weekends, not on holidays, not for after hours. All the work's backed by a 100% money back satisfaction guarantee. So get you some savings right now in this tax season with the instant rebate special. You buy a new heated and AC system, and you get up to $2,000 cash back and free whole home surge protection. Heating, AC, plumbing, and electrical. Trust A1 Air with all of them. Give them a call, 1-800-NEW-COOL. 1-800-NEW-COOL or A1air.com.
Hey, miss anything on Sean and RJ? Turn it on, leave it on with Sean and RJ right here on The Fan.
Shot clock is at 10. Outside to Kyrie Irving. Goes inside with the pass. Shot. Clean. Defense by Golden State.
DFW goes 0 for 2 last night, 0 for 3 this morning. If you're looking at Bobby's mustache on the Fan Cam Twitch and YouTube.
This has been a hit. I don't know what you're talking about.
Final hour, Hump Day edition.
Hump Day.
Fist pump time on the Fan Cam Twitch and YouTube as the Mavericks lose to the Warriors late. The Rangers lose to the Rays early. And hopefully that losing can turn around. We'll see what Vegas thinks of it coming up here in just a second.
We'll see. It was they kept saying, they kept saying it's a fun game. It was a fun game last night. The Mavs play. I didn't, it was
kind of ugly on both sides.
It kind of was. I mean, for today's NBA to have, what, they have 204 points total in the game. That's pretty low in today's NBA.
No one's dying.
Where you see over-unders routinely in the 230s.
By the way, do we have to get our Jason Kidd apologies ready?
No. Hell no.
Why?
No, because this is you've been saved by quality big man play. We'll see how great they are over the next 2 weeks. They drop a game finally as soon as Lively's not in there with Gafford. But we'll see how they go over the next couple weeks. I think that, no, he doesn't get credit for things sort of falling into place naturally because he doesn't do any of this.
I mean...
Yeah, I'm going to be a hater.
Yeah,
I'm the hater of Dallas coaches.
Yeah, listen, I mean...
Except Boch. I love Boch.
He may not have done everything, but if you're going to give him blame for when things go bad...
He still plays Tim Hardaway Jr. and Dwight Powell too much.
But he also is playing who he has.
Doesn't the trade show what they didn't have?
He's not like orchestrating the trades though.
No. The roster he's been given.
He's working with the roster.
You're impossible.
Yeah, here's the thing.
I'm not impossible.
You cannot
ask your therapist who dumped you.
You cannot.
It's impossible. I'm not there anymore.
levy blame onto someone without.
No, this is like
also giving credit.
No, this is the same. This is the same stupid. This is the same stupid McCarthy argument from earlier in the year. Like, doesn't he give credit for destroying it for 6 weeks and then basically said, "Yep, I destroyed it"?
It's not the same.
Bob,
it is.
If you're going to blame somebody when they lose, then you have to credit them when they win.
Am
I wrong on that? Is that nuts?
It's not as specific as I think it needs to be for someone as impossible as Bobby. I think you really gotta break it down a little bit more. Do you believe that they are and I'm not even.
Do you think they're a better coach team right now than they were any earlier during the season?
Well, I was going to ask you. Do you think that they're a much better team after the trade?
Yes.
Okay. So what I'm trying to say is, did Jason Kidd have the opportunity?
He's playing with half a deck.
Right.
A league where two superstars should carry you a lot more than it did.
Really? Look at Phoenix, who's like barely in the play-in game with
Jason,
superstars.
Yeah, you're right. It's going to fall short when you have a coach that's as incapable of game management as Jason Kidd is. Jason Kidd is a bad game. Are you going to argue for Jason Kidd being a great game manager right now? Is that what you want to do?
I'm not going to argue for him being a great game manager.
Okay, then he's a bad game manager, so he gets no credit for things falling into place with better players being here.
This is not binary here, Bobby. Okay, just because you're a great one, just because you're not a great game manager, doesn't mean you're a bad one. There's a lot of gray area in the middle.
The word term binary.
Just because they are bad.
Listen, if you're not great, it doesn't mean you're bad. Steve Kerr has how many superstars on that team? They can't get out of their own way half the time in Golden State. Okay,
yeah, and I'm sure it wouldn't be any better with Jason Kidd being there.
Is he a bad coach? Is he a bad game manager?
What's happened is good big man play is falling into place. Tim Hardaway Jr. has naturally been reduced, but still they just play way too much. So what did you want him to do
before they had good big man play?
Do you think he's a good X's and O's coach, a good game manager? You chop. Okay, we're doing a receipt segment this week. No, we're doing a receipt segment this week because I get tired of this. I get tired of the revisionist history. We'll go back. We'll do a receipt segment and we'll pull out every single effing time during this year where you've said how awful Jason Kidd is at late game management and rotations and everything else. We'll pull it up. That didn't magically get better. Their players got better. So he gets no credit for that.
No, because every coach gets no credit for that because every coach is dependent on their players.
You just said we should apologize to Jason Kidd.
No, I said you cannot say you can't give him no credit or you can't blame him when they lose and then not credit them when they win, especially when they lose because they had worse players. If you are a dependent as a coach, look at Greg Popovich. You are dependent on your players. So stop blaming coaches for losing and stop crediting them for wins. You want to do that? I will rub nipples with you if you do that with me. Okay? But until you do that, and if you're going to blame them for losing, then you're going to credit them for winning. Otherwise, I'm just going to squeeze your nipples.
I think all of that would get us off of Twitch. 877-881-1053 is the Franklin Franco Injury Attorneys text line. My favorite text here from Sandler. Sean, are we getting kid apologies today? Bobby, when was the last time you admitted that you were wrong about anything? So there's
well,
Jared
Sandler, I mean, I had to quit therapy because of you. So I mean, we're not going to get that addressed anymore.
I don't know if Jared knows that I told you that. So
he does now.
Don't repeat that. My phone is about to go from 90 to 1 with Sandler text. Okay, so that was a fun little debate right there. NBA championship odds from Vegas. The latest from Bet Online. The favorites, of course, are
Boston.
The Boston Celtics are 2-1. Second,
the Denver Nuggets.
Good job, led by the MVP frontrunner. Apparently, I don't know why I just sounded like Trump. 3-1 for Denver. Next,
Oklahoma City.
No.
Milwaukee.
Nope.
Minnesota.
Nope.
Cleveland.
Nope. Cleveland.
Just throwing names out.
Let's see.
Clippers.
Yes.
Oh.
Don't rig him for that. It was the ninth.
Up.
It was the 8th guess.
Ring me up. Walk it off.
Clippers 7-1, followed by Milwaukee. OKC's 14-1. Minnesota's 25-1. Phoenix is 25-1 over the Dallas Mavericks at 28-1.
It's the Jason Kidd impact.
The play-in Suns, man.
The play-in Suns.
The play-in Suns have a better odd.
February 1st, the Mavericks were 45-1 to win it all. Currently 28-1, right behind Phoenix, right ahead of the Lakers. MVP.
Jokic.
It is at 1-5. So my headline on 1053thefan.com saying Luka has surpassed and will win it is not looking good according to all the odds makers. I still think
Luka's second, right?
Yes. I still think there's a surprise factor, like or a boredom factor that the voters will be like, we're not going to do this again. The guy wins the scoring title by 3 or 4 points. We can do this if they are top 5. Denver doesn't finish first.
Yeah, I think the one issue is I do wonder how many voters will do this as a makeup for Joker from last year. I wonder how many will think of last year as he should have won it last year.
When does Luka get his makeup?
Makeup for what?
For this year. Are we going? Because Jokic is going to be there for forever.
I mean, sooner or later he's going to get old, right? Or bored.
I hope. That'd be nice.
I'm stunned doing this year. I thought every time I saw him, at those weird Eastern Euro discos. Horses.
Yeah, you were wrong about that.
I was way off on that one. I thought he was going to be fat.
Is it weird that Shea, I was just looking this up. I was looking through just different stats. Is it weird that Shea has 0 triple doubles this year and 8 double doubles? That's his numbers for the year.
He only
0
has 8
triple doubles?
He has no triple doubles and he has 8 double doubles.
Really?
That's very odd.
Wow. Yes, it is.
Is this
weird.
Sabonis? Didn't he hit the record?
Sabonis is like only the 4th player to get like 70 double doubles in a season or something.
Triple double. That's tired. And
he's at a double double. That's not even a triple double.
Yeah, but Sabonis has the triples, right?
No, double double.
I thought he led the league in triple doubles.
Oh, he does.
Yeah,
but he's had 57 straight double doubles or something.
Luka second for the MVP at 4-1. Let's move on to the Stanley Cup odds for the Stars, who have been. I love the name of the new KMC hockey segment. Does anyone know what it is? Tolo Pop Quiz.
Yeah, right here.
All right, not paid. Yeah, I'm asking you, the colleagues and the co-workers at the station.
Puck Puck me up.
Nope. Puck is in it.
Puck me off.
Pepe.
Puck around and find out.
Good job.
Yes.
Good job. All right, let's show off some of the hockey knowledge.
Spits
here.
and suds.
All right.
Who is the favorite? Co-favorites to win it all.
Boston and Colorado.
No.
Damn it.
0 for 2.
The Rangers.
0 for 3.
The Stars and the Panthers.
No.
Carolina.
Carolina and
Colorado.
Panthers. 13-2. Carolina and Florida. followed by Colorado and Edmonton, both at 8-1. Mike Bass's Colorado Avalanche. Then the Dallas Stars at 17-2. So they have the 5th best odds right in front of the Bruins and the Rangers.
They've been a very good team. They've been a wagon almost this year. And there was
What's a wagon?
It's like a... What was that?
I just kicked whatever's down here.
Okay, so like a wagon does have brakes.
Okay.
Right, there's like a runaway train.
Okay.
All right. But, I mean, they went through a stretch where they were playing tough teams. They were losing games, but they have rebounded, and they are top seed in the West right now. And they are 3 points clear of both Colorado and Vancouver for that overall number 1.
Give me the odds in order for the men's NCAA championship.
Talk about hockey, right? No, I'm kidding. So UConn won.
Yep.
Purdue.
Yep.
I'm going to throw a wrench here. No, curveball. Throw a curveball, not a wrench. You don't throw wrenches. I'm going to put NC State 3rd.
Good job.
And then Alabama.
What do you think UConn's you think that's your big contribution for the show, playing your loud little drop right there?
Well, he won. He got it. He got all them correct.
Yeah. Wow.
Work on your mustache, Peyton.
You give me the UConn odds to win it all. 1 to what?
1 to 7.
It's 1 to 2.
They're buying into Zach Edey.
1 to 2. Purdue's 11 to 5. NC State's 15 to 1. Alabama's 16 to 1. How many number 1 seeds will reach the Final Four? The over/under is 1.5.
Okay.
Caleb Williams, just for you non-bettors to put some perspective on 1 to something, heavy odds. Caleb Williams is 1 to 50 to be the first pick, and UConn is only 1 to 2 to win it all.
Yeah, so that's about you bet $200 to win 100.
Jokic is 1 to 5 on MVP, like you just mentioned. Even that's better odds.
I suppose that there is a. I mean, the biggest. Donovan Clingan for UConn is like a major piece to them winning, and he would be going up against a monster in Zach Edey. I mean, there's an unknown. Until you play Purdue, there is an unknown on how you're going to do against them. I think UConn's a much better team, and they should win, but I could see that because Purdue, I mean, look, Purdue did go through Gonzaga and Tennessee, and UConn played. I mean, look, they did go through Illinois. They destroyed Illinois, and Illinois is playing really, really well. But Purdue has had a little bit of a tougher test to get where they are. Maybe that's what it is.
Stars back in action tonight against the Oilers, who we mentioned, and then Madness resumes tomorrow night. Choppy?
No, Saturday.
Oh, we have to wait till Saturday?
Saturday night. It'll be at 5:00 on the first game and close to 8 on the second game. So it's a Saturday, Monday.
All right. We have Rangers baseball today, of course, 11:30 pregame, first pitch at 12:10, final game in Tampa before the Armpit comes to visit for Friday, Saturday, Sunday in Arlington. We have a debate course set up. A little happy. Wait, no, I'm getting my Sandler movies confused. Billy Madison is going to help decide the NFL draft. And we have a Texas Ranger food crime. Let's see if any of the rest of you belong in jail alongside this Texas Ranger. That's next on 105.3 The Fan. But I want to go ahead and give a shout out to one of our Tolos. A couple of weeks back, he said, Shreve, what is that place you're talking about with the scan and everything? And I said, it's ViaScan. Preventative action for you and your family to stop heart attacks and cancer. You're either going to leave with peace of mind or a plan. I absolutely love that slogan from ViaScan. And Atolo hit me up, and I said, yep, ViaScan. I cannot recommend this doctor and physician enough. I went on over there to check out the facility for myself. When it's something this serious, you got to go ahead and check it out, and I could not have been more impressed. Well, I got the message back yesterday from the Tolo, Nelson. I'll keep the last name private, sir. But he said, everything came out great, Sharif. Thank you for the recommendation. I want you to go ahead and be the next one to hit up ViaScan. Tell them you're a Tolo and join the thousands of people who did not wait till they suffered a heart attack or had symptoms of advanced cancers to initiate treatments. Here's how you do it. It's going to take minutes. That's it. With a doctor that you'll never forget. 972-739-2840. 972-739-2840. 2840. Invest $695 at Viascan and be Viascan certain with that peace of mind that you cannot pay enough for. Tell them Sean from the Fans sent you to Viascan.
DFW's
RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan, segment here brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-817-333-3233. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Leote batting left. Here's the pitch. Swung on and lifted down the left field line. Angling back toward the corner, Arozarena. He makes a running catch right at the 3:15 sign to end the ball game. Well, Leote made a bid the opposite way down that left field line, and he didn't miss by much. But Arozarena ran it down on the warning track to end the ball game.
But even more surprising and disturbing than the Texas Rangers offense not showing up for Andrew Heaney yesterday was the Texas Ranger who went on the G-Bag Nation, Jared Walsh. This is perfect for this show with RJ Choppy not discovering a fair amount of things until his late 30s, early 40s. Bobby Belt in this conversation as well. This is Jared Walsh telling G-Bag he's never had a PB&J before.
So it's National Peanut Butter and Jelly Day, Jared. One, I mean, I wonder where that ranks on your sandwich hierarchy, but what do you think is the best flavor combo for food?
Well, interesting fact, I nor any of my siblings have ever eaten a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. Not one.
What?
It's of course because you're flying to Pittsburgh every week to watch games.
Is it a peanut allergy?
No, it was peanut butter and honey, peanut butter and marshmallow fluff.
Yeah, it's good.
It was just never peanut butter and jelly. I mean, I've eaten probably thousands of peanut butter sandwiches. It's just that combo just never really resonated with any of us.
Respect to the fluff, though, dude. The peanut butter and fluff sandwiches, really, really fantastic.
Very good.
And you throw a little honey on there, you get that humongous blood sugar spike, but it tastes delicious. I mean, it's a good sandwich.
Okay, so the peanut butter and fluff, I was never a fan of that. I never enjoyed fluff.
I've never had it.
No, you never had it?
It's just like marshmallow in a can.
Basically.
Yeah, I'm not surprised Chiafalo's a fluffer. That makes sense. Yeah.
He's a fluffer.
No
doubt.
For sure. This brings back the G-Bag jinx is the biggest thing I take away from this because he had the big error last night right after talking to G-Bag. I placed last night's game solely on them.
I mean, this is unacceptable as a parent. It doesn't matter. My 3-year-old, or 2, I don't care. I don't think about what resonates with him. I hand him the sandwich at first. He's at least going to try it. How are you not handing a PB&J, an Uncrustable, over to your toddler or your kid? Then if they don't like it, you never eat it again after you try it again here and there. But my wife doesn't like jelly. People are so weird with those types of textures.
I'm gonna tell you, texture guy. I don't like peanut butter and jelly sandwiches. I like peanut butter sandwiches.
So you don't like jelly?
No.
You won't eat jelly on a bagel, piece of toast?
Nope. Now I will have it on a burger, maybe if they have if there's a jam or something like that on a burger. Whatever
burger.
Yeah, people put bacon jam.
Yeah, I don't do it, but I've had it at restaurants, right? But no, I haven't had a peanut butter and jelly sandwich probably since I was 4.
Uh-oh. Jared Sandler is
hey buddy
in the house.
I don't think my kids have ever had a peanut butter and jelly sandwich.
Your kids have never had a peanut butter and jelly sandwich?
I don't think that we've ever given it to them.
The kind of jelly matters.
Jared, come over here. I trust you.
I won't touch grape jelly.
Not these idiots.
I won't touch grape jelly at
Why?
all. But strawberry, I will. Peanut butter and strawberry jelly and but grape jelly has always had it tastes almost like wine to me.
You're like Lord Helmet.
Mm-hmm.
Jared, what do you think of Bobby's mustache this morning?
I think it's very fitting.
Careful.
This is
I'm not going to therapy anymore, so you got to be very careful with my feelings here.
If I was just a random listener and I'd never seen Bobby Belt, but I heard him for the last 6 months, this is exactly what I think he would look like.
All right, so it's like when every listener goes, you don't look like what you sound, you would say the reverse.
Today,
yes.
Only today, though.
Yes.
Yeah. So a child predator.
He's kind of got this ass-eating grin with the mustache.
He hasn't been able to focus today.
If I didn't know Bobby, I would look at him right now and be like, that guy thinks he's right about everything he says.
Yes,
dead on. I am.
Yeah.
All right.
So if that's what I'm projecting, that
you still haven't answered the question about anything legitimate you've admitted you're wrong about. Sports related.
Is he the most stubborn individual you've heard in this building, or that you know? You think he's more stubborn than me or Choppy? I mean, Choppy used to be.
You're more stubborn about non-radio related things.
Yeah. relationships.
No,
with
Choppy
people.
doesn't remember what he says half the time, so I don't think it's possible for him to be stubborn. I thought old me, like, I held on to Rugi for a long time. I was very stubborn, but I've grown up a little bit.
You held on to him longer than he held on to his hair.
No.
Yeah.
What have I admit? I admitted I was wrong about Terrence Steele because I said that dude would never be an NFL player. And I admitted he was wrong with it.
I don't think
it was before. It was before you. It was before.
That doesn't. Okay,
I'm just saying.
How long have you been on this show?
Huh?
How long have you been on the show?
A year and 5 months.
I'm talking about like your strong takes, the things that you will not
the
necessarily
strong takes I haven't been wrong about yet. So that's really hard.
Like, you won't
Justin
even
Fields for a first.
You won't even. There you go.
What?
Yeah.
Which one? Which one was that?
Justin Fields for a first.
That I was wrong about.
Lamar
yes.
won the MVP.
Lamar winning the
Alabama
MVP
losing
is
3
not.
games.
But see, like you spin everything. That's the point.
He's a spinner.
It's a really unattractive quality.
More than the mustache?
No.
I don't know about that.
Like it's really, really unattractive.
I
It's
know
like the
it's
woman
really
who
tough for people when I'm right so consistently about Brock
Likeability.
Purdy
Bobby,
and so many other
likeability.
things. I know it's tough. People don't like people who are right all the time. It's really difficult. I understand.
Likability, Bobby.
Brock Purdy's going to make you right about.
Tell Bobby why his therapy sessions on the radio suck. Let's break him down.
Oh, I texted Sean, and I also texted. I thought they were the most miserable thing, and I didn't think they made you more likable. All it did was amplify the reasons why people who hate you hate you.
That's exactly it. I was going there to work on it.
It wasn't but it wasn't like, oh, Miss Therapist or Mr. Therapist, I'm so stubborn, blah blah. I really want to get better. It's like, no, I'm stubborn, and that's who I am.
Yeah.
Deal with it.
Don't you feel
fix me?
Don't you feel like you probably didn't give it a chance whatsoever?
Absolutely not.
The whole thing is a joke.
I will give him credit. I don't know that there's anyone else at the station who would put themselves through therapy with zero intention of actually getting better, strictly for the purpose of content.
And paying for it.
Yes. Yes.
And paying for it.
You had no.
I did because I shifted on things. I gave up wanting to have another baby. That was
a big thing.
That was a big thing. That was like the biggest thing that I wanted.
That's the first smart financial move you've ever made.
But I was right. I still shifted.
I was right.
And then,
See, his response is not. I was right. It wasn't right.
I used the wrong word. No, I shifted on that, and then the one thing I shifted on, then Kristen shifted back the other direction. And all of a sudden, it was a disagreement we had again.
What else you want to talk about? Anything else?
I didn't want to talk. You brought me on.
I was talking about Justin Fields for first. That's it. That's one thing. Okay.
Disgusting couch.
I would have been totally right about. I mean, I was wrong about all my NCAA tournament picks.
Oh yeah, that's right. How's your bracket?
I had Arizona winning it. I have Purdue in the final, but I had Arizona winning it. So I think the best, like in one of my things, I can maybe fringe, like get my money back, but I don't know.
All right, I think we can trigger him here with some of your NFL draft talk, Choppy. The Bears debate. You do your thing, Jared. If you feel the need to jump in, you can jump in. But the Bears are having a Billy Madison draft debate.
This is very interesting.
Because Jared is Mr. Caleb Williams. I was going to try to trigger him with Caleb.
Yeah. Did we get betting odds on what nail polish will wear to the draft? Did we get that?
Does
Did you
that
have that in
matter?
your odds? I was just curious.
Does that matter to you?
No, I just wanted to know if I can bet on the Gatorade. I can't bet on the nail color.
Was that an April Fool's joke with the Duke kid getting the beauty nail?
No, Jeremy
Kane. That's his thing.
He dead serious did.
Getting the sponsorship with the nail.
I'm just becoming desensitized to a lot of things. So like, if I see a guy now with nail polish,
Doesn't bother me.
I'm
Wear
like,
nail polish. What the hell do I care? Right? I don't know. It just doesn't bother me
Put
at
it on
all.
your group chat. Let's see what they say.
Yeah,
I'll tell you this.
Yeah.
My house will be up for sale tomorrow because they would put it up for sale. I'll put that on the group chat. But so the Bears are going to hold a high school type debate on where to go with the 9th overall pick. So apparently, according to this, they know where to go with the 1st overall pick.
Okay.
All right. So they take Caleb.
To the salon.
Their second. Stop it.
Joking.
Their second pick.
Nail done and hair did.
Their second pick is number 9 overall. So according to Ryan Poles, the GM, he says, I like the numbers in terms of where to go at and what we can get at 9. We're going to do some cool things, kind of break into teams. One team is going to talk about why the tackle position is the best to go. The other team is going to say, the scouts and the 3 teams. One is going to go for the wide receiver, and they're going to say, we should get a wide receiver because of this. We should get a tackle because of this. And then we should get a defensive end because of this. Those are the 3 areas that they're going to target. And we'll have a debate in terms of what's more impactful for our football team, short and long term. And then Poles is also leaving the door for a trade, right? But he's going to make the decision based off who wins the debate.
When is this debate being held? They're going to hold it like leading up to the pick, or they're holding it before that?
It didn't go into
because
detail
I think
on
it's
that.
totally stupid if this is a debate.
They're not going to do it during.
Okay, well that's stupid then. They're going to sit here and debate a position is like, hey, pitch your position. That to me is you're throwing out who's like the best possible player that's sliding down the board. I think that's stupid.
Wait. Are you arguing the timing of when they would do this or the whole exercise?
I'm saying the exercise of arguing like what position are we going to tie ourselves down to? We're picking this based on a debate before we know even who's going to be there is stupid.
Oh, well, I mean, but a lot.
You don't know who's pushed down the board yet.
No, you don't. But like this goes into the whole, just take whoever's there because you don't know who's going to be better.
Let's say
right?
Harrison's their top receiver on the board. Harrison, for some reason, miraculously pushes down to 9.
Well, I think
and
things
through the
change.
process of their debate, they've settled on tackle. Okay, and then they get there and they go, well, we're taking tackle because we don't even think Marvin Harrison's going to be there. Are they saying that they're going to tie themselves to that, or does that make their whole debate meaningless? And they're going to have to sit there and go, wait, I know what we debated and we had our little group think earlier, but I just think it's a dumb exercise. Yeah. You should just stack your board and pick whatever player you think makes
of it
sense.
like this, though. Like, let's assume that like the draft kind of goes according to what they think, and a lot of teams have a good idea of, well, this team's going to go there, that team's going to go there. I think you have a general idea of what's going to be available to you. And you can make changes accordingly.
Sure, but I mean, the Cowboys, every mock draft exercise they ran in 2020, they didn't have CeeDee Lamb getting down to them.
No, and they wisely took him, and I think the Bears do the same thing. And Marvin Harrison there.
I would hope, but just to argue it based on, they're not even arguing players. Like, hey, I want you to take this player, you take this player, this player. They're arguing positions. That's what I think is kind of silly, because you're saying, I'm taking this position, board be damned.
Jared, do you have any worry about, I'm surprised in your confidence level over the Caleb Williams character stuff, that you don't seem worried at all about it, or that it's not going to be an NFL problem, Kyler Murray-esque? You think the whole thing is ridiculous? Caleb Williams character concerns.
He didn't get into a huge fight over a spring break trip because he was causing a lot of problems, like the quarterback of the Cowboys.
I knew you were going to reference that. I knew that was coming.
So I don't know. I mean, like,
there's a difference between that. Okay, well, a big difference there is, all right, that's a standalone incident versus Caleb Williams. Hold on. You
things that cannot be said on air that I'd love to say right now.
Hold on.
Hey, I know what? No, here I'm just
Caleb,
gonna.
There's consistent questions about him and his ability to lead a huddle.
Yeah, he hates losing. He doesn't respond well to losing. You're right. That's I wish, you know what? I wish my quarterback was really buddy with everyone after getting his ass kicked in a really big game.
I think that's an oversimplification of what Caleb's issues are.
But my issue is the same.
You think there's zero concern about Caleb?
My issue is the same. I don't think there's zero concern with any of these guys. Trevor Lawrence was a sure thing, right? And is he a sure thing?
Bassick he was.
Yeah. No, but for a lot of people, Trevor Lawrence, the minute he stepped foot on campus at Clemson, he was going to be the number 1 overall pick. Heck, Andrew Luck was. And Andrew Luck was a good quarterback, but was Andrew Luck as good as everyone thought he was going to be? No. I was in school when he was at Stanford, and he was God. He was Messiah.
Yeah.
There's never a no concern about anyone. I just think that, like, here's the deal with Caleb Williams, and I'm guilty of this too. If you like him, you can spin the character stuff to benefit you. If you don't like him, you can spin it to benefit your argument there. We do this with sports a lot, and I'm doing it right now with Caleb Williams. I just think, like, maybe I'm jaded by awful quarterback play at USC. I have not seen a quarterback that good. He is unreal with his skills, and I will bet on the talent and the skills, and then hope that as an organization, I create an environment that will allow him to thrive with who he is, but I'm going to bet on the talent as opposed to drafting Chad Pennington because he's a good Samaritan, even though he might not be able to throw the ball 20 yards.
Crosstalk with a KMC masterpiece before Ranger Baseball's next.
Let's get you over to Platinum Chrysler Dodge Ram Jeep. It is, of course,
Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's ride, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
What?
I put a picture up of you, me, and Sandler on the couch, and I said, check out our podcast, The Casting Couch.
Oh,
and
my
Peyton
Lord.
quote tweeted it and said, I usually skip this part.
Jeez Louise.
Really?
Real talk. I don't
Did you send that
like
picture
the
to Carter, brother?
I like the interview portion of that.
Holy cow, man.
really get to know the
We're
people.
built different.
That's pretty good.
You get an emotional connection.
You got to
before-
gain an emotional connection.
My goodness.
Which is weird because you've always been against job interviews as a process.
I am. I think job interviews
Except
bring
to
a
that
lot of
instance.
bias into this, but for that
Wait,
one, I
what?
think it works.
What did you just say?
Here we
How
go.
so? By getting information about the potential employee?
No, not at all. I think job interviews favor charismatic people and not
Okay.
necessarily the best employee. Because if you're an accountant, I don't need to know your personality. You know, so I think so sometimes they can be good.
Okay.
But I think sometimes they can skew too.
I remember Sean one time on the floor above us. I'd showed up in a suit, and you were like, "What are you doing here in this suit?" And I was like, "Well, I'm trying to apply for a job." And you said, "Dress for the job you want, not the job you have."
Yeah.
And that's
What job were you dressing
I like to
for?
hashtag act your wage, Sean. That's my new thing.
Act your wage.
That's the new Gen Z thing. Act your wage. That's the new Gen Z hashtag.
I was applying.
They're changing the game, baby. My favorite generation.
I was applying for a job in sales here at the station because we couldn't.
You could have just stayed at home to do your
full-time.
job interview, huh?
Yeah. This whole building is becoming Gen Z. Really. And we're older.
Yeah.
But a lot of those Gen Z characteristics.
Odyssey.
Yeah, they just want to work.
Odyssey.
Odyssey.
That is freaking brilliant.
Odyssey.
That is absolutely brilliant. I'm talking about this building, not the company, not the corporation, this building. So
They want more money and less time working.
yes, right. I just don't feel like it. I don't want to.
What if I got the same money and less time work? I'm okay with that. Same money and less time working.
That's Gen Z too.
The goal in life is to get more leisure time. Like that's your whole goal. In France, what do they say? The Americans live to
Ugly
work,
American.
and in France they work to live. You know, and
I was thinking about this. If you won the $1 billion, right, and you quit, how much guilt would you feel? How much do you think people? Because we all say like, "Oh, I want vacation. Oh, I have to go to work today." But I don't even know why I'm looking at you for this. I can already tell your face with what you would say. Would you feel guilty, or do you think people would look down upon you for just quitting at 40, 45? And
Well,
not working
I would
until
buy
you're
this
60?
company too.
Oh,
So,
okay. Keep it A to Z?
Yeah. No, I mean, obviously I would change the name. The name is awful.
But would you let?
Wow, I think the name
It
is great.
is, it is, right?
I think it's a really good name.
Oh, I do not. I would change the name. And
what?
I'm not sure yet, but anything is better than. Is it spelled with an O? And you're like, no, it's not. Like audio.
You get it.
You get it right.
I think the name is great, but whatever.
It's amazing.
I love the name.
It's amazing the statements that are made with new contracts
Hey,
signed.
hey,
Old contracts
No.
The day I signed mine, if I ever
made
do.
these same statements before.
Like,
I
when
made
my
these same
when my
statements
ink is still
before.
wet, like, I'll be destroying everyone.
I did.
But right now, we're like, everything.
I don't even know what the pen looks like.
I didn't just get my fully signed one yesterday. So
Good.
that did happen.
Look at
So,
you.
Kevin, did you too?
No.
Oh wow!
I'm just kidding.
Good luck, buddy.
I would
With all
run my
those
mouth
statements
about
you just
that
made.
anyway. It's okay. It doesn't mean we don't like working here. It just means you don't like the name.
I love working
Your
here
name's great.
with you guys.
I like working with you guys too.
I love
Mike.
working with all of you.
But
guys.
you know,
Working
I
with
think
Mike.
to your point, you do have to do something with your time. If you win the $1 billion,
Would you start a business?
What though?
yeah, I'd probably start. I'd do something.
How much
Kind
travel?
of a candle business?
I would travel. I would travel
Great
6
idea.
months out of the year.
I would travel a lot. I would work remotely.
Yes.
Doing whatever I'm
Be
doing.
on a yacht all
I'd
the
be
time.
a philanthropist or something like that. I would. You know what I would do?
I don't think that means what you think it
Sounds like a crime front if I've ever heard one.
I would
RJ's
probably.
philanthropy and candles.
I would probably set up an NIL fund for Tennessee.
Okay.
That's probably that's probably what I would do.
Another recruiting coup
Yeah.
for Tennessee today.
So
Yes.
how would
You
you
and Jason Witten together?
how would you change the interview process if you take out the personality? How would you hire someone?
I guess it depends on the job.
Looks.
right? Like I don't know.
Did you say looks?
That's how he would do
Yeah,
it.
if it was like radio, I mean, it's obviously it's your on air stuff.
Tape.
Yeah, it's not necessarily your interview. If it's sales, I mean, the interview's a big part of that. Sales, absolutely the interview because that's
Okay.
all about charisma.
Yeah.
Sales, all about selling yourself. If it's like I said, accounting, I think it would just go by experience, resume. I don't know. I don't know what the answer to that is.
For a job like accountant or an office job, would you consider somebody with less charisma, hoping that maybe they have less friends and less stuff to do in their personal
Yeah,
life,
I'll
and
be honest.
they're more inclined to be at the office?
I would say, okay, are you married? The answer is no. Okay, if the
Okay.
answer is no, you're hired.
Are you allowed to ask that question?
I don't know. I don't know if I am, but I'll make my own rules. I'll be a billionaire, and I won't care. Can't cancel a billionaire. So I want somebody with no kids and no
that's proven
spouse.
factually
No.
accurate.
I had
over
a
the
boss
years. Vince McMahon might argue with
no
that,
longer with us, but a
there's
radio.
Frito.
Yeah, Frito
Frito.
told me that he was like, no kids, no
kids,
family,
no
that's,
family.
That's what I want to hire.
Okay.
And
He said,
somebody who pulls into a parking spot to work, not backs in.
Oh, I hate those.
I hate back in people.
Corey's a back.
Why?
Yeah, I'm a back inner
Sometimes.
at like a mall.
Why?
Because I don't want to I don't turn around when I back up. I just go.
Mall.
Or like if I'm at the Ranger
But
game.
you're turning around to back into the spot.
No, then I'm just using my camera thing. I never turn around.
Yeah, no.
But
yeah.
I think it's just easier to get out
Stiff neck.
if you just pull forward.
I feel like back in parkers, they want to show off that they're like better drivers.
Yeah, you got to show off the grill.
If you
I got to
can-
show the Nissan logo.
If
baby.
you can do it the first time, good for you. I am a hater of the back end driver that's like, no, hold on,
Yeah.
wait, hold on.
I can do it
saving so much time.
I can do it the first time, and I'll tend to do it like
Then
in
that's
this.
fine.
I do it in this parking garage a lot because it's when we're leaving here in the morning, and then there are all these cars. It's easier for me to just see pulling out than if I was to back out.
But I would do the back end. I want somebody who pulls into the space at work.
Would you be like looking out the window, monitoring
I would
that?
say I would go down to the. I excuse myself for the bathroom, go down to the parking garage, find out where they drive, and then go. Because I want somebody who isn't just you. Because you're just trying to get out the door.
Right.
Bill Gates has the old quote. He said, "I choose a lazy person to do a hard job because a lazy person will find an easy way to do it."
Yes.
Do you buy into that thought process?
Wow.
Say
Yes,
that again.
I'm that guy.
I choose a lazy person to do a hard job because a lazy person will find an easy way to do it.
I think they'll find a
Interesting.
way to do the bare minimum.
Yeah, the quality of it, I
Yeah.
would question.
No, they'll find a way to be innovative. So this
They'll
is
look for the shortcuts.
Yeah.
To how can I do this as efficiently as possible without exerting much effort?
and the reason I know this is because
You're
when
lazy?
I worked with my buddies. My old roommate, his dad ran a company, and we were building some shelves.
Well.
And we were it's not anything to brag about, Bobby.
I need some shelves.
But we're building some shelves, and I found a faster and easier way to do it. And he was like, "You did that because you're lazy." And I was like, well, yeah, I mean, that makes sense. But I was done before everybody. And he was like, and that's why I would hire you, because I was building this shelf faster because I didn't want to.
Was that person Bill Gates?
No.
Okay. I just
But he's a great man.
What's coming up on the hour? In the hour.
It's an hour and a half, Sean.
Leading into Rangers.
Yeah, man. We're leading right into the Texas Rangers and Evan Carter, who's 0 for 15.
Oh, that's the one you hate.
I don't hate Evan Carter.
He hates the way he plays the outfield. He does the way he jumps.
You think he's lazy? You think he's a lazy outfielder?
No, I don't hate Evan Carter.
He hates 5 runs scored Carter, as we call him.
Do you think Wyatt Langford's a bad base runner because he got called out twice at the bases in the last couple games?
Still the right move.
It was.
Well, at least the first one.
The first, I agree, it was.
Yeah, Mike has a guarantee on the line today.
Mike who?
Mike Bassick. He's on our show still sometimes. But he'll at 10 o'clock we'll get into Mike's guarantee and why Bryce Harper is a jerk. And then we also have Jared Sandler joining us in the last 15 minutes of the show.
Cool.
Maybe even the last 30 minutes. Who knows?
Talk about those gigantic NCAA women's ratings too.
Are you being sarcastic?
No, dead serious. It was
That was a giant number.
higher rated than the NBA
That's just
Finals.
the way I talk.
Higher rated than the NHL Stanley Cup.
Yeah.
And higher than the World Series.
I thought you were piling on me because I've been fighting these two.
I think we're on your side.
Oh, what
with
is
this.
the? Yeah, no.
He's been giving us big Deadspin energy for
Yeah.
the last 3 days, trying to be like, these women, you guys, you big misogynists.
Oh, I never said that. I said watch.
As somebody who won a state title with a female, he's been coming at us with that energy all
Well, that's
week.
true.
Yeah. Look, I know you haven't had any, strong female presence to lead you along. So maybe
is
you.
that a shot against
I
his
can
wife?
still talk
His
to her.
mom?
I can still talk to her in my
Mom joke.
prayers every day.
So all I said is you should appreciate Caitlin Clark's greatness, and then the Avalanche.
She's a huge ratings attraction.
Oh,
if
she's an
nothing else.
incredible watch. Yeah. She's an incredible basketball player. She's an amazing.
The only people who do more to bring eyeballs to their sport are Messi and Tiger.
I could see that.
And Wyatt Langford.
I could see both of them.
Right? That's it, right?
Let's hope.
Like, who else playing is going to boost the ratings that much?
As an individual,
As an individual.
I would have to think about that, but I definitely agree with the two that you said. But yeah,
Does Conor McGregor fit that? He just said Conor.
That's a good one.
Okay. All right.
Jake Paul.
But don't you watch her and be like, "Holy crap! How is she doing that?"
Yeah, she is. But look, I mean, I watched enough as a Lady Vols fan. I watched enough, but I mean, she's
What'd you say? I mean,
as a
say
Lady
one more
Vols
of that.
fan, I watched them. I mean, like Candace Parker did the same stuff. Now, different, but she was she was dominant.
Yeah, but I'm just talking about like shooting from three.
No,
like
yeah,
that.
shooting from three. No, I guess Sabrina did the same thing in college.
Sabrina
kind of thing.
Hill.
Sabrina
Teenage
Hill.
Witch.
She's the one that was up against Steph Curry.
I don't love all women's basketball.
Yeah, I know. That's why I said you're dead spin. It's
But
convenient
Caitlin
for
has
you.
done it, and everybody does it to the next level.
And if they can beat UConn and match up with South Carolina undefeated in the finals, that's going to draw a huge number too.
Huge.
What is up with that microphone cover? Is someone just cutting that up every day?
We have a puppy at the house, and I made the mistake of leaving my bag unzipped, and he likes to search places, and he has chewed up my microphone cover.
Oh.
And you refuse to
take it off?
Get a new one.
I should.
None of us. Do you think that your sound right now is better than our sounds with that one? You do?
Doesn't pop peas as much.
We're gonna do a blind listening test. Blind.
I mean, I'll still know
We're gonna
what
do a
you
deaf,
sound like.
Deaf test.
What's that? You're going to do a deaf test?
Don't do a deaf test. Don't do a
Okay.
deaf test, Sean.
How's that going to be set up?
The KNC. I thought Mike's therapy.
How's that going to be set up?
I thought
Like a
Mike's
listening
session was done at
test?
9:50. What happened? We running over?
No.
We running over?
Look, man, Mike
We've
is
been in crosstalk with
Mike
you. I
is a
don't know.
man of his own.
Finish that sentence.
That's all I got.
KNC followed by Rangers baseball next.
We will gladly. KNC style, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through The Fan. You got me, Kevin Hagelin, Corey Majors, Mike Bassick, and Alec Medford, and Jared Sandler.
You joined the whole
who is
show today?
In the room and will appear at certain points. Adam Schefter with a blockbuster tweet of vagueness. The Bills are finalizing a trade to send Stefon Diggs to Houston for draft pick compensation. What that draft pick compensation is, don't know. If you're a Texans fan, maybe you don't care because you just got Stefon Diggs.
This is...
Oh, I got more information.
Okay.
Sorry, was that too dramatic?
No, this is great. Like, I'm actually very excited about this potential information now.
All right, the Bills are going to get a second round pick. Wow. And the Texans get Stefon Diggs and a 2024 sixth and a 2025 fifth round pick.
Okay, and the second round pick is a 25 as well. according to Diana Rousseau.
Correct.
All right, so that's 3 picks next year. That's
so essentially a 2025 pick, and then they get a couple of future late picks back for Stefon Diggs.
For Mike, for a guy who's disgruntled with their organization, and they're able to move him for multiple picks.
Here's another thing. This is what Stephen Jones pees in his pants about, is if you do push all in and you don't win like Buffalo did, and then you find yourself $60 million over the cap going into an off season and you didn't win the championship, this is what happens. This is where Steven is like, see, this is why I don't whiz in my pants, because of this situation. And this is why I don't ever try to truly win, because if you don't win when you tried to truly do it, you end up being the Buffalo Bills. But I don't think Cowboy fans, maybe they would be, I don't think would be as upset if the Cowboys told you, hey, in 2027, we're going to be approximately $80 million over the cap, but we're going to try our best in 2024 and 2025 to win it all. But we know in 2026, we're going to probably have to unload good players and not really get much help in the near future.
I think some Cowboy fans would be upset. I think the majority would be fine, because I would just say, you don't win anyway. You don't win at big time levels anyway. So what is the difference? Why not try a different strategy? Knowing very well, I understand the backlash that come along with it, and you're going to be terrible in a couple of years, or maybe the year after. I'm fine with that.
I was listening to Bobby's Below the Belt segment this morning. And
is that the one where Jared said this is why people don't like you?
No, that was a completely different segment.
Okay.
But I get it.
They don't like you?
No, he's talking about Bobby.
Oh, well, yeah. I mean, Bobby's.
Am I like?
Oh, no.
No, I think that's.
I like Bobby.
I would say very few people dislike you. I mean, I don't think everybody is completely and totally like. That would be very tough.
Very tough
to be.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Not even Jesus.
But I think, I mean, obviously, a lot of people wanted to kill him, and they got it done.
All right, so
then he said 3 days later, haha, I'm alive again.
But they were talking about how the Ravens and the Cowboys are very similar in their approach. And their approach is, we draft our own, we pay our own, we work within this, and then occasionally we'll add players, not big time free agents. Very similar. And Bobby's right about like the basic line of that. I think the difference is their consistency in coaching over the history of that is very different, and they've had really good coaching in those times. But when you look at that, what you're talking about, Kevin, you want them to step outside of what their approach is.
Your comfort zone doesn't work for the finals.
Do you want the Ravens to step outside of that comfort zone too? I mean, they did this year, I guess, by signing Derrick Henry. That's a different thing than they usually do.
And I think they tried that, and you just saw they were just at least in the AFC Championship game. Now, and that's the other thing. I can look at I wonder if the Ravens look at it this way, or if I
have respect for the way the Ravens run their organization.
Absolutely. And at least they could say, we lost to the team that took it down in what looked like a strong conference, where the Cowboys look like they had a weaker conference than usual, and they're like, stay the course.
No, you're absolutely right about that. They never take advantage of what their conference actually is. The other part of that question and that conversation is, This is where everybody that hated the Amari Cooper trade is going to stand up, right? The Amari Cooper trade burns people. And you got a 5th round pick for Amari Cooper, a 6th, something ridiculously low.
5th, I believe.
And everybody, and now here you are, Stefon Diggs, who you would say, I would still say Diggs is a top 10 receiver if Amari's an 11. You know what? If that's the conversation, he's just outside of that compared to Diggs. And the Diggs information, like, that's showing that's value. Why couldn't the Cowboys get that kind of value? They didn't even care to get that kind of value. They didn't even work hard enough to get that kind of value. They were just so mad at the guy. They said, we're sending him off to a place that we think is hell for him.
I believe the Cowboys enforce selective culture, where they're like, well, we had to move on from Amari Cooper because he didn't fit with what we were trying to do. And I think they have other players who don't fit with what they're trying to do. And they're like, yeah, well, that's okay in this particular instance. Now, on the baseball front, do you want to go in the direction that makes me look dumb first, Mike, or you look dumb?
Me, because I actually have some stuff here to try to help my case out for
I'm just giving you a hard time
for my little savior.
Oh my goodness,
Evan Carter. He hasn't got a hit.
And you guaranteed
I
he
guaranteed he would get a hit in this series.
And he's off. Is he off today?
Is there a left hit? I don't know.
He's off today.
He's not playing third base?
He's on the lineup today.
Put him at third.
Not playing third
Why
base.
would he play third?
Why not? Try it out.
But that doesn't make sense. Hold on. No, don't try it out. If we're going to try anything out, we put Leote at third so we can have everybody in the outfield.
Okay. Can I give you an example of who he could be?
Sure.
As my computer is having major issues
Mine
again.
is too.
You chose to go
I think-
first. We could have made me look
Well, I
dumb
didn't know
first.
this, but I think I have a pretty major virus on my computer. Please do not shut down on me. Michael Harris won Rookie of the Year. Do I have this correct in 2022? I'm pretty sure he was Rookie of the Year. Do I have that right, Sandler? You're over there looking. Michael Harris, Rookie of the Year in the National League. Center fielder for the Atlanta Braves. Last year, his first half, this isn't going to sound that bad because it started going really well in June. He hit 255 with a 301 on base percentage and a 725 OPS. In April, only 8 games. March, April, he must have got hurt. He batted 200 in his 27 at-bats. He had 5 hits. In May, in his 96 at-bats, he had 14 hits and hit 167.
Ooh.
Okay? So 200 in March, April, 167 in the month of May. Then in June, he hit 372. Then in July, he hit 290. In August, he hit 336. And then in September, he hit 301. To finish the season, because I can remember at some point going, dude, they need to send him down? Is it Michael Harris, Rookie of the Year? Do they need to send him down? He is horrible. And I have his splits pulled up. I don't have his overall stats pulled up. But at the end of the year, he had really good stats. And I hope this doesn't happen to Evan Carter, as in we have to go through the month of May until he gets back to the person. But I'm just giving an example of a young guy, Michael Harris, really got off to a horrible start last year. He was here in Texas, and I remember, I'm lucky enough that I can sometimes go down the field. Michael Harris gave one of my boys an autograph, and I was like, that's so cool. He's the Rookie of the Year. And then like a month later, I'm like, God, he stinks this year. And then by the end of the year, he ended up having a really good year.
And
so I'm hoping that Evan Carter eventually picks it up and plays like the guy that we've seen so many times.
And it is really, really early. I just thought that was funny because I agreed with you when you're like, I guarantee he'll get a hit in this series. And now here we still are. So that's the one that makes Mike look bad. Here's the one that makes me look bad. Yesterday, I was having a discussion with all of us, but especially Jared Sandler, back and forth about the merits of Bryce Harper, who at that point, only 3 games in, was 0 for 11 with 5 strikeouts.
You were feeling really cocky, huh?
I assume he was listening because he did this a lot yesterday.
Yeah, it's hooked deep to right center field. No doubt about it. A 3-homer game. He caps it off with a grand slam.
Yeah, so Bryce Harper maybe looked really stupid from that perspective for that one game. I just thought the timing of that was ironic, and I definitely had a conversation with Sandler, as well as multiple other people on social media who were like, what were you saying about Bryce Harper? And I get it, and that is fair. Now, cut number 3, we also need to talk about the Rangers game yesterday.
Leote batting left. Here's the pitch. Swung on and lifted down the left field line. Angling back toward the corner, Arozarena. He makes a running catch right at the 3:15 sign to end the ball game. Well, Leote made a bid the opposite way down that left field line, and he didn't miss by much.
Now, you said oops.
I'm getting sick of losing, dude.
I wasn't going to say that. Not only because they lost, but this was a one where you can point to an inning where, not that they self-destructed, but they definitely the Rangers definitely shot themselves in the foot.
With the pop-up for sure.
Yes.
But then, and I thought that Andrew Heaney did a good job of, in the post-game interview, saying, look, I had 2 strikes. I'm sorry, I'm forgetting the hitter that he had 2 strikes on, but he's like, I had an opportunity. I put myself in a situation to end the inning if I make a quality 2-strike pitch, and I didn't do it. I wasn't able to do it. And then I believe he hit a guy with 2 strikes too. And so there were just a couple times he was like, I got to the situation I needed to get to get out of it, and he didn't. And I thought, gosh, you're going to lose. This is the tough thing. Corey, I'm going to let you know something. I'm going to bet that the Rangers lose 70 games this year.
Oh, man.
Now, I hope they don't, but probably we're going to have to go through 68 more losses. Hopefully not more than that. But there's going to be, in a 162-game season, an unbelievably great year. You'd improve by 2 games, correct? I think they won 90 last year.
But even if you won 100, you still have 60 more losses coming.
Yeah, so this is the tough thing is, like, we are going to have to go through this a lot more. Hopefully we go through a few more wins than losses.
Yeah,
and if you go through a few more wins than losses, you get to make the playoffs usually.
I mean, they won a lot more games during the playoffs last year. And I just got used to that. And that's kind of where I want it to be.
And they got off to a great 2-0 start, right?
Mhm.
I mean, they figured out a way to come back and win with a dramatic win, and then they kicked butt in the second game.
We can't even sweep an opponent anymore, though. Like,
Then
it's not happening anymore.
Maton tries to ruin our lives.
He did ruin my life. I'm really upset. I'm still upset about it. Well,
That's okay.
Bochy talked me off the ledge enough when he said we're going to hit some people too, and I was like, oh wow. Didn't you? For just a second, Kevin, I got fired up when he said that, and then he goes, because it's just going to happen. And I was like, oh, so he's saying it's going to, like, accidents happen. Okay,
Well,
I thought he was like,
it was a breaking ball in the foot. So I don't feel like he was calling you to arms right there.
This team is going to take a lot on a lot of different looks throughout the year. They will have a variety of lineups they'll roll out there. Pitching is going to change throughout the season. As Jared has always told us, baseball is a marathon, not a sprint. Although baseball is baseball.
Okay, well, I'm going to try.
Not really a track event, but.
I'm going to try not to overreact then, but the opposite of Evan Carter right now is Wyatt Langford, who gets a hit in every single game.
That's all he does, man.
That he plays in.
Invest in his cards.
It's too late. He's the 8th Ranger to get a hit in each of his 5 MLB games.
Dean Palmer.
How?
Oh, is that the answer?
No, it's not. However, he's only the 2nd Ranger whose first 5 games of his career were the first 5 games of the season. All right, so this has only been done by one other Ranger to start the season. He is not a great Ranger.
Craig Gentry.
No.
Better?
I think that's probably maybe a little high, but that's probably in the general vicinity of quality of player. Unless I'm underrating.
Nomar Mazara.
That's too high.
How current of a player?
It happened in 2003.
Oh, crap. He was on my team.
Frank Catalanato.
Ooh.
Mark Teixeira?
That is way too good.
Michael Young.
Gerald Laird.
Dude, I was almost there. Rob Barajas.
Hey. They both were the catchers in 04.
I know. That's why I was getting there.
Yeah, I went to lunch with Gerald Laird and Ryan Drees when we were in Baltimore before I lost a game, and then had one more game with the Rangers, and then they said we never want to see you pitch ever again. That's that.
What'd you
Buck
eat for lunch
Showalter
that day?
called me. Seafood. We were on the bay.
Was it for like fried shrimp? You love fried shrimp.
Why do you remember that?
It's like crab because it's crab. Crabs
cakes,
are there.
Or just cracking shells?
No, not cracking shells, but some crab dish. Then I T-Dub, my guy Todd Williams, he had been designated for assignment by the Rangers, picked up by the Orioles, and then we went out to dinner after a day game there, and he was the one that stuck his private parts on my peanut butter and jelly sandwich that year.
Which Jared Walsh has never had one of.
But we still loved each other and went out to dinner, and I was like, it was interesting. He was enjoying himself a lot at that dinner, and I was like, you might need to like lower your voice just a little bit, T-Dub.
Okay.
one of like the Corey nights.
Yeah.
Okay. I get you.
I was like, we're in a pretty nice restaurant here.
You're being really
We're
loud.
kind of loud. Maybe they know that that's T-Dub, the reliever for the Baltimore Orioles, but let's make sure we get to eat our food.
Oh, Teddy Williams.
We will
So
lead
that's my
you.
Gerald Laird story.
Thank you very much. We will lead you into the series finale of Rangers Rays. Starts at 12:10, pregame at 11:30, right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's another loss, but let's talk about Mavs Warriors and then kind of dive into some more of those tiebreakers, quality opponents remaining. We'll do that next, right here on The Fan.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Shot clock is at 10. Outside to Kyrie Irving. Goes inside with the pass. Crawford stopped. Green. What defense by Golden State.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan, where the Mavericks did make a furious attempt at a comeback in the last minute 10-ish. It comes up short. Was Klay Thompson walking on that one inbound? I kind of thought he was. Didn't get called. The Mavericks lose 104-100 to the Warriors.
I thought they played their guts out.
Because that's the biggest thing that you want.
Yes.
Win, lose, whatever. Did you give it your all?
Look, that was a scheduled loss. Unfortunately, unfortunately, the schedule, because of the death of a coach,
assistant coach, for
the Warriors family, passed away a few months ago. That game was supposed to be played a couple months ago. So it was, you just look at the 5-game road trip, Utah, Sacramento, Houston, Golden State. To go 4-1, I'm going to say great job. To give the effort and energy that they showed, awesome. Missing Derek Lively was a tremendous, it hurts. I'm not trying to knock this guy. I don't care if Josh Green misses or not. We're fine without Josh Green. But Derek Lively, then we have to play Dwight Powell in his spot, and he just can't play in this league. And so I just felt like, would they have won if Derek Lively was healthy and able to play? I don't know, but it helps out tremendously for those 20 minutes that Gafford isn't playing, that you're actually playing a real NBA basketball player. And Dwight Powell's trying his best. He's just not talented enough to play in the league. And so I thought the energy that they had with the trip that they've been on was tremendous. They couldn't make some shots. I thought Luka, was struggling with energy late in the game, but I understand. I'm going to give that an excuse because they tried their butt off. They played good defense. They just didn't have the energy and the ability to score. And I thought the final 5 guys was going to be Exum, and then he went with Tim Hardaway. And so I'm like, well, maybe I don't know what the final 5 is. Maybe we're going to go with Tim Hardaway Jr. And it made me think is if they don't win the championship this year, which most likely they won't.
Sure.
But if they don't, I just think to myself, is there any way as that 5th guy or 6th guy to get a more consistent shooter player to fill in that role?
They started off hot with 9 points. They were up. They had 3 straight threes, and I was like, "Damn, man, this is going to be a great
day."
But then you find out how quickly Golden State, they're really good 3-point shooters too, and they turned that around really fast. And Kevin, to Mike's point, Dwight Powell had 0 points. Derek Lively is going to give you 11. It's going to be one of those kind of nights for you. So that is a frustrating thing. Finding a way to win in those moments is what the Mavericks, now that's the next level for them. Finding the way to dig it in and say, okay, we're missing our guy. Whether it's Kyrie, whether it's Luka, whoever it is, they do have to find ways to win those games. That is going to be coaching too. That's as much as we were giving Jason Kidd credit yesterday, that is the part of coaching that comes along with it. Last night was tough, and it was a team that was looking at you going, "Oh, y'all are on a hot streak. We're good too, and y'all are in our house tonight." It was a game I expected to be played the way that it was,
and honestly,
I actually really enjoyed it.
Today is going to be an important day for the Mavericks because they're coming back home, and we're supposed to get more information about Derek Lively because originally the injury was listed as right knee soreness. And then Jason Kidd said sprain. And so you just kind of wonder, this might be a semantical discussion, but is that going to be the difference of how long he's going to be out? Because then Kidd followed up. It could be 2 weeks where he could be out, where we'll see how he feels and take it day by day. So I think you'll get a lot more information today about the medical aspect and then the how he feels aspect as we go along.
I hate saying this, Corey.
Sit him for 2 weeks?
No.
Oh.
If you have to, you have to. I mean, there's nothing you can do. If he's not healthy to play in the playoffs because his knee's bugging him, and he is a 20-year-old young man, let's say, I want to say kid, but I'll just say young man, is if he and Gafford aren't completely healthy and playing pretty much 48 minutes combined, and you have to go with 25 minutes to 30 minutes of Gafford, and then you have to play about 20 minutes of a game without a center, you're screwed.
Yep.
Your playoff run, to me, your playoff run is over if Derek Lively can't give you 15 to 20 minutes a night in the playoffs.
The good news is I don't believe, just based on the information we have now, like I said, big day today, but even at 2 weeks, let's even go kind of the max out on the end of it. That puts him back in time for the playoffs.
Yeah.
Now, will that maybe drop your seeding down? Obviously, you would think that is very possible, but that would put him back theoretically in time for the playoffs, and then I think it becomes a new ball game.
I appreciate what you're looking at there. Here's my problem, and it's a problem that I think we should take a look at here, and we can't fix it, but somebody can. There is a solution. I don't know how many games I'll have Derek Lively for in the playoffs. Based on his rookie season, which it's a long season for a rookie to take on this much and have that many more reps in his career. Sure. I don't know how many games I'll have him for. So that's where my concern and stress comes to, Kevin. He's never gone through this before. He doesn't know how to rehab and recover and be ready for a playoff game like this and what the expectation is. The other thing is, and I don't know this at Duke, was he injured at Duke?
Not really.
Because this season's been one of those where you're just like, what's going on? Every once in a while he turns around and has this little ailment that pops up.
But also at Duke, you're going to max out at like 35-ish games, and he's already 55.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm kind of interested in, like, we don't know enough to know whether or not he's an injury-prone guy.
Yeah.
But this season has been a tough season for him to start.
I can't remember who I was talking to about load management in the NBA, and they say part of load management is the horse-ass schedule that AAU puts on these kids from age 12 to 18 is they're playing so much that their bodies are way more worn down. Let's just take it to, I'm going way back when here. Michael Jordan, Patrick Ewing, I'm trying to name all the best players that were drafted in the 80s, let's say. They weren't playing AAU basketball where they were averaging 6 games on the weekend, where you'd play
they had to go play pickup games,
2 to 3 games. And I get they were playing, but I just, from what I understand, is the knees and everything are getting very worn down from what guys are doing. I should say kids are doing to their bodies. It's one of these things with baseball, right? It's now I'm going to basketball, and I've heard that basketball is having a major issue too, is that they are putting way too much on young kids. And then if they're in the top 1% and they get to make the NBA, you're dealing with this. And so Lively, probably his body is like, for the first time, he's trying to learn how to go through an NBA schedule with all the travel, with the physicality, with everything that you have, the energy. And I'm hoping, to your point, Corey, that he has the energy and he has the health to make it through a 7-game series, and then hopefully another 7-game series. And I don't know, it is a lot on a 20-year-old to be able to
not played like this long at this level.
You got to handle him with baby diapers, still at this point until he gets a couple years in.
Is that how that phrase goes?
Yeah, white gloves. But baby diapers are even softer. But I guess that tells you, Mike, and it's going to be a couple of years you're going to need to do that, I think. And so you're going to have to invest again in another big for that because Morris isn't it. Dwight Powell's not it. Maybe Dwight Powell's a regular season guy. I don't know.
I feel like this. I guess Dwight Powell's a fine third center for you. I agree
with that.
If that makes sense, or you have to play a little bit of small ball throughout a season. I think that your investment right now, the great thing is your investment is very small financially. Gafford's making, 12, 13 million. I'm guesstimating.
Believe that is correct over the next 3
and then you have
years
Lively on a rookie contract for the next 3 to 4 years. And so the great thing is your investment is low in that position. But I think that you have that third center is going to play 40 games a year and average 10 minutes in those 40 games. So I think that it's really tough. I love what you're saying. And maybe you go get some kid that was undrafted out of college that you feel like you can develop. And hey, like if I have to play him,
I think that's a great idea.
For half of the
season. And that's
season.
what Lively should be, actually. Like, I mean, I guess in the NBA you do start a lot faster than normal, but Lively really should be rotating in with a Gafford all season to get his legs under
it.
him.
Could turn out that the tests come back and it was just a sore knee, and Lively's like, oh man, I'm feeling good to go, and he bounced out on the court tomorrow. But when Jason Kidd just says it could be up to 2 weeks, he might just be trying to prepare you through the rest of the regular season, which you would hate to see.
I also will say it's kind of awesome that your drafted rookie has been this good and you are that reliant on him. Like this is a great thing for what the Mavericks were able to do with their draft pick this year. They were able to turn what we looked at as a very poor end of their season last year into a guy that, they win that lot. They get that lottery pick there. They didn't win the lottery pick's 5 and higher. Is that what it is?
3
and higher.
They pick 3,
but they get in that spot and they get a good player, and they're at a productive player. That's a very good positive thing for this team.
And from the 214, I wonder if this person texted this in before, because if you're just now sending this information, I'm sorry, you're behind. Stefon Diggs to the Houston Texans. You heard it here first from Peanut from that branch.
I love Peanuts.
If they've texted, I don't see that in the text chain that they texted it in earlier.
Is that Farmers Branch? Is that branch? Is that what that?
If you have to ask,
or
you don't know.
Hey, which branch of the judicious system is?
No,
maybe
that's wrong.
I know we have a short show.
But if you're just now hearing that, yes, that happened about 40 minutes ago. That is true.
Do I just throw this in the trash now?
Don't throw your computer in the trash.
Do I just
get one of those geek squatters?
Step on it as hard as I can?
I know.
Call our IT guys and say, hey, IT guys, can y'all help me with this? And then when they're like, look, this isn't a company issued computer, then you say, okay.
Oh, that's a fair
point.
But
get their advice first. I stopped in IT a long time ago. I got just enough to be dangerous, but these guys, they're good at what they do.
We're the KNC Masterpiece. Right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next.
Thought Apple didn't do this.
It's time for Baseball Nuggets
yes.
with Mike Bassick.
Oh, great. Well, I'll work off
You
this.
have another computer right in front of you.
No, I don't use that one. It says bad words on it to us on that text thing. Coming up next, what my black computer says to me.
God.
And I'll read it. It has a arrow next.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, it'll be a late.
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world, more Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas, this is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Remember, we will lead you into Rangers Rays 11:30 pregame, 12:10 first pitch right here on 105.3 The Fan. And now, it's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassett.
I want to continue the conversation that we had yesterday. Hopefully, if you were Toloing, you listened to our conversation on, is Corey Seager a future Hall of Famer? And it was, I think, somewhat the consensus is, as long as he keeps playing at this level that he's playing at with the Rangers last year, and with the, we didn't say this yesterday, but with the elimination of the shift, shot up his numbers tremendously, is if he's hitting 30 home runs and batting around 300 for the next, let's say, 4 to 5 years, he's probably going to be a for sure Hall of Famer because he's going to add more All-Star appearances. Hopefully he adds more playoff numbers. His playoff numbers are high because of playing with the Dodgers. But my next question, which we ran out of time with, is he going to be remembered kind of in a 15-year period, give or take? And you can kind of keep changing these periods. This is the tough thing, but we have certain guys in our mind that are remembered. And I'll just give you an idea. And some of these guys aren't in the Hall of Fame. But kind of from like 1990 to 2005, we think of Griffey, we think of Bonds, we think of Clemens, we think of Sosa and McGuire. You know, you kind of start thinking of, maybe think of Cal Ripken Jr. He's in that kind of from 90 to 98, still a really good player, but he's dropping off maybe. So we have these historic figures, but there's not many of them. People fall off of this, and in a way, I hate saying this, I love him as a friend, and he's a great person. I don't know, does Pudge Rodriguez fit into one of those historic remember for Ranger fans for sure?
And that's what's tough, because I'm like, duh, but I am looking at it from that perspective.
Yeah, but so I was thinking, can Seager be one of these guys that we really, 15 years from now, when we think of baseball from like 2010 through 2025, or for him, what would better fit 2015 to 2030? Is he one of these guys like, yeah, he's right there with maybe not as good as Mike Trout or Shohei Ohtani, but is he in that conversation?
Okay, and that's where I think you have to advance it 5 years forward, or you'll eventually have to, because this is kind of what I came up with, and you can tell me what you hate guys down on my list. I have Trout, Shohei, for sure, Acuna, Betts, Soto, Cabrera, Verlander, Kershaw, Altuve, Freeman, and that doesn't even include Judge, Harper, or Scherzer. And so that's
Judge will probably, because Yankees 62 home runs.
Exactly.
So isn't it crazy? Because you think of how many great players there are, and there are, but there were a whole bunch of great players from 1990 to 2005 that we kind of we forget.
So you said Scherzer, right?
Yes.
Okay. Did we include Ortiz and Jeter and Ichiro in that list? Because they were up there until like what, 14?
Yeah, I mean, Ichiro played till 2019, if I have my years right. But he was, at that point, his last 3 years, let's say 17, 18, and 19, he was not much of a player. And remember, he joined the major leagues in 01 at 27 years old.
Okay.
Yeah, I think Ichiro stopped mattering in like 2011.
And he's one of those players that in an era.
Was it 10 years or 15? I thought
15.
So I'm just wondering. And then let's just say if we tried to take out pitchers, because I do think at this point, we're getting to the point where pitchers will never be remembered in the history of baseball ever again. I hate saying that, but that's where the game is going, that after you get to Verlander, Kershaw, Scherzer, I don't think we're ever going to remember a pitcher in the history of baseball again because of the injury factor, the lack of innings they pitch, the lack of wins, the lack of strikeouts that they are going to accumulate in their career. It's weird, but I think after Kershaw, Verlander, and probably Scherzer, we're going to forget about all of these pitchers in the history of baseball, where you did have Maddox and Glavine and Smoltz, and you had Roger Clemens and, like Randy Johnson. It's just not going to happen anymore because they're not going to do this. So if we take off Kershaw and Verlander, let's say, and Scherzer, and we eliminate pitchers and we just say the 10 historic baseball players eliminating pitchers, It's going to be interesting if Seager can somehow, and I think Rangers' success is going to matter a lot here. Does that make sense?
Of course.
Because let me throw out a guy who did win 3 championships but didn't have a long career. Is Buster Posey a guy 15 years from now we're going to remember as a major part of the 2010 to 2020 era?
And because I'm also curious how many people you think on this list are success proof. Like, I know Trout is success proof.
Right. He is war
for now, but how many players on this list are success proof when you're like, I didn't really have.
And success proof also comes along with a certain franchise.
That is
like Texas franchise. Texas is specific. You have to be successful because the Yankees are the Cowboys. You're gonna be seen. You're gonna be known. The Dodgers are the Cowboys. You're gonna be seen. You're gonna be known.
Look at, just for example, nothing against these guys, a little. A-Rod and Ortiz kind of have maybe not the best. Like, yeah, those were obviously Alex Rodriguez. He tested positive.
So did
but
David Ortiz.
Well, did he? Did he get? I mean,
he had a sample that tested positive.
Okay.
They can spin it however they want.
But to your point, just like all Cowboys, like, guess what? Dak Prescott, whether you love him or just think he's okay, or, I don't put him in this category of a bad quarterback. He's not a bad quarterback. He's going to make $30 million a year after his career is over analyzing football games if he'd like to. And that's, to your Yankees get to analyze baseball games for somewhere between $500,000 and $5 million a year because they're former Yankees. And if they definitely played on good teams, you definitely want him. I love CeCe. As a friend of mine, I grew up with him, and MLB Network, anytime they can get him on, want to put him on. If he would have just played for Cleveland and Milwaukee, that ain't happening.
Right.
So do you have anybody, Corey, that you've kind of put on this list that you will think, 10, 15 years from now will really be part of the history of baseball? We're super going to remember them because they were a major part of this sport.
I think the list is very similar to Kevin's, but I think Acuna it will definitely be one of those names, like down the road because of all the variety of things he does.
Yeah,
he's not just a one-trick pony.
Because I'll name another person. He's my son's favorite player. It's Francisco Lindor. Right now, he's a for sure Hall of Famer if you look at what he's doing. That's the thing.
But he's never
guy.
played for. He's not going to play for anything.
Yeah, he played in a World Series.
Yeah, but he's not going to play for anything again.
I wouldn't
with the Mets.
I wouldn't say that.
A dysfunctional franchise.
And maybe they are, but he's the same age as Corey Seager, so he does have another 5 years of prime.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
If we think that Corey Seager has 5 more years of prime, then so does.
No, I get what you're saying.
So does Lindor. And I would say this: when they're both healthy, Seager's a better offensive player. When they're both healthy, Lindor's a better defensive player. Like, Lindor's probably going to play shortstop longer than Seager. But to your point, it's really weird that Lindor went to New York and his status kind of dropped off a little bit in a weird way. So there's guys that are going to be Hall of Famers, and that's great. But then I'm just trying to think, like, how memorable will Seager be in our Ranger world? 100%.
Because you have high hopes for Bobby Witt Jr.
Yeah, in fact, they just had him on MLB Network as he's now reached superstar status. Isn't that
in
crazy?
Kansas City.
After 5 games, they're now like, all right, he's done it.
Yeah.
All the hype that was on him in 2024 is all coming to the realization that he is the next face of baseball, which will he be, won't he be? The great thing is he seems like just a super great person.
I'm thinking like Christian Yelich was supposed to be, and Christian Yelich falls off.
Yeah.
Fernando Tatis Jr. was supposed to be the next one.
Both for different reasons, right? Yelich hits a foul ball off of his kneecap, and it ends his career as that's weird. I never thought when that happened that would turn him into, I don't know, I'm going to say this, an average player in Major League Baseball. And then for Fernando Tatis Jr., by the way, he looks like he could be an MVP candidate early in the year. But to your point, will voters go, I'm not voting for him?
Yeah, I think that's a valid question. I'm really intrigued by this experiment that you've thrown out. And I think what it's going to end up happening is if you just move it forward 5 years, you have a significantly better shot.
15 to 30.
Exactly.
That takes out Cabrera.
Exactly. And that's immediately who I was thinking of. And then I've got projection on some of these players. And if Corey Seager keeps winning, is in the mix for MVP, he he could move into that.
Yeah,
mix,
I thought Chris Bryant and Cody Bellinger were going to take over the world.
Oh God, are they from Vegas too? Or am I crazy?
I don't know.
Is it Belly, Gallo, and Harper?
Because they all played on that same team, right?
And Bryant, and Chris Bryant, yeah. So they were all kind of in this same region, this Vegas region, and we're like, oh my God, can you believe the talent that is coming out of here? And this is like around 2010-ish. And then
hasn't quite lived up to the hype, as Kevin said.
Chris, I to your point, I would have never guessed in 2015, if I have my year right, when Bryant won Rookie of the Year. Did he win MVP? And then in 2016, they win the World Series in Chicago, that he would be.
Oh my God!
I mean, I'm not saying this.
Not a Cub.
He's kind of a nobody.
He went back to Chicago and got a standing ovation, but it took a while for everybody to even give him the standing ovation. Like they were like, "Oh yeah."
If people are just getting into baseball because the Rangers have just become great, and I get it, thank you so much. If I say Chris Bryant, I bet 90% of the people that are just into baseball the last 2 years, like I have no clue who you're talking about.
And at 24, he won the MVP, and his team won the World Series by breaking maybe the most well-known,
and he made the last
in
play
the history of sport.
He caught the grounder to throw to Rizzo to win the game, and now it's like he just dropped off the face of the earth. I'm hoping that doesn't happen with any future Ranger that they show. I'm thinking of Wyatt Langford and Evan Carter. I don't think they're going to have Chris Bryant careers. But can you imagine if this year
anything can happen?
Right, you win Rookie of the Year, you win MVP the next year. If you're Wyatt Langford, and then bam, it's like what happened?
Mm-hmm.
For the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, inside the numbers of the biggest run in women's basketball history, plus mini gridiron. We'll try to cram it all in next on The Fan.
You're about to be masterpieced, KNC style, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. See if we got time to squeeze a mini gridiron in here, but we need to talk about what is turning out to be a remarkable run for women's basketball. We talked about the hype leading into the Iowa LSU game. 12.3 million viewers. Corey, would you like me to break this down from a historic perspective or a look at the big picture perspective?
I feel like both are the same, but you
not.
have said that they're different for a reason.
That's true.
So I'm going to go with historic first, then
Okay.
big picture.
From the historic perspective, the 12.3 million viewers is the most to watch a women's basketball game ever.
Even like WNBA?
Well, it's way... Okay, look, it is way more.
Or a high school
I don't know
state
if you put
championship?
a whole season together of a team if they had 12.3 million viewers for the whole season.
What is the like typical like people that attend games for women?
Attendance, I don't know.
I gotcha.
Viewership, I can get you on that. So this surpassed the 1983 NCAA championship game between USC and Louisiana Tech. Kim Mulkey, the LSU coach now, played for Louisiana Tech, and Cheryl Miller played for USC, and they won that game.
Did you see the funny, I don't know, Instagram or tweet about Kim Mulkey's outfit?
Oh, no, I did not.
It said at least she won the Masters.
Okay, that is very fair. That is very fair.
Might have lost the basketball game, but she won the Masters.
The average attendance for the Aces, Kevin, is 9.5 million. Average attendance.
What?
9.5 million. What is that
doesn't
wrong?
make sense.
9.5.
So just to give you an example,
9,551,000.
last year in 81 games for the Rangers, they drew a little over 2 million. So you're saying that they drew almost 5 times the
that
amount?
looks like a comma. It was definitely a period.
Yeah, that's why I looked at you confused.
9,551.
Okay, that makes
Their
more
total
sense to me.
attendance last year, Kevin, was 191,000. It looks like the total attendance of the WNBA did not even come close to 12 million viewers.
That makes more sense because I was like, hold on just a damn minute. How's that number so
that
high?
period is not a comma.
I will tell you now, the WNBA players do have an argument for their salaries.
Yes, especially if you play in Vegas. I should be add a comma to those
I
things.
was so confused.
All right. And so not only did it set the viewership record for the highest viewed game in women's basketball history, it had more bets on it than any NBA game that night, which I just thought was like another way of showing how impressive it was. And then UConn USC, the game after it, drew 6.7 million, which would have been the most ever for a non-Final Four game until obviously it was crushed the game before. So this is amazing,
Why?
Outstanding, because they had an attraction.
Yep.
And the attraction is Caitlin Clark and Angel Reese. Now, you can argue if you think it's more Caitlin Clark, obviously they'll continue to go on. But the story was built in there. And that's where people take narratives whatever direction they want, right? I've got some numbers, it'll lead to wherever I want it to go. And so you've seen things that have said, hey, 12.3 million is more viewers than the last game of the World Series. It's more viewers than I believe just about any NBA game last season, if not all of them, including the NBA Finals. And that is all true. And then people have said that just shows the strength of women's basketball. Maybe.
Shows the strength of drama to me.
And that's what I think too. And I would argue it shows the strength of Caitlin Clark and to a lesser extent, Angel Reese.
What was the numbers for USC and UConn?
Okay, well, like I said, it was
450.
6.7 million. So
that's a great number.
It is.
So
It is. And they got more.
They had a great lead in, yeah.
They had more viewers than the UConn men, who got 6.5 million. Take a look at the big picture. The women with a historic Elite Eight averaged 6.2 million per game in the Elite Eight, which is a humongous number. The men on Sunday averaged 12.8. So it's only about 2-1, which is not as much as you might think. If you look at the tournament on a whole, women's games are averaging 1.1 million per game. Men's are averaging 9.4 million. And so whenever you talk about coverage and how to figure it out, that's what's tough, because I think Caitlin Clark is a huge pop culture sensation that people are here for. And I think that has helped lift women's basketball up. But for the tournament, you're still at a 9-1 deficit if you want to bring in all of the numbers.
Yeah, and you know what? That could lead. Like I'd never heard of Juju Watkins until Reggie brought her name up the other day.
Connecticut game.
And then here's what happened. I had heard of Paige, and so I was very interested to see her game, which is very different than Caitlin Clark's.
Sure.
Caitlin Clark's like, hey, I'm going to shoot a 3 from the logo. Good luck, guys.
Yeah.
You're like, how did you do that? And Paige is like, I'm driving to the basket and getting a layup, and I might dish it to somebody. Good luck with it. So then I'm like, okay, well, who's this Juju Watkins person? No, hold on. Well, so I got more interested in more people because I had a lead-in game that delivered.
For sure.
I mean, all of the drama that I wanted. Everything about it was fun. Last year I was just into it. But Kevin, this year, Caitlin Clark's name was pushed a lot more by the ESPNs.
Yes.
By all the other sports.
And it looks like that was the wise thing to do.
And what a lot of people did in that time, whenever ESPN or whoever is like, we're going to invest more in these, it was eye rolls. Like, okay, yeah, all right, I'm not going. But I got interested in it.
Yeah.
Not everybody did, but a lot more people did than ever before.
And
that's so. Does that speak to the power of the media outlets as well?
I think to a certain extent. And you know what's really funny is in some of the draft products, like the NIL products, Bowman Chrome, Bowman's Best for 2023-24, everybody thought it was going to be the Bronny show, right?
Yeah.
Because, LeBron's kid is in there. That's going to be the biggest draw.
Nobody cares.
The biggest draw in terms of value is absolutely
Burns.
Caitlin Clark. And it's not even close.
Well, you know, what's interesting is my dad, who's like, I've never watched, he can't even tell you that one time in his life he's watched a women's college basketball game, but he watched some of the LSU Iowa basketball game. He's 70 plus years old, right? And so that was the impact. And then he had a friend text and say, Caitlin Clark's not the greatest women's basketball player of all time. It's this girl who won, I don't know, I think she won 4 NCAA championships. And my dad's like, well, that would be like saying Pistol Pete Maravich isn't the greatest college basketball player. He's by far the greatest college basketball player. It doesn't matter that, I don't know, Grant Hill or Christian Laettner or what. He's like, doesn't matter. Pistol Pete Maravich without a 3-point line averaged 45 points a game. Like, doesn't make him the greatest basketball player of all time, but it makes him the greatest college basketball player of all time, and that's who Caitlin Clark is.
And I'm telling you, there's something to that opposite part, too, in terms of people that will tune in hopes of seeing, like, a greatness fall. This is not just about Caitlin Clark. This is about all kinds of teams and players and individuals. People will tune in for that. And
I won't watch any regular season games, though. Okay. I watched one regular season game this year for women's basketball, and guess what it was? Caitlin Clark versus Wisconsin.
And that's why I think her first year in the WNBA, I think next year is going to be huge. I really do. But watch these next couple of games because Iowa is going to play Connecticut on Friday. And then if Iowa wins, now if Beckers and UConn win, I'm sure they'll still get a nice number. But if it's Caitlin Clark and Iowa going up against the undefeated juggernaut that is South Carolina in Sunday's final, I think that game is going to be humongous, and you're going to see another giant number.
South Carolina's good?
They're awesome. They've been number one all year. They're undefeated. They're badass.
Who knows that?
Reggie would know that.
Reggie would.
I feel like I've told you guys this.
You told us yesterday, Kevin.
Now,
I was just as surprised then.
It's fair enough. It's not apples to apples because the venues in which these are taking place are way different. But the minimum price as of yesterday to get into the Final Four on StubHub for the men was $571. For the women, it was $970. Now, that's taking place in the Cleveland Cavaliers arena. So you're talking about give or take 20,000 versus for the men, it's 70,000. And so as you've brought up before, the supply and demand baby, will affect the ticket prices, and I'm sure they'll ebb and flow, but it's a moment and it's a happening. And this has been a huge week for them, a huge week for women's basketball, a huge week for Caitlin Clark and everybody who's on board with that.
I have this question. I know we got to get to break here. I don't see it carrying over at all for the history of women's college basketball. Do you think this will carry over into 25 or 26?
Probably not.
I think it will just carry over for the WNBA. I think wherever she goes, it's going to be happening in the WNBA next year. And then for college basketball, I think it will maybe be
it'll
up,
dip, but there
it'll
are more
go back.
faces. I think there are more characters now to the story than like they built the.
That's fair.
When it comes to
Very
world
fair.
building, they
Very
built
fair.
a little more this year.
Very, very good point. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Coming up next, it's baseball time in Texas, so we will talk with Jared Sandler right here on 105 through the Fan.
Personal foul on the road? J. Alexander Law is your MVP in court. As the trusted law firm and proud sponsor of the Dallas Mavs, we are committed to fighting for your rights. Whether you're hurt by an 18-wheeler or hurt on the job, call J. Alexander Law and let us guide you towards the justice and compensation you deserve. 888-88-INJURED. 888-88-INJURED. Principal Office, Dallas, Texas.
Man, I remember whenever I was younger, my dad and I went to a hockey game, and we had one ticket. So we're trying to find one extra ticket, and it didn't work out. We ended up having to move on from that night, and it wasn't that great. It wasn't fun because me and my dad could have shared a moment together. If we had the Game Time app like I do right now, then you can have those moments taken care of because you can do it on the drive to the arena. You can just drive there and be like, hey, I got my tickets just now. I got a last minute deal. Zone deals are also a big option too. You get zone deals where you pick the section, Game Time picks the seats. Huge savings for you on these. Last minute deals on tickets right up to the start of the event. Even an hour after the event starts, you can even get sweet deals there as well. And exclusive flash deals and sponsor deals on tickets for football, basketball, baseball, concerts, comedy, theater, so much more. If you find tickets in the same section and row for less, Game Time will credit you 110% of the difference. That's a massive difference right there. So here's what I suggest you do. Get the Game Time app on your phone. You can also go to gametime.co and just check that out for these last minute deals as well. But get the Game Time app on your phone.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by state-of-the-art weight loss and the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. We got baseball coming up, so right now we bring in Jared Sandler. Good morning, sir.
What's up?
That was actually pretty close
like
to what we got in off air. This is a tough question, and I know it was a freak injury, but is Josh Young at the point where he's tabbed as injury prone? I'm not saying get hit on the hand makes you injury prone, but you look at 2 other broken bones, torn labrum, calf injury. Like, it's always something.
If you are asking me if I believe it is fair to label him as injury prone, I would say no. If you are asking me whether that label is tied to him, then I would say yes, just based on, consuming conversations.
I heard you the other day with Sean and RJ, and you were like, it's not like it's soft tissue and those other things.
Yeah, and the calf thing at the beginning of camp was, but like Mike will tell you, flip a coin, a lot of guys, they show up to camp and maybe there's a soft tissue deal and teams are just going to slow play it.
Sure.
So that's not something to me that I can, and he was ready to go by the season. That's not something to me that like I add to the ledger. But yeah, I mean, you think about the last 2 injuries, these are freak things, right? And then the labrum thing, diving to make a play, it stinks. Now, I said this to Sean and RJ, and I guess I'll say here, I think if there's no way to possibly do this, but if you wanted to try and label him as injury prone based on these last 2 injuries, you would need for every position player in Major League Baseball to get hit by that very pitch in that very spot or that line drive last year, have it hit their glove in that way. And if like Josh Young's the only one who gets hurt, then I guess maybe there's something to that. But obviously there's no way of knowing that.
By the way, Jared Sandler brought to you, of course, as always,
yes,
by Blue Nail Roofing.
I got blue nails.
I think you look good with blue nails.
Hey, I wonder if it's going to be, Jared McCain.
I thought he was about to be. I thought you were going to say Blue Chew.
But I don't. That's not a thing for me yet, but it will be one day, I'm sure, for all of us. Yeah. Jared McCain, Duke, rocking the colored fingernails. Caleb Williams doing it as well. I wonder, in 10 years, is that just going to be a normal thing? Like, tattoos didn't used to be a big thing, and now
Lucy wants to paint my nails, and she wants to paint them rainbow colors. And I'm like, all right, all right, whenever you want to.
I do actually want to continue this conversation, maybe off air. What are you envisioning for Justin Foscue, and are you excited to see him get the shot? I realize the shot's going to be in a split situation.
Yeah, I am excited. And this is the big difference between a team that's trying to win a World Series, I guess, first of all, win a division, versus a team that is rebuilding. And that is when a guy like Justin Foscue comes up on a rebuilding team, the priority is getting him in the lineup every day. One of the challenges for a young player being on a really good team, if they don't have an everyday role, is that the priority is not that. Justin Foscue's up because the Rangers believe he makes them the best version of themselves right now. It's not necessarily with regard to Justin Foscue's development. Now, the other argument is, hey, not that he couldn't stand to get better getting at bats at AAA, but he kind of has proven what you need to prove there.
Yeah.
So his role is, hey, he'll start against lefties at first, and I'm sure he could be an option off the bench against the left-handed reliever. And then maybe here or there they'll find a way to get him in the lineup against a righty, because it's not like he can't hit righties. But the priority is not, hey, Justin Foscue's up, let's get him in the lineup at the expense of some of our other guys who we feel like are better fits.
Speaking of young hitters, the hype was off the page. You've seen him 5 games, hits in 5 games. What have you thought about Wyatt Langford? Outside of just, hey, 5 games, he's gotten hits in every single one of them. What do you see from him?
Yeah, I mean, he could have more hits, too. I mean, he's hit the ball really hard. He had 2 hits taken away yesterday. One was a missile in the gap. The other one was a chopper to the shortstop that he actually beat out, but the Rangers had already exhausted their review. They couldn't review it. Had they reviewed it, it was clear as day he was safe. So, to me, he's hitting the ball hard, right? We're not talking about cheapies. But I think more than anything, what's blown a lot of people away is something we saw in spring training, something Mike and I talked about during one of our telecasts, his speed, his athleticism, the power with which he runs. And to me, that's not just about speed, but a guy that can move the way he moves, who explodes the way he explodes. That, to me, is a guy who's going to hit for a lot of power over the course of his career.
Yeah, he's been a lot of fun to watch so far, man.
Nathan Eovaldi, also a lot of fun to watch. He's on the bump. Corey's already starting to tab these games as must win. What?
We can't even sweep anybody, Jared.
Yeah,
we used to be champions, and now we can't even sweep a team.
I was just going to say, how much do you enjoy watching him pitch? But Corey's question could be, how important is this game?
Yeah, no, it was also. I also enjoy watching Josh Hader pitch in the 9th inning for the Astros. That's been a lot of fun so far. The Rangers have won 8 straight Nathan Eovaldi starts, making 9.
All right. Oh, I like it. I like it. All right. Rangers, Rays coming up next. Corey's already tabbing a lot on this.
All right.
12:10 game starts, 11:30 pregame. KNC Masterpiece will be back tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Full show right here on 105.3 The Fan.
RJ Choppy, your good friends over at K-Post.